Yeah. You should say, I am conveying my body from one location to another. That's a joke. That's a joke.
I'm conveying my body. I love that. That's awesome.
We were talking about that the other.
Dude, I learned back in like 93, somebody explained to me like the difference between driving and traveling and the legal system and the legal name and the straw man. I mean, I knew all about that shit back in early 90s. And I was like, oh shit. This is bad, man.
It's so trolly, man. It's such a troll, eh? It's like,
oh my God. I left there like going, oh shit, man. That sucks. You know, and these guys that were researching it back then, man, they literally had like libraries in their house of books. I mean, they had fucking like, you know, the whole house was full of fucking bookshelves. I mean, it was insane, man, right? Because that's how they researched the law and figured it all out. They had to have all these fucking books around. You know, and I'm looking at all these books and I'm like, there's no way in hell I can do this, bro. There's no way in hell I can do the fucking straw man bullshit, man. Like I gotta play it differently, man. I'm just gonna play it a little differently, man. I'm gonna not do exactly what they tell me to do, you know. I'm gonna play it that way, right? Yeah. And that's, you know, I suggest that for some people, and you know, just do what you can to stay under the radar, and don't let them know who you are, man.
Now that website shows a globe. Earth, what is it called? Null School. It's called Earth.
Yeah, now it's a globe. Now it's just a globe. Well, they globed it up, man.
Don't draw attention to yourself. Don't engage.
I thought of a song. Another one cocks them up. Another one cocks them up. And another one there. And another one there. Another one cocks them up. Hey, gonna cock them up.
Cock them up.
We're gonna cock them up, man.
Cock your cock off.
I don't know why that song came to my head today. I don't know why, but there it is.
Yeah, I heard that the government was thinking about neutering all flat earthers.
I love it.
Wait, you mean neutering or?
Yeah, or spading, whatever. I forgot.
Spading.
Where did you hear this?
From Alex Jones.
Turned into gay frog, and now we're gonna neuter the gay frog.
Alex Jones and them, right? Alex Jones and them.
I would give Buck some kind of a tag, fucking roll on that one, man. That was sickly fucking awesome.
Yeah, it was plain.
That was legendary. Yeah.
That was flat friendly, huh?
That was that shit was fucking
flat friendly. There's another one, dude.
I mean, on a scale from globe to flat, though, I'm neither here nor there, so I'm just no bias here, you know.
Cool, man. I love that, man. Nothing wrong with that, bro. Welcome. I'm a late night kind of piss around, let's laugh about everything kind of guy.
Fucking I did, right on.
But I'll take a lot of shit seriously during the day, but at night when I come home, man, I'm just like, who wants to hang
Party
out?
Animal, eh? Yeah.
Let's have a laugh, dude. For fuck, I mean, this shit's too fucking crazy not to laugh.
Life's too short. Yeah.
We have to laugh, people. That's my point. We have
exactly. I agree.
Now, I don't like to laugh at other people's expenses, but I will laugh at ridiculousness. And it's like, there's a lot of that out there. Apparently, they specialized in the last 2.5 years of most ridiculous shit we've ever seen in our lives. For fuck's sake, nothing more ridiculous than the shit we just went through. And we're still going through it, by the way. You know?
I can't even believe these last 2 years and just all this shit.
It's been all that, dude.
Yeah, it's bizarre.
It's
clamping down.
it. They're buying it. They're buying it.
But yeah, you
Oh,
know,
they're
I'm just
rolling it out. Yeah, they're
They're
rolling out the
rolling.
plan.
Dude, they are rolling out the big rocket to the
monkeypox.
launch
Yeah.
pad tomorrow, man. They're gonna.
Oh shit.
Anyway.
Were they? Is it going to go into orbit or is it going to go into?
Going to the fucking moon, Mongo.
Oh shit!
This thing's going to the moon, man. We're
Hell
shooting
yeah!
to the moon, baby. Come on.
It's not real though. It's just a.
I know,
it's a
but it's still fun to make. Like, hey, man, this is what they're rolling out in the news, and I'm like,
yeah.
oh, you know,
Fucking Globers, dude.
Yeah,
Just gets free.
You would
I know
think they
the
would.
world is at war.
You think they would use for their emblem like a monkey, that's proud monkey going to space with his helmet? Because
Yeah.
I mean,
what about the dog?
that's
Like,
what they think. I mean, like they should be proud of their achievement if that's what they think they came from. So I don't know why they're so ashamed of that part. We are monkeys and we're proud. We're going to space. We're no man
Because,
ever
because
gone.
they're racist. Because they're racist. That's why.
Honey, we got the monkey epoxy thingy, regular thing, epoxy thingy, whatever. I don't know. That's the
Isn't
new.
that weird? Okay,
And
that's the new
that's
The
old.
monkeypox.
thing, man.
The old new.
The old new. It's the old new. There you go. That's it.
My
New.
God, could you imagine if we went through another pandemic right now? Holy
Oh,
shit!
it's not over. Oh, it's not over, man.
Oh,
Like
just you
it's
wait.
not over
Oh,
yet. Like don't relax. Right?
Don't relax,
yeah.
baby.
Don't get complacent. Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
got.
I've been relaxed, dude. I'm
That's
just
just the
hasn't-
first half. It's
They're
halftime.
gonna start
Show right now.
start shuffling through your drawers pretty soon.
Yeah.
Drawer, yeah. You know.
I mean, the only way I'm affected is if I don't, if I can't wipe my ass because some hoarder bought all the shit paper.
Paper.
Yeah.
Which is
That's
like the
all
most
right.
unsanitary
Now
thing you
we're
can
now
do
we're
is
laughing.
clean your butt with
Shit,
like
I know,
sandpaper.
man.
You should just be rinsing your butt off with water. It's
Wait.
like, rub your butt with paper.
That's what the Japanese do.
Hey, I like to use a handful of grass. What do you guys have a problem with that?
No, that's
Okay.
perfectly.
Leaves. There are leaves. I think leaves are more efficient.
I like the
do
grass.
the job better.
The grass is it's green.
That's what they make. That's what they make buckets for.
Maybe we'll evolve to where our shit, doesn't make a mess over these next few years.
Yeah, because you'll have no food and you'll be happy.
I've always.
Constipated.
Have you guys ever seen a dog wipe its ass on the grass? Come on, I know you guys.
Oh, he's he's itching his ass.
This is where I got the idea. I'm like,
that's not really my style, man.
grass.
I bet it's fun though.
That's not wiping. That's your dog telling you he has a stomach problem.
That doesn't sound very fun.
What is itchy, dude?
No, that doesn't sound fun at all. It doesn't sound like it's very much fun.
All right.
Yeah. Not on the carpet. Get out, bad dog.
Bad dog.
Okay, so the album. Okay, so the album for the indigenous tribe that has never seen any technology at all. The album for them is "Dark Side of the Moon," Pink Floyd.
Oh, come on, man, that's too easy. That one's too easy. I mean,
well, I was going to give that one to the. I was going to give that one to the alien.
Dude, that's like a layup, man.
They're gonna end up destroying us. They'll be like, not worth it.
I was going to give that one to the aliens, but I figured they would enjoy surfing with the aliens
better. This is why I come on here, man. I'm laughing my ass off over here. Shit.
There's like a silver surfer on the front of the album. They would probably enjoy that.
It would be insulted. They'd be like,
no, the aliens are looking at it. They're going like, why do they have to categorize us like that?
Oh no, don't be like, well, they think everyone looks like them. Puny humans. They think all aliens look like them.
What a laugh.
It seems like they're profiling us, don't you think, Demork? Yes, I think that's Jameek.
Have you
Yeah, I think.
guys heard of
Yep.
a waffle stomp? You ever heard that term?
Is that a dance?
Yeah.
Sounds like something from in Tennessee somewhere, just a little bit east of Memphis.
It's a.
All right.
Yeah,
You
it's
guys can look it up, man. I'm just asking if anybody had ever heard of it. All right, cool, man. Look it up.
Yeah, what's up?
I'm sure
What
you
is
can
it?
find
Is
something
that
about
like
it. It's out there.
Is that like thigh slapping orchestra or something? It's the thigh slapping orchestra.
It's
It's
a
like
rare,
it's like step to the left,
no,
step to the right.
yeah,
Pump that waffle down. Get that all flat and round. I don't know. Just can't get it.
Buck's gonna search it up, man. He'll come back. He
Who's
knows
step now, y'all?
Stop it.
Wait,
Buck has got this shit. Guaranteed.
what?
He knows what the waffle stomp is, bro.
Okay, is that a two-step?
I'm gonna let you guys come back and tell me what it is, because it's one of those.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna give it away, man. It came out.
Is it a
It's too
TikTok?
precious.
Is it a
It's
TikTok
too
dance?
precious and
Dude,
valuable.
it came out during COVID. It came out during COVID.
It's a TikTok dance. Yeah, so it's a
No.
TikTok.
I got a,
Oh.
yeah, I got a question for y'all. Does
Yeah,
any
go
of
ahead.
you know how I can decalcify my pineal gland?
Pineal gland.
Yeah.
Bong knows for sure, man.
I would say if you drink distilled water and
that helps for sure.
I wouldn't
Yeah.
bathe. I wouldn't bathe for longer. I wouldn't bathe as much as you probably do in their fluoride water. Stop drinking anything that's from the store because if it has water in it, it's fluoridated water. So you're gonna have to start
Yeah.
making your own water.
Well,
Start
I don't know
making your
from
own.
mine, but where I'm from, they
Well,
supposedly don't put fluoride in it.
Well, what else is in it?
I
You
distill it
don't know.
anyway.
Nobody knows.
Distill that
There's
shit.
shit in the
Yeah.
water. The water table is polluted.
What about taking calcium
yeah.
supplements? Should I stop doing that?
I would
think
get
you
it from
get enough
food.
calcium. I think you
Get
get
it from
enough calcium.
cow's milk. Make your own
I drink
kefir.
I drink at least a half a gallon of milk a day.
Oh shit.
You know what? You should put that in a jar, in a mason jar, cover it with cloth, and sit it out on the shelf for 12 to 20 hours, depending on the temperature. It starts you get kefir. You get this thing called kefir grains,
Oh, I love
and you
kefir,
make
dude.
your own natural yogurt. Yeah, you make your own natural kefir and yogurt. It turns the milk into a digestible
Probiotic.
form of. Wait a minute. It turns the milk into a digestible form of the protein.
Oh,
So
shit.
that people that use, yes,
Fuck,
and you can
dude.
live off of that. You can live off of that stuff, and literally, it'll heal your teeth and your gut, and you'll feel freaking ton better, man. And guess
Well, it's
what?
good for your
You could do
gut
that.
health, too.
You could do that even if you're out camping. You have milk; it's not going to last that long. So you just let some of it ferment and turn it into kefir.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe we'll live a little cleaner area other than camping, but sure as hell try it.
Well, of course. Me too.
Yeah.
Well, what do we know about the? I mean, yeah, you should probably make sure the water
You
stay
can
with
get some
fluoride
kefir.
products. But what do we know about the pineal
Kefir.
gland? Yeah, like what is it? What does the pineal gland do?
Oh, dude, I'm just trying to vibe, with the
Yeah,
alien,
right. I'm just trying to open my third eye, bro.
Yeah, I just want to know, before I die, maybe I can get in touch with my inner alien and blast off this flat Earth.
Alien. Oh.
You're trying to see what your mind's on.
Yeah, exactly, dude. I'm trying to zoom in a little bit, see the bigger picture.
I don't think it has to do with a pineal gland.
Maybe not, but you never know, right?
Well, I mean,
Shit.
what's a pineal gland, right? What does it do?
Yeah.
who
I don't
tells
know.
us what these things are?
Government. Someone. Maybe it's not even
Someone,
real.
someone
CIA
smarter than us.
told us all this stuff. Think of how much stuff the CIA has told us during our whole lives, like that we listen to
Yeah.
because they've
Like,
been
we need
in
to
all of
abolish the FBI, CIA, IRS. Just abolish it.
Federal
Get
NASA.
rid of
Reserve,
them. You know,
foreign bank controls of like our resources. Like screw that.
yeah. Get rid of the Rothschilds. Fucking all
Or at
them.
least have them stay in their little own playpen, and if they fool around and bomb the shit out of their little
Heard of them,
bounty.
giving people heart attacks and shit
But,
with the heart attack gun rays and shit.
but but we should never, no, we should, right? Never really actually, ever happen, right? So, well, what do you guys reckon is actually going to happen versus we're going to
I
abolish?
don't
You know
know.
what I mean? I don't think that's ever
Uh,
going to happen. What do you
no,
think
I
the
think they'll
best
continue. I
efforts
don't
we
know. They'll
can make?
just continue on to the next step. They'll just keep on making these wars
But, but what about
and
us,
lying.
right? I know we're not going to abolish anything. But what can we do?
Um,
Spread the word of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Yeah,
well,
amen to that. Yeah, I
Yeah.
agree.
Fucking A.
Hallelujah. Yeah.
if people were to obey like an internal
Because
moral code, yeah, we would have a much better world. Earth would be a much better place. But
opposing
Well,
the
we got
Vatican
a we
and
have a
their fake
revolution every
religion.
200 years or so. We're pushing 200 years, so something's gonna happen. It's only a matter of
Yes,
time.
you can
if
see it.
people aren't sick of this situation, I mean, they have to be
Hmm.
insane. So the insane, there's going to be the people that see it that aren't insane, and then there's going to be the insane. That's like what they tried to start the war between the insane and the not insane. That's literally what they're doing. So this time they're trying that. They tried all these other tricks. Listen, they've been trying to start a race war since back when Manson was another CIA plant to create all that havoc, to cause that problem with the hippie thing, to dissolve it. And they did, they got everything they asked for, they planned for.
Yeah.
So they're just doing the same thing right now. People don't even know it.
Yeah. When a normie hears what you just said, they're like what happens in their mind is like, you're crazy. The government would never do such things. That's just something crazy out of a movie, and you're crazy.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's what they think when
why
they
is
hear you
it
say
that they have a term? They have a term for what is it called? National,
um
like that
stock
like in their
stock Stockholm syndrome. That's what it is. Yeah. Is it? No, 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 no. That's not it. There. Yeah, they don't believe that the government would ever do such things because America stands for justice and freedom and liberty
yeah, that is
for
Stockholm
all.
syndrome. But what I'm thinking about is something different.
Um, what?
I can't remember. I was on a train of thought, but it's okay. It'll come back around eventually. So
Yeah.
yeah. Oh, that was interesting out there tonight, talking to people. Nice warm summer evening, by the water. The one couple sitting down, the dude looked like he was a I don't know what to say. I can't even say the words online. A Mexican guy. Gee whiz. Battery is low. 15% remaining.
If Christians knew that the version of Christianity that they are living is a lie from the evil one in the book that they believe in, I think a lot of things will change.
That they were hijacked. That the Christians were hijacked by the Freemasons and Jesuits.
Yeah. And this
Also,
ball that they believe they live on, right, is all sun god worship. Like if they
yeah.
knew that, and it comes from the Vatican, I think a bit, a very powerful force will appear, right, on the earth, and then
Well, there's a lot of
maybe
people that listen to us that
change
are
can happen.
finding out. A lot of people listen to us and they're finding out. I don't.
Yeah.
I really don't know
But
what the 50,000 people are doing on this server that don't ever speak. Who are
uh,
they? 50,000. So let's say how many of those are flat earthers?
how many people are on the server? 50,000.
Yeah,
Sheesh, that was quick.
isn't that
Yeah, I
crazy? When
mean,
I started, there was less than 12,000 2 years ago.
you know
Actually,
what? I
2 years
think most of these people,
ago.
most of these people could be people that, if anything happened and the flat earthers knew what was going on, they could, they'd listen.
We
They'd
would
come here to
find
see
out.
what our opinion. Yeah,
Yeah,
they'd come here to see what we think
exactly.
about it. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, and they would probably get better news that anywhere else
Yeah.
because they could get actually like a lifeline to like real time events as long as this venue was kept open in an emergency.
That's what-
Because I don't know what could be kept open, especially well, any emergency that happens is a planned emergency, so they're planning it if it's an emergency.
yeah.
They planned it. So
If
there
you
ain't
hear
no
something
emergency in
ridiculous
my
happen, yeah, if you hear
life.
something crazy happening in the world, right, and you're
Uh-huh.
probably like, I wonder what the flat earthers think about this, and then you go check, and they're thinking what you're thinking. It's like, oh, okay, right?
Yeah, then it puts things in perspective. So maybe there's that many people that are just paying attention to go like, okay, well, we're not going to open our mouths about Earth, but you guys have something. We're not going to open our mouths, but you're on to something. We want to stay tuned to find out because if something drastic happens, you guys are going to kind of know or communicate in between each other as to what's going on as long as, like I said, as long as the lines stayed open. The lines must stay open, even for them, right? Think about that. There's people
Yes.
powerful enough that they could pull the plug on this thing.
Why would you
If they
want to do that? Why would you want
no,
flat earthers to go somewhere else, right? We want them right here where we can take care of them. Anything they need, give it to them. So they can keep talking on our platform and texting on our platform and giving us
listen,
all the data we need.
so they can find out what we're doing also.
Exactly. Because you need to know what your enemy knows. Because that's
Only
more.
as
That's perception.
only as surveillance, but it has a
Exactly.
double-edged sword because, like I said, as long as they keep it open, they have to keep it open to use for
Yeah.
their purpose. We can still use it for our purpose too, to unite and
Right.
connect and grow. They can't
Well,
stop that,
if we
so they're kind of in a
if we
bind.
don't if we don't stop, like I said, if we don't stop mocking Globers, if we don't stop attacking their character, if we don't stop calling them names and calling them stupid, right? They're just
Yeah.
it's perfect, right? Because we're just gonna keep attacking each other, and no one's gonna listen, and no one's gonna get anywhere. So it's perfect. Right? As long as we're behaving the way they need us to behave, right? They predicted that we would behave, right? And argue and fight and use our egos and our pride and what we think we know to yell at other people and the way they, you know what I mean? Like that's what I think.
But I don't. But
There's
honestly,
no threat of.
I don't
Go ahead.
I don't think that's too effective for them though. to do
It's very
anything.
effective. It- It's
Okay,
better.
so
It's better
how,
than it's better than letting the flat earthers find another platform that they can't control or have access to.
that's true. So you have a double pointed sword then. Yes, so that's true.
As long as we're not communicating effectively, as long as we're still noobs and behaving like children, yelling at each other and not focusing on the seriousness of what we're
Mhm.
doing, where we're doing it, there's no problem. I mean, look at us. Look at how people behave, right? I mean, it's just everyone's a nihilist these days. I mean, I am too, but I try to not be, but
I
we
know.
all
I agree.
right?
I agree, and I've not escaped from that either. Like I try to do better. I will try to continue to try to do better. But what I was saying is, so it almost goes right along with what you said, though, as far as like, listen to this for a second. So they have the internet, right? They're using it for their purpose. So they're using us for their purpose, and it causes them to have to keep the internet on, to keep the lines open so they know what we're doing, right? That's stage one. So, so they know what we're doing. But what I'm saying is we need it to stay open so we can connect, unite, and grow, like I was saying. If they pull the plug, then we're going to go to another place, like you said, and then continue to grow and unite, you know. And they couldn't stop
Yeah.
it. So they're kind. What I'm saying is they're kind of in a bind because they have to keep the lines open so they know what we're doing. But the
Well, that's
lines
the thing.
wait, I'm almost done. The lines being open keep us connected to where we can unite if we just try to, and it's actually happening here and there amongst us.
Yeah, but yes, I agree. But as long as we're like arguing over, fighting amongst ourselves, I think they win. And
Yeah, I
like,
agree.
yeah, yeah. So it's like, even this is what I mean too. Is like everyone, all the people are either on this platform or that platform. It's only the biggest platforms that kind of made it, right? That made it and are now the big ones, right? That's where everyone is. So they also know that you can't go anywhere else because nobody's there. Use Google's, authenticator, blah 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 blah, whatever. Up on the battlefield is you just standing there waiting to get shot. Relevant for gathering information, right? Elon Musk talking to?
Hey, truth seekers, welcome to another edition of Anarchast, your home for anarchy on the internet and on around the world via satellite radio on the Liberty Radio Network and on over 140 radio stations in the U.S. We have a great guest coming on today. It's going to be an incredibly interesting episode. We've been talking about so many things lately, spiritual stuff. We've also been talking about economics. We've been talking about love, all kinds of stuff. We've been getting into all sorts of different areas. And one area we really haven't gotten into lately are conspiracy theories. And there's a lot to talk about that. And we actually, it's going to be an incredibly interesting episode. Let's just put it that way. We have who I consider to be the world's leading person trying to bring forth this theory on the flat Earth theory. And now, don't turn off your computer yet. Don't just laugh and go, these guys are crazy. Give us a minute or two here to talk about what we're talking about, because I've looked into this and it has some very valid points. And I'm not saying I believe in it at all, because I just found out about it about a month or two ago. But when you hear some of these points, you're going to go, whoa, this is very interesting. And so we're going to get into all of that. He's coming in from Bangkok in Thailand, in my old neighborhood where I used to live in that area. He's been there for about 10 years. His name is Eric Dubé. He's written numerous books, including The Flat Earth Conspiracy, The Atlantean Conspiracy, Spiritual Science, and Asbestos Head. He's very prolific. He's also very well spoken and very well written, which I found very interesting. He doesn't really come off as one of these wild, crazy sort of people at all when he's talking about these wild, crazy ideas. To some people, he comes off very professional, and you're going to see that. So stick around and at least see what he has to say, because I think you're going to find it very interesting, as I did. So let's get right into it, Eric. I got to ask you first thing. We got to check your credentials, make sure you're a good person, at least morally sound and person. How did you become an anarchist?
There you go. Yeah, just trying to find what is the viable system of government. What is the only morally viable system of government? As you start ticking down the list, it's like a process of elimination, and you find yourself an anarchist or a voluntarist, because it really is the only moral option. If you hold morality above dogma of any other sort, then you're going to come to the point where you realize that all the other forms of government, they include taxation, coercion, a monopoly of force, violence. And the word government itself just means govern, to control, like mental, the mind. So it's like mind control. And in reality, it doesn't even exist. It's an idea. There is no such thing as government. There's just people who believe in this idea of government and then use this fallacious power they've given themselves over everyone else. And everyone believes it. And so that's how we're kind of corralled by this belief system called government that doesn't even exist in the first place. So I'm into things that exist, and so that's why I'm into anarchy.
Yeah, government is conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
I really want to just jump right into this because I found it fascinating. Let me give you a little bit of the background about what happened here. So many people know that I've been researching many things over the years, not as heavily as you. I haven't written any books on it or anything, but I've been just looking into a lot of things. And I think the first one that just blew my mind was 9/11. And how anyone can look at what happened there and think that what the government said happened is true just goes to show the amount of mind control they have over people, because it's just physically impossible what they said happened. I'd like to see someone try to knock down 3 skyscrapers with 2 planes at free fall speeds in a laboratory experiment. Just build a model. Show me how that works. And then you go on and on. So 9/11, I'm 100%. There's not even a whisker of doubt that what the government said about it is not the truth. Once you see the evidence, you can't just think anything else unless you're completely brainwashed or totally deluded. And so I started looking into other things. I was like, well, if 9/11 wasn't what they said it was, what else isn't? And it's pretty much everything else. So I started looking into everything, and it's like every single thing was fake or some sort of a hoax or some sort of a setup. Even the Vietnam War, the Gulf of Tonkin, that's one's public, but no one talks about it, where the U.S. Army or Navy sank their own ship just to get into the Vietnam War, and that's actually been put out by them, and no one really notices. No one seems to care. As George Carlin said, they're all fairly not connected or not paying attention. I guess the next one that really started to blow my mind was the moon landing. I'm not 100% sure it was fake, so I want to just be honest here. Like with 9/11, I will stand by it 100%. 100%, I have no doubt in my mind that that was not what they said it was. Moon landing, I'm about 98% now. I've been going up 1% per year for the last couple of years, the more I look into it. And so then I had a person send me some stuff on the flat Earth theory. And I was like probably what the people watching right now are doing, going like, oh, come on. Like, they can't, like, that's too crazy. I know this other stuff sounded crazy at the time, but that's too crazy. The place where we live has been a total lie. So I ignored him, actually. And this is sort of like a friend. I didn't ignore him, but I just said, yeah, I watched a bit. I don't know. That's too much. But he kept sending it. And then I started noticing all over the internet people talking more and more about it. So I'd watch another video or read another thing and look at this evidence. And finally, after a certain period of time, I was like, is there something to this? Because what's going on here? And then I came across you, and that's where this all started with me and you, is that I saw what you were doing. I watched a couple of your videos, your interviews, and you were the most well-spoken on it and the most rational. You've written a whole book on it, and you've got so much evidence on it. So I was like, well, and I found out you were an anarchist. I'm like, oh, well, that's interesting. He's actually a morally sound and a peaceful person, which is very rare. And that's a markup in my book any day. So maybe I should talk to this guy and see what's going on. So that's where we're at. I'm going to let you talk for as long as you want on this, and I know you're going to probably be giving us some images and stuff as you talk, if you'd like. I'd first just like to preface before you talk here that Aristotle said that it's the mark of an educated mind to be able to entertain a thought without accepting it, and that's all I'm saying here. I'm not saying that I have accepted the flat Earth theory. I'm just saying I'm entertaining it. I've seen they've got a lot of good information on why this could be true, and so I'm just going to let you go with that. So Eric, take the floor a little bit here and tell us, if you want, tell us a little bit about maybe how you found out about this theory or got into this theory, and then give us your best shot at explaining to someone who's never heard this before why this theory has potential or could be true.
Sure. When they first started explaining it to me in school, I do distinctly remember raising my hand and not understanding how the spinning ball Earth would keep people and the oceans from falling off the bottom, right? And they tried to explain gravity, and, okay, I'm shaking my head and writing down the answers, and, over time you see the NASA images and you just go along to get along, but it was always a nagging doubt in my mind, so I brought that into my 20s when I got into conspiracies with 9/11 as well. That was the first kind of breakthrough, unplugging me from the Matrix kind of event that got me into the whole conspiracy scene in the first place. So I definitely learned how to suspend judgment while you look at evidence, like you were talking about, and you got to do that for this flat Earth thing, because you think you've got so much evidence and proof, and that the Earth is a spinning ball. You've seen it from NASA. You've heard some proofs that your teachers have given you. You've seen the globe on the desk for years, but in fact, the horizon, for instance, is always completely flat. And you don't feel any motion. So if you were just born today and looked out, you wouldn't assume that you're standing on a spinning ball. You'd assume that you were on a flat, motionless plane. So to assume that we are on a spinning ball is actually contrary to our common sense and our everyday experience. And there's also experiments that have been done to test whether we're on a spinning ball or not. For instance, amateur balloons have been sent up past 20 miles, amateur rockets as well, and the horizon rises all the way up with the camera up to 20 miles up, and it's flat all the way around. Now, in NASA images, they claim to be hundreds and hundreds of miles up, and then you start to see curvature. But if you notice, these images are often clearly CGI, computer graphic images, sometimes not so clearly. Sometimes the earlier ones were actually done through a round window, So they've used many different tricks throughout the years, but NASA is essentially Hollywood, and all the images that you think you've seen of a spinning ball Earth are faked. And all the amateur balloon and rocket footage that we've sent up there shows a flat horizon that rises all the way up. And that's impossible on a ball. No matter how big a ball is, as you rise up, you would have to look down to be able to see the horizon. The horizon would not rise up with you. That's a characteristic of an extended flat plane. And when you're in an airplane, you can see out both windows and you can see the horizon at eye level at 35,000 feet and higher, both windows. But think about it. If you're on a ball, over a ball, no matter how big that ball is, you shouldn't be able to see the horizon out your plane window. Now, some people think that they see the curvature of the ball out their plane window, but in fact they're just seeing the curvature of the glass because the windows are all slightly curved to fit with the fuselage. And when you look at the horizon through a window like that, it does give a slight effect. And GoPros and traditional cameras, wide-angle fisheye lenses, they also give this kind of effect. So a lot of footage you'll see of the horizon, it'll warp, and sometimes it'll be convex, sometimes it'll be concave, but as the camera stops moving and stops tilting, it will always pan out to completely flat and on level with the camera. Again, this is just impossible on a ball. It doesn't matter how big the ball is. The ball could be 10 times larger. They tell us it's 25,000 miles in circumference. Even if it was 25 million miles in circumference, if you're above it, you're above it. You would have to look down to the horizon. But you just never will on the Earth, the actual Earth. So the horizon proof is one obvious one, a go-to. Another one is just the natural physics of water. It's the natural physics of water to find and remain at level. If water is dammed up and then released, it will flow out in all directions until it becomes level again. But on a spinning ball Earth, we would have to have oceans that were hundreds of miles of curved water. And this is impossible. I mean, they can't show you any example of this happening, but they claim this is what's happening on the Earth. And then they claim that there's a force called gravity that holds these oceans in just so, that it's strong enough to hold the oceans in, but weak enough to allow, bugs to take off and smoke to rise out a chimney. So the magical force of gravity, which was created by knighted Freemason Sir Isaac Newton, is basically their go-to answer there that explains away anything they have a problem with. Gravity is what they say caused the Big Bang somehow. Gravity is what formed the planets and the sun. Gravity is what causes the planets to orbit around the sun and moons to orbit around planets. Gravity is what causes the water to stick to the planets. Gravity is what causes the tides from the moon. You name it, gravity does it, as far as they're concerned. But in the flat Earth model, gravity is just density or buoyancy. In other words, an object in a medium, depending on their relative densities, will float or sink based on the friction between the two. So whether it's a gas, liquid, or solid, heavy, dense things sink and light things float. There really is an up and down in nature. They try to tell us that everything's a ball, and so up and down is an illusion. People in Australia are hanging upside down, and they don't know it. So that's another philosophical impossibility they kind of get us to believe by thinking that gravity sucks everything into the center of the ball and holds us under the ball. Meanwhile, gravity causes planets to orbit around us. So like I said, when they want to, gravity causes some things to stick to and become central. And sometimes it causes them to orbit things. Sometimes it causes big bangs, apparently. Gravity's a big catch-all term for whatever they want it to be.
Am I right on that I heard that gravity really has never been proven? Like, what did they say gravity is? Like, do they even have like some sort of model, or is it just a word?
Yeah, they've got plenty of calculations, and you can look at Wikipedia, and they've got pages of complex mathematics that I have no idea what it means, and supposedly it all has to do with gravity. But again, in actuality, everything can be explained through density and buoyancy without assuming that there's this magical pulling force that pulls things towards the center. They call it a mutual attraction of masses, and that a mass, by virtue of its mass alone, causes this force called gravity, which causes other smaller masses to orbit or stick to those larger masses. But they can't actually show you any example in nature where this happens. They can't show you some object that's so massive. Why can't they create some CERN, massive thing that's so massive and dense enough that they could at least cause a dust bunny to gravitize around it? They can't create any sort of experiment to prove that this gravity exists, but yet it's their catch-all explanation for everything that they can't explain. So really, the science that people think is so solid that we've been believing with gravity and astronomy and the whole Big Bang cosmology with billions of planets and stars and suns and all this is all science fiction. What's actually going on is we're on a flat plane. I don't know how far the flat plane goes. That's still a mystery. But the sun, moon, stars, all the celestial bodies rotate around us. And this has been proven, too. Since the 1800s, they've done experiments. You can look up Airy's failure is one. George Airy put water in a telescope to slow down the starlight coming in, and comparing it with control telescopes, you're able to see whether it's the starlight that's moving over us relative to a stationary Earth, or is it the moving Earth rotating under a relatively stationary star. And this and many other experiments by Michelson, Morley, Gale, Sagnac, and some others in that time proved that the celestial objects in the sky are all revolving around us, and we are completely still. Those conclusive findings, however, were philosophically debunked by Einstein and his relativity theory, where he banished the absolute ether to absolute relativity and said that you can't determine what is the most central thing in the solar system, and even what is moving around what, essentially, because everything is moving and everything is relative to everything else, and we don't know where the center or the edge of the universe is. So it's like absolute relativity is what I call it. It's a paradox, but through this philosophical paradox of absolute relativity, they banished these conclusive experiments that prove that the Earth is stationary and everything's revolving around us. Since then, we've had planes that can prove even further that the Earth is stationary. Helicopters as well. You'd think if the Earth was revolving under us, you could just hover up in a helicopter and the Earth would revolve underneath, and then you could land when your destination got to you. But of course, they tell us that the magic of gravity holds the atmosphere to the spinning ball too, and so, relatively speaking, you're moving with the ball. Okay. But they've done experiments with projectile cannons as well as planes taking off in all cardinal directions. And if the Earth was spinning 1,000 miles per hour eastward, as they say, and the average commercial airliner goes about 500 miles per hour, your eastward destinations should come up behind you long before you ever reach them. That's just a fact of this. But it's not the case that going in any direction changes the resistance or speed of a airplane. So, and you can imagine how difficult it would be to try to land on a runway that was going at 1,000 miles per hour. Pilots land at all 360 degrees. If the Earth was actually spinning tilted 23 degrees on its axis like that, the only way it would be able to come in on the runway would have to be on very specific angles, otherwise it would be totally off. But again, they just tell you the magic of gravity and the Velcro of the atmosphere somehow makes it so that that's all negligible. Another thing they say is negligible is that, if the Earth was a ball and you're flying over it, you'd have to descend gradually to stay at the same altitude. But it's not the case. Whenever pilots are flying, they go up to their desired altitude, they level off, and their artificial horizon remains level, and they just keep on going until they're ready at their destination, ready to come down. at 500 miles per hour, they would actually have to descend approximately a half a mile every minute just to stay at the same altitude. And this just doesn't happen. If the Earth was a ball and they didn't descend, after a half hour you'd be out into outer space just from going straight, right? I can go on. Like I said, yeah. I've written a book about it. Maybe what I should ask you instead, which is more fun, is why do you think you're on a spinning ball, Jeff?
Well, I don't. I'm glad you asked me a question on that because I have a lot of thoughts on that. I was just thinking as you were writing or talking. Sorry, I was writing, trying to take some notes. What I've found in my life is that, okay, I'm going to give you an example. I started off more the economics side of things when I started to wake up. So my first introduction to, hey, maybe we don't need government, maybe government is evil, was after the tech bubble burst in 2000, and there seemed to be no explanation for it. So I started looking into how the money system worked, and the very first book I read was The Creature from Jekyll Island, and I was like, whoa, this is not what you're told. And then I just kept looking into it, and the further I looked into it in Austrian economics and stuff, and, back then, especially, I was like, hey, I've got to learn this economics because, I have to understand how this system works. I'm quite involved in the financial monetary systems, investing, things like that. If I don't understand economics, that's crazy. And I looked at, what they teach you in school, and it's all these formulas and craziness and Keynesian sort of craziness. We add up all these numbers and then that tells you what the economy will do. It's like, okay, so I was like, well, I'm not smart enough for that kind of stuff. But then I found the Austrian School of Economics and they're like, no, you just look at everything from first principles. You just say, this is the way it is, and you go from there. You don't need all these formulas and stuff. And so what I've discovered over time is that in the economics profession, there's a ton of garbage they just teach you in school, and it actually makes it look really confusing. And you have to be this super genius in math to even think about becoming a really serious economist. But what I found out is most of that stuff, or quite a bit at least, is totally just BS. It has nothing to do with anything. It's useless at the very best. And so when you ask me, why do I believe that I am on a spinning ball or whatever, what came to mind is that, a few years ago, I looked into it's called the Thunderbolt of the Gods, the electric universe theory. We'll put a link to that video down below. And same thing with astronomy. I was like, oh, I don't know. They've got all these computer models, and I'm not very good at math. That's my thing. And I was like, how could I ever even understand any of this stuff? And then I watched the Thunderbolt of the Gods, the Electric Universe theory, and it just made sense. They just asked questions like, why does a comet have a trail of stuff coming off of it, ice or whatever it is, if it's, they've got all these things. And I was like, that makes total sense. If you watch the Thunderbolt from the Gods, you'll understand what I'm saying. And so basically I've come to the conclusion that I just have to use my own brain and my own senses and my own ability to perceive information and go from there. I can't listen to these professors and PhDs because I think they're mostly just spinning garbage. And so that's why I'm so open to what you're talking about, because you're right. I don't feel like I'm on a spinning ball. I might be. I don't know. This is a very new idea, by the way, started by the Masons, 500 years ago or whatever. And before that, it was fairly understood you were on the flat Earth. Then something happened. Some people took over and started killing you if you said you weren't. And then, so yeah, it is definitely all the perceptions that I have go with your theory. And that's why I'm attracted to it. Law of attraction or whatever, I'm open to these ideas. I'm listening to you and writing notes as you speak because it makes so much sense.
Right on. So, thinking about it, back to your education, do you remember any proofs that you were taught as to why you're on a spinning ball? Why is the Earth a ball? Or things you've seen on television, perhaps?
Well, I just didn't go to school much. I think that's why I am able to think fairly freely and not just listen to dogma and not just accept and repeat what I'm told. But no, I think it's mostly just growing up in a situation where, like you said, you got that globe on the desk. You listen to the news or anything, and they talk about NASA did this in outer space, and here's the photos of the Earth, which now that I look at them, they all look fake. But so yeah, I think you're just sort of ensconced in this sort of environment where these things are just never brought up, and so you just assume it must be the case.
Yeah, you got it, man. And yeah, like you're saying, the people that are the most indoctrinated are the professors and the people who've looked into this so much. They've just been buying what is being told to them by authority, and so they're arguing from authority, and you can see it in the comment sections of everything I make. The argument is always from authority. When you argue from evidence, experience, and experiments, you're going to come to a flat, motionless Earth every single time.
Yeah, I'm sure we're going to have a million comments down below. And, I have this one, there's a few people every now and then that say this. They say, you're hurting the liberty movement by talking about things like this, because a lot of people think this is crazy, including myself, they say. And, it's usually some little loser. And I've had this happen even just in the last few weeks. Just some loser who's never done anything. And he's like watching you because, he's never done anything. So he's got to watch everything you're doing. And they'll say, you can't talk about this stuff because you're hurting the liberty movement. It's like, fuck off. You're not doing anything for the liberty movement. I'm working like morning to night on it. I've probably brought in more people than most people into the liberty movement in the last few years. So yeah, go, take a walk, you're a bunch of losers. So we'll see that down in the comments down below. But let's talk to the people that are really into science, or as I'm starting to call it, scientism, after I got that word from Mark Passio. There's going to be a lot of people who are really into the science. And, hey, don't get me wrong, I think it's possible that the science stuff is right. I don't know. I have to see with my own eyes more to see it. But they're going to say stuff like, what about when they, there's all these scientific sort of reasons why, that this can't be right. Maybe you can talk about a few of those sort of things that you debunk a little bit from the flat Earth theory, how some of these, what the people are going to say about how science proves this is wrong. Like, for example, some experiments or something like that. I'm sure you know more about it than me.
Sure. Yeah, this is what I was trying to get out of you in the first place. So, so for instance, people will usually come at you with, well, what about circumnavigation? That's one you learn in school. We can circumnavigate the globe, so it must be a globe. You can go all the way around it. So if the Earth was flat, you couldn't go around a flat Earth. But the flat Earth model, what we're looking at here is, imagine a disk with Antarctica being an ice ring all around it and the oceans being held in, and the North Pole at the middle. So with this model, circumnavigation just means east to west, like a compass point, set it in the middle. You can trace a circle. And Magellan's journey, for instance, basically was that, with a few inlets and outlets along the way. All he did was go around from east to west, the flat Earth. This doesn't prove that you're on a globe or a flat Earth either way. It can go either way. So basically, the circumnavigation proof is not a proof at all. It could happen regardless of whether the Earth was flat or a ball. Another scientific proof that they'll come at you with is that ships, as they're disappearing on the horizon, as they get further and further away, the bottom, the hull, will start to disappear before the masthead. And so what's happening is it's slowly going over the curvature of the Earth. It's going over the ball. And this is, Aristotle used this. This has been a proof of the ball Earth for a long time. The ball Earth has been theorized back as far as Pythagoras 2,500 years ago, but it didn't really pick up steam until 500 years ago. But so anyway, yeah, this one is one they use a lot. But in actuality, if you use binoculars, a zoom camera, a telescope, after the ship has completely disappeared over the horizon, you can bring it completely back into view, proving that it hasn't descended over a wall of convex water. But in fact, it's just gone beyond your perspective. The horizon line is not the curvature of the ball Earth as you're told. The horizon line is the vanishing line of perspective from your point of view. And that's why as you raise altitude or on a clearer day or with a zoom camera, you're able to see further and further along the horizon. It's not a fixed point as it would be on a ball, as they tell you. So again, this is another supposed scientific proof of the ball Earth, but when you do experiments yourself with a telescope, you can see that that's bunk, and in fact, you've proven the opposite.
And just, I know there's going to be a lot of people who are going to be devil's advocating, watching this. So I'll do it for them because I've asked these questions as well. So my question was, why, if it's a flat Earth, why couldn't you stand on the coast of California with a telescope and see Japan or Hawaii or something? And I think you know the answer to that. I'll let you answer that.
Yeah. You can't see an unlimited distance, regardless of whether the Earth is flat or a globe. And the lowest layer of the atmosphere is the densest and not transparent. So if you imagine like a hot, humid day, the haze over a road, all telescopes will eventually blur out in that same kind of way due to the air. So no, you can't see an infinite distance. And the reason people think this, again, is they think that when they point their telescopes up, that they're seeing starlight from trillions and trillions of miles away, because that's what they've been told by NASA. Now, in fact, you can measure with sextants and plane trigonometry how far away the sun, moon, and stars are, and they figure to be only a few thousand miles off the surface of the Earth. But they tell you that they're like the closest star is 25 trillion miles away, 4.2 light years away. Their science fiction term they created to make it sound more plausible. And the reason they give these ridiculously long distances to the stars is because they have to for it to fit their model. Because day after day, year after year, the fixed stars stay fixed in their constellations as they revolve over and around us. But what they say is that the Earth is spinning, and it's spinning around the sun, and the sun is spinning around the Milky Way, and the Milky Way is spinning around the known universe. And so you've got spinning upon spinning, and it's faster and faster, all these multiple spins happening. But if this is the case, you'd see movement in the stars. So the only way they can claim that you don't see movement is to use this ridiculously huge mathematics to make the math fit. So if you say the closest star is 25 trillion miles away, then you can still say that, oh, there's no parallax change between the fixed stars every year because they're just so far away. But no, you can't see that far through even the best telescope. And by the way, the Hubble telescope doesn't exist, and all the images supposedly coming from the Hubble telescope are wonderful CGI Photoshop. Look again.
Yeah, I was just looking that up yesterday. So, I'm just like looking at, okay, let's go look at what the Hubble telescope things are. I've never looked at them. I don't care that much. I'm busy doing my own thing. So I said, well, what's this Hubble taking anyway? So I went and looked at the images, and these images are, wow, these are amazing. Like, how are they getting such amazing images? Like, why don't they turn it back around on the Earth and get some really amazing images of the Earth? Like, they don't really have any images of the ball Earth that's ever been taken, right? Like, that was my question. And I actually had another one too, was about Antarctica. This is a really interesting one in my opinion. I want to hear your answer. It appears like no one has ever crossed Antarctica from one side of the Earth to the other side of the Earth, even in a plane. Which seems insane to me, and maybe you know of some evidence that they have, but I don't know of any. Or at least someone's claiming that they have. And so I was sort of chatting with a friend the other day, because I've been so interested in this, I've been looking it up, and I said, well, if, we really just need to get a plane and fly it over Antarctica, like just to see what's going on. And my friend who doesn't know anything about your theories or anything, he said, oh, no, it's just way too cold. And I'm like, well, they fly over the North Pole pretty much all the time. And he said, no, it's just way too cold. It's too big, too, down there. And I said, well, in the 1960s, they had the technology to fly to the moon, which is way colder and way hotter, play some golf, drive around in a golf cart, and come back. Why can't we ever get a plane to fly over Antarctica? So I'll let you respond to that one.
Absolutely, exactly. That's exactly what they say. They say that it's too cold, and that's why there aren't these flights. But there's flights from Australia to South America, for instance. That if the Antarctica is a little ice continent underneath the ball, as they tell us, then you should take the most direct flight. But they don't take the most direct flight in all these cases. They go around, a long way around, and the excuse they give is that it's too cold. And like you said, well, that doesn't make any sense because it's way colder and hotter out there on the moon and on the way to the moon that they supposedly went. So why is Antarctica giving them such a problem? And
they haven't gone to the bottom of the ocean yet. The more you think about it, it's like a lot of things don't make any sense. It's like, well, if they can do this, why can't they do that? And if they can do that so easily, why can't they just fly over the Antarctica? And then, of course, as you know, and you mentioned Antarctica is pretty much a no man's zone. It's a militarized zone. If you try to get in there, you'll probably be turned back. So they don't want you to know what's there, from what I can tell.
That's right, yeah. People like Jarl Anderhoy have been turned away when you try to just go there on your own without one of their pre-approved tour groups. They will turn you away at gunpoint, fine you, and put you in jail. They don't take kindly to that at all. And yeah, they don't want you to expose the hoax. There's a UN treaty that's been going on since the 50s there, so they don't let anyone in there other than their pre-approved guided tours that they take people to the fake South Pole. They've got a ceremonial South Pole there at an arbitrary point along the Antarctic ice, and they take people there. It's a little barbershop red and white pole, and there's a ball earth on top of it. And they take photos there and tell people that they're at the South Pole. And it's interesting, though, you can hear on a BBC clip them talking about how, well, it's not actually the South Pole. The real South Pole is somewhere, several meters away. And so they tell us that this spinning ball Earth model is that the magnetism of the ball Earth happens from the molten metal core middle of the ball, and it causes the geomagnetic poles to constantly shift, so the north and south poles are constantly moving. So this is their perfect excuse that they can give for when people go to the South Pole and break out a compass and see that north isn't in every direction as they go around the pole. They can just say, oh, well, the pole's constantly moving, so there's no way that you can find it. And in the North Pole documentaries, they never break out a compass there either, nor do they give any star readings to prove that they actually are at the North Pole. So I'm quite skeptical of all the footage I've seen claiming to be at the North Pole or the South Pole. Whether they're actually there. They just show a Garmin, which is GPS, Global Positioning System, which is created by the U.S. military. And I'm not trusting the U.S. military just to show me 90 degrees north latitude on a Garmin, and I believe that they're where they say they are. So yeah, I have some serious questions about why people can't go to the North Pole or to Antarctica and independently explore it. Pilots are also not allowed to go over there independently. They have some polar routes, they're called, but they don't go directly over the North Pole, and nor do they ever circumnavigate under the supposed ball from one side of Antarctica to the other. They always go around. You can check for yourself on all these flights. If the Earth was really a ball and they can survive the cold of outer space, they should be able to fly a straight route across Antarctica.
Yeah, you'd think we'd have the technology for that, to just fly a plane from South America to, I guess, what's on the other side in their theory, Africa or something. I think we should push for this. Let's do like a crowdfund or something to try to do the first manned aircraft flight over Antarctica. We probably need about at least I don't know what we'd need because if your theory is right, they probably won't be coming back because they'd get so far that they wouldn't have any gas to get back. And I don't know what's out there, but probably not anywhere good to land. Right. And who knows, but or they get shot down. That's probably the other thing, especially as it got public. So If you're a really rich guy out there, if you're a billionaire and you want to do something super cool for humanity, and you're willing to die, try to fly over Antarctica and see what happens, and try to get us that information back somehow in real time using some sort of radio frequencies or something, so that we know what you see before you die, as you either get shot down or something else happens probably. Or if you get to the other side, great, then this theory's wrong and that's it. But this is what we have to do is question these things and look at real evidence. And like you pointed out, after everything I've seen, I don't listen to anything the government says. I don't believe anything the government says, and that's where I start. So you said, oh, the government says here's your Garmin with your GPS. It's like, well, who made up GPS? Oh, the U.S. military. Okay, I don't believe it. I believe those numbers are there, and I believe they actually work on where we live to get from place to place. But as far as it being a whole theory that makes sense, and I'm just going to take it from them, no.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'd like to see some experiments done like that. If people could get a drone or a plane, either the North Pole or Antarctica, or take ships out there and try to walk it out. Somebody could fund Matt Boylan. He was trying to get an expedition to go from any entry point in Antarctica in a straight line and see whether he comes out the other side or what happens. What else could people do? I'm up for anything. I would love to see people who are, once you figure out this is definitely what's going on. As far as I'm concerned, we don't actually need to do this to figure out the Earth is not spinning and not a ball. That's been decided. But as far as what's beyond the Antarctic ice, that I don't know. Whether there's an edge, a barrier, a dome, or an infinite plane and it just goes on forever. Who knows?
Yeah, we should point out that it is kind of dangerous to talk about these things. There was David Cameron, the prime sinister or the prime murderer of the UK, was at the One World Government headquarters, the UN, which actually uses the flat Earth as a flag. That's very interesting. And he said that the non-violent extremism is just as dangerous as terrorism and must be eradicated using all means at the government's disposal. He references 9/11 and 7/7 truthers, examples of the type of extremism that must be dealt in a similar fashion to ISIS. And of course, the U.S. government and the CIA is ISIS. So, but no, this is quite serious. What he's saying is that they should kill us if we question what they're saying. And so, for people out there, if you're wondering why you don't hear a lot of these other theories, or especially this theory, it's probably because people are too scared to say it. Like if we're gone in the next few months and I die of a heart attack or something, and Eric, whatever, some strange car crashes unexpectedly, pretty much you can assume that we probably got taken out. But what we got to do is spread this information. And I'm not saying, again, I'm not 100% on the flat Earth. I'm going to need to see more evidence, but I think the evidence is incredibly compelling to the point where I will continue to look into it for sure. I think it is a point, though, as well, that David Cameron said that us people who are questioning what they're saying essentially is what he's saying, and actually rationally looking at the evidence. He's saying that we're as dangerous to them as terrorism. And that's actually right, because if enough people wake up and look at all the evidence and listen to their own senses and what they're seeing, and not to some professor on TV who's got all these charts and numbers that you don't understand and probably no one understands, and if anyone understands it, they probably don't even get that how it relates to anything. They're just like math freaks or something. This actually is dangerous to the government, and he's right. And so they're going to try to shut it down any way they can. So we have to just get this information out there. I'm not saying, again, that I'm a flat earther yet. But the more you look into it, I'm going to have to see some real solid evidence that I can see with my own eyes to prove one way or another at this point, I think.
Yeah, man. The second president of the International Flat Earth Research Society, Charles K. Johnson, he had his house burned down and all of his flat earth materials, books, correspondence, his whole library, and he swore till his dying day that it was a NASA agent that did it, who also tried to kill him on more than one occasion. So there's definitely that aspect to it. They also have controlled opposition set up to defer people away from the legitimate flat earth. So for instance, the International Flat Earth Research Society I just mentioned was started in 1957, and in 1970 they started out the Flat Earth Society, of Canada, and then they took off the word Canada right away. And this one was a satirical society set up to control the opposition, to make it look ridiculous. And they did a wonderful job. Their president, Leo Ferrari, would go on television interviews claiming to be a flat earther, but then doing ridiculous things like taking on a big rock and saying, I was just at the edge of the earth and I almost fell off. I lost all my shipmates, but I held on to this rock and I saved me. And so I just brought this here from the edge of the flat earth to show you. And he'd say things like this. And nowadays, the Flat Earth Society promotes false flat Earth arguments, such as the flat Earth disk constantly rising to account for gravity. They say instead of the force of gravity pulling us down, the flat Earth disk constantly rises up. And they claim that this is what flat Earthers believe. But as I said earlier, we don't take gravity as being real in the first place. We just take experience and experiments, the zetetic method as it's called, just common sense. You don't need to, Occam's razor, you don't need to make unnecessary assumptions and call something gravity when it's completely explained with the already existing laws of density and buoyancy. So that's characteristic of their pseudoscience that's nowadays taught as science. And when somebody presents you with ideas of a flat Earth or a geocentric system, that's thought of as ancient pseudoscience that our ignorant ancestors believed, when in fact the experiments, experience, evidence, common sense is actually on that side, and we've been fed a bill of lies, pseudoscience, for so long that we believe it to be science.
Yeah, they always try to flip everything like to be the opposite of what it really is. And when I say they, I don't know exactly totally everything about all this stuff, but it appears to be Freemasonry seems to be a big one involved in what they call the occult, the hiding the knowledge. Occult just means hidden. And for whatever reason, over the last few hundred years, it looks like they have just decided they don't want people to know what life is. They want to totally try to confuse them in every single way, including the money system. If you're in the U.S. and you pull out a $1 bill, just look at the back of the $1 bill. That's the Masonry symbol, the all-seeing eye pyramid. So you have an occult symbol in your pocket. So this is not crazy theories. This is what's going on. I've heard that what they're trying to do is trying to get humanity away from God, whatever God is, spirit, gods, from themselves, from understanding truth, from being human, basically. And I don't know why they're doing that, and I don't know if it's satanic, or I don't know if they're just screwed up psychopaths. I don't know, and maybe you do know. And if you feel you have some evidence on that, let me know. But isn't that right, that it's basically been sort of from Freemasonry, they've been trying to hide this knowledge for a long time? And if it is true, do you know why they're trying to do it?
Yeah. Yeah, like you said on the dollar bill, the mono eye, that's the one eye of Freemasonry, of the Illuminati, whatever you want to call it. So money is definitely part of the scheme. As you mentioned, the UN, their symbol, their logo, their flag is a flat earth. And it's divided like a target, like a bullseye. It's divided into 33 sections. And, there's 33 degrees of Freemasonry. The first 3 degrees are called the blue degrees. The flag also happens to be blue. So, yeah, you've got that encoded there. And then the people who originally brought us the spinning ball Earth from all the way back to Pythagoras and Copernicus, Galileo, Newton, Kepler, these people are all Freemasons as well. I showed in my Freemasons Exposed book, there's pictures, paintings of them doing Freemasonic hand signs, standing with Freemasonic objects and everything. And of course, nowadays, the NASA astronauts are unabashed Masons. You can just look online and find that literally every astronaut that claims to have walked on the moon, and every astronaut that even claims to have been in Earth orbit is a Mason, or their father was a Mason, and it's openly admitted. So this deception has been orchestrated by and acted out by these actor-nauts or astronauts, depending on how you look at it. They're Freemasons, on the mathematical, astronomical side, as well as the exploratory astronaut side, the whole thing. Even the Hollywood side, Hollywood is run by Freemasonry as well. So the special effects, everything they're using, right from their gravity, think of the G in the compass and the square, another possible meaning for that G. You've got God, geometry, gnosis, and perhaps gravity, their biggest deception. And you can see even Masons today, like Neil deGrasse Tyson and Carl Sagan, they're always given their little Masonic hand signs and whatnot. So it's definitely part of the big boys club that's given us every other deception, and it's worth looking into based on that alone. And the more you look into it, the more you're going to find that, like you were saying, the reason they've done this is to position themselves as the authority. Once they tell you that because of their special telescopes and their special rockets and all these technologies that they have that you don't, that are able to see out into the cosmos and determine all of these things, that they are the authority, and so you have to go to them, you have to watch their documentaries, you have to go to Neil deGrasse Tyson, and you gotta prostrate yourself at his feet and ask, "Oh, mighty NDT, tell me please, what is the universe like?" And you give up your own common sense and your own experience to him, and he tells you that you're on a spinning ball, and he tells you all the, he weaves quite a nice story, and he does a lot of nice little NLP stuff. I don't know how he does it. Well, you got the Mason hand signs going, you got the little NLP, you got the flat earthers over here, and the ball earthers over here, So they've got all their little magician tricks that they're using, from CGI to zero-G planes to underwater pools, to make you think that they're floating in outer space. But in reality, what goes up must come down. There is no point where you can just go up in a rocket and suddenly pop out into the nothingness, the vacuum of infinite space, they call it, which is a paradox if I've ever heard one. How can there be a vacuum in infinite space when it's adjacent to an atmosphere and not separated in any way? You can't have a vacuum. How does gravity pull you back to the Earth, but then get less and less to the point that you float? How does that happen? And they said that the atmosphere is spinning because the gravity is sticking it to it. So if you figure that, the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, but then as you go up higher and higher, the atmosphere must be spinning even faster because it's further away from the point of the center of rotation. So as you're going up in your rocket, you're going through layer after layer of constantly faster and faster spinning atmosphere hitting your rocket until finally you pop out into non-spinning vacuum of infinite space, says NASA. Interesting that we all buy this and just accept this, even though it's physically and philosophically impossible. We just watch a little CGI image and a little camera trickery. You splice a rocket launch together with something else, and then you think that they're in outer space. But again, if you use your eyes and you watch those rockets, you'll see that they don't go straight up. Every single rocket forms a parabolic curve, just like every amateur rocket, just like any projectile that you would send up. It couldn't just go straight up and keep on going until you go into outer space. It comes right back down. But what does NASA tell you when you ask them the question, well, why is there a parabola formed by all of your rockets? Well, that's because it's going to spin around the ball Earth before it reaches escape velocity, and then it will go out into outer space from there. Right. I've seen a documentary full of nothing but NASA rocket launch failures, and if you just watch that, I don't think you'll be able to believe that they've put a man on the moon or even put a rocket out as far into outer space as these supposed ISS images are coming from. It's absolutely ridiculous. The technology we have is nothing like the science fiction that we've been shown.
Yeah, it's amazing. So much deception. I was talking, we could talk forever about this. I don't want to keep you too long. And if people really like this, we can have Eric back on another time to do it and maybe answer your questions or whatever. And if you don't like it, then that's the last time he's on because I need ratings. So I'm just joking. So I was chatting with a friend who again was because he's a very science guy, which is fine, whatever. And he said, we started talking about the space station. And I said, why do they even have the space station? Why don't they just put it on the moon? And he was like, well, no, they want to have it there because they want to study orbits or whatever. And I said, okay. And I said, well, why don't they just put one on the moon? It was so easy like 45 years ago just to fly up, drive around a go-kart, play golf, take some really awesome, amazing pictures and then just, hop in like this little tinfoil thing and then float in outer space and then come back and then it was really easy back then. I don't know what's changed since then, but why don't they put like something on the moon, like, because now I'm hearing they're starting to talk about Mars, and they're like, we want to do put humans on Mars and start a colony. It's like, why don't you do it on the moon? It's so much closer, according to what you guys say. It's like, and it'd be so much easier. And if it's so easy to get to the moon, the guys on the space station should, just every weekend go to the moon. Why not? They're already out there. It's just like, bloop, hop in that little tinfoil thing and just, land down, no problem, go, drive around a bit, have some fun, then come back. It'd be like a nice little weekend getaway, because the hard part's really, according to them, getting outside of the atmosphere, right? So once they're out there, just take off to the moon for the weekend, but they never do. No one's ever going there. I don't know why. It's strange.
That's a good point. Yeah, why haven't they been back there in 45 years? Then, if you look at the moon on a clear night during a waxing or waning cycle, you can see through it. Especially if you look during the afternoon, you'll notice that the supposed craters on the moon, you can see the blue sky right through those craters. Just look up, type in moon afternoon or something in Google and take a look. Or when you can see the moon sometime around 4 or 5 o'clock, when it's still, the sky's still blue, the sun's still out a little bit, but you still got the moon there, you'll notice that what is called craters is clearly not craters. And the supposed solid globe-shaped moon that they've presented us with cannot be the case, because you're seeing right through it. And even astronomers from the Royal Astronomical Association from hundreds of years ago have have written periodically having seen stars and planets through the moon. So like the popular Islamic flag and the symbol you see on mosques, for instance, with a crescent moon and a star occulting it, that actually happens. You can see that happen. So the moon, it appears, is its own unique light. It's semi-transparent and self-luminescent, whereas they tell us it's a spherical terra firma body that reflects sunlight. But you can prove that this is not the case, and that the sun and the moon are actually the same size as they appear. That's another thing. We were talking about things that you can see with your eyes, but then are told to be different by so-called science. They tell us the sun is 400 times bigger and 400 times further away than the moon, and from our faulty parallax perspective, we just see them appearing as exactly the same size. Big and really far away. But if you're just using your own eyes, you would see that they are the same size, and the horizon is flat, and the earth isn't moving, and everything in the heavens does revolve around us. Like you said, why haven't they been to the moon? Because you can't go to the moon. The moon is just a light. It's not a spherical terra firma, Earth-like body that you can land masons on.
Yeah, we should keep this a little shorter, because I think if anyone's watched this far, they already know most of this stuff. And if they haven't watched this far, then they've already given up because they're like, oh, these guys are crazy, so there's no point even talking any further. So, but there's probably some people who are like, whoa, and watching and watching and watching. So why don't you let us know where people can get more information on this sort of stuff? That's one thing I noticed. It seems to be all over the place. Maybe you, since you've already written what I consider the only book I know of that looks like it makes a lot of sense, The Flat Earth Conspiracy. Maybe you can sort of figure out a way that people can, or maybe you already have it, some sort of place where people can put evidence that proves the flat Earth theory that can be all collected, actual evidence using video cameras and showing, whatever. It obviously could be fake, but some sort of repository for this information that you can build off. But anyway, let people know where they should go if they want more information on the flat Earth and about your books and everything else.
Yeah, I actually just restarted the International Flat Earth Research Society that I was talking about earlier. That ended after he died and his materials were all burnt down. So I started it up again as a forum, and I've put on all the materials that I have on there, and everybody on there is collecting their own experiments and evidence as well. So I definitely recommend going over there if you're interested in learning more about the flat Earth. It's ifers.boards.net, which is ifers.boards.net. My website is atlanteanconspiracy.com. I have a flat Earth section on there. You can see a bunch of research I've compiled there. And my book, The Flat Earth Conspiracy, you can get from the website as well. I have a documentary called The Flat Earth Conspiracy you can see on YouTube. Go to my YouTube channel, Eric Dubé, and actually I have a lot of documentaries on the flat Earth and other related subjects. That's a good place to go if you're wanting to look into some more of this information. Check out Eric Dubé, ERICDUBAY, on YouTube.
That's great. And I have to say, after talking to you in person, I'm even getting closer to pretty much being a flat Earth person. I think I'm going to hold that still because I haven't done enough research on my own to be totally comfortable. But just the way you are and the way you talk and how you're on the same wavelength as me on 9/11 and all these things says to me that either we're both crazy, which a lot of people are going to say, or I should listen to you because you're on the similar track to me, so you can bring me a lot more information which I can decipher and figure out for my own self, make my own decision on what I think is correct. But fascinating stuff. I'm really glad to have had you on. I think we're probably going to end up having you on again if you're open to it because, already we're up to an hour here, and we want to make this quite a good video as well, so we're going to put in some graphics and stuff. So this could be quite a bit of work for a lot of people involved here to kind of show you what Eric's talking about. So let's keep this one to about an hour now. And like I said, if you like this, if you're interested, you want more, please comment anywhere you see this on Facebook or on YouTube and just say, yeah, I want to hear more about this. And if not, no big deal. It was just information. We're just trying to figure out what's real and what's not. And there's a lot more unreal out there than we appear to know. So we're just digging into all that kind of stuff. And now we're the terrorists. So welcome to 1984. And so, if you like this information, share, subscribe to this channel, download this may get taken off YouTube, and that should be a sort of a little bit of hint. YouTube owned by Google, I believe, with the slogan, "Don't be evil." I think it's should be don't expose evil is really what it is. And so, yeah, download this, put it on something that can't be destroyed by an electromagnetic pulse, which they could totally do at any time. All this kind of stuff. They want to hang on to their control of this reality grid. And the more that we can just get information out there, the better. So please subscribe, share, and download this video and keep it and re-upload it. I don't care. Re-upload it anywhere on any video channel because they will probably be starting to ban a lot of these pretty soon if people start talking about it. And so that's it for Anarchast, your home for anarchy on the internet. Peace, love, and anarchy.
Okay. I just got the tail end of that. So when he says put your stuff on a fucking media device that can't electromagnetic stuff, what does not do that?
Astronauts to the moon.
Ignition sequence start. 2, 1.
You've had your time, now you gotta go. So withdraw, bitch and yaw, algebra, don't you gnaw? No need to frown, but you gotta go. Cause what we saw, so bizarre, NASA nah, ugh. Switch up, cause we gotta stop with the 9 and move to phenomena. So pack your landers fast, cause we're getting rid of ya. We're wanting to ditch ya, can't quite see why some lunatics wanna double ya.
Went out.
No mas nasa.
Went out again.
NASA, we're moving past ya. All the CGI we're getting is so old. Mama, Trump or Obama, all these sloppy, choppy crappies gotta go.
NASA goes nowhere.
NASA, if you care,
Yes,
we want some new face. NASA, listen here.
NASA, take a chair.
Yes, we want some new face. New face, new face, new face, new face, new face, new face.
Round up those lives from long ago. Adios, idiots. Take with y'all the lunar modula and the robot. Don't you want to let Apollo go? I say yes. You say yes. Oh, yes.
Come back down. Falcon 9, first stage.
Enter Elon. He hails from Africa. Picked by NASA, so you can bet that he'll be taking ya. Keep an eye in the sky for Elon before he steals another billion, or launches or lands another rocket full of billion.
Ilona, gonga kota, hamdu namsa namja noya gunu funsa. Simunkwa, hoku tsioda, ponantusa nimpusa utina.
NASA goes nowhere.
NASA, if you care,
Yes,
we want some new face. NASA, listen here.
NASA, take a chair. Yes,
We want some new face. New face, new face, new face, new face, new face, new face. Hey, we want some new face.
hey, we want some new face.
Hey, we want some new face.
Hey, we want some new face. NASA goes nowhere.
NASA, if you care,
Yes,
we want some new face. NASA, listen here.
NASA, take a chair.
Yes, we want some new face. New face. New face.
New fakes. The fakest fake ever faked.
Sedun cazzo.
Sí, por favor. Porque yo necesito ir al baño. And now look at you, you're all wet.
How'd you know that?
The pool, you fell in the pool.
Oh.
Wow.
is a mirage. A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is photoshopped because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a Freemasonic galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof, it seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type, you're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal, indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting, the earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage. They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelt. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now, you lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I'm taking. But you can see if you check all the percentages, so many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small, and now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal, indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting, the earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
dreamed of going up to outer space? Or maybe meeting other beings from another place? Have you ever wondered what it's like on other planets? Then you watch a science show and come to believe you understand it? You feel empowered by the knowledge and you feel enlightened, listening to Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson. But then you wake up and you start to see the obvious. Life is just a lie and this whole world ain't what we thought it was. NASA's missions to the moon were never completed. They just filmed them in a room and people believe it. I used to wonder what it's like to be an astronaut. Now when I see them acting, I can't help but to laugh a lot. They give us cartoons and they claim that we live on a ball, but it's flat and it's not moving or spinning at all. Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go. History has been rewritten by winners of wars. The Jesuit order, Khazars, Freemasons, and more. They pulled the veil over our eyes, and it's time to awaken. Through organized indoctrination, our minds have been taken. It's time we take our power back and we rescue our people. The Vatican and the bankers are like Resident Evil. They may have had the greatest plan that was ever concocted, but Illuminati never thought that they'd ever be spotted. They're manufacturing reality all in our heads. They tell us if the earth is flat, then we'll fall off the edge. But if it is a spinning ball, we won't fall off it then. And gravity is our imaginary magic friend. Why is water always flat when unmanipulated? Why are pictures of the earth computer generated? Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
It's becoming 100% crystal clear that you and the other space programs that are in operation are connected and are deceiving the entire world. More and more people are waking up every single day, and we are now able to see right through you. But what we really want to know is, why are you lying? Sincerely, me and the great people of this earth.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
What you see is just illusions. What you see is just illusions. What you see is just illusions. What you see is just illusions.
Take a look around you, what you see is just illusions. Everything goes in circles, but there's no revolutions. They create the problems, then they offer the solutions. We're nothing but going to them, they treat us like subhumans. Take a look around you, what you see is just illusions. Everything goes in circles, but there's no revolutions. They create the problems, then they offer the solutions. We're nothing but goyim to them, they treat us like subhumans. Repeat after me, I am not free. They're lying to you, they're lying to me. What are they hiding? I'm dying to see. Why is it God that they're trying to be? The acquisition of wealth and power is what they know. They've always been among us, they own us, they run the show. When it comes to making a difference, we ain't moving. Freedom is a fallacy, you're just a free-range human. From the crib to the grave, you live as a slave, and that's just a matter of fact. If you wanna see change, forget all the games, we're gonna just have to attack. This is our world and we're snatching it back. If you don't want it, move off to the side. Not for the cowardly, not for the weak, only the strong come along for the ride. Won't be so simple, I'm not gonna lie, but that doesn't mean that I'm not gonna try. With everything that they're doing to all of us, maybe tomorrow we're all gonna die. Either way, they kill us slowly, dumb us down and make us dopey. Everything you see is fake and all the news you get is phony. It's time we show the people how the elite are so deceitful. It's time we rise up high up enough to expose this evil. Take a look around you, what you see is just illusions. Everything goes in circles, but there's no revolutions. They create the problems, then they offer the solutions. We're nothing but goyim to them, they treat us like subhumans. Take a look around you, what you see is just illusions. Everything goes in circles, but there's no revolutions. They create the problems, then they offer the solutions. We're nothing but goyim to them, they treat us like subhumans.
What you see is just illusions. What you see is just illusions. What you see is just illusions. What you see is just illusions.
ODB TV Truth Division, the one and only. They hate the fact that I'm nosy, but I say fuck it, blow me. I'm a researcher, a real truth seeker. This is my classroom, fool, I'm a school teacher. Prepare to be blown away, everything you know gets thrown away. Take your mind to a whole nother level, put the pedal to the metal with no delay. How much worse must it get before we do something about it? For we are many, they are few, man, we got them surrounded. It's time we think outside the cage where our brains have been placed. The true history of the world has been changed and erased. It's 1984, these things are so Orwellian. Big brother, motherfucker, super totalitarian. Your thoughts being suggested, your speech being suppressed, always being corrected, freedom being oppressed, always under surveillance, in a state of unrest. And if you protest it, they put your ass under arrest. Take a look around you, what you see is just illusions. Everything goes in circles, but there's no revolutions. They create the problems, then they offer the solutions. We're nothing but goyim to them, they treat us like subhumans. Take a look around you, what you see is just illusions. Everything goes in circles, but there's no revolutions. They create the problems, then they offer the solutions. We're nothing but goyim to them, they treat us like subhumans.
What you see is just illusions. What you see is just illusions. What you see is just illusions. What you see is just illusions.
have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
we were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not black and white. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas.
Don't let it say the sky was not the limit. We fly to the moon in another second, but we haven't been back since 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew, except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun. It's the darkest light you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Debunk my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, homeboy.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak. And what you would do is lose air.
Once went to school to learn how to fly or how to be cool. We learned all well, had our egos swell. Now when we want proof, no one can tell what it is. No one knows or won't tell, because the earth is flat. Kumbaya, kumbaya, we see too far. Kumbaya, kumbaya, we see this now. Kumbaya, kumbaya, the earth is flat. The earth is flat. Kumbaya, kumbaya, we see is that we had the technology, but now it's all been lost. Eyes don't petty, 'cause NASA never lies. The earth is flat, kumbaya, kumbaya. We see too far, kumbaya, kumbaya. We see this now, kumbaya, kumbaya. The earth is flat. The earth
The truth is objective, but it's not always obvious, especially when we have preconceived ideas about what it is. Please wake up. Do you know the truth? Do you know the truth? Or will it break you? It's about how we respond to new information, shutting down with curiosity and elation. It's the fear of new things blocking innovation, a fear of old things, a forgetful nation, a fear of facts, of moral resignation. As per design, it's the plantation. But I don't want that for you. Please learn logic and study creation. Then you can discern what is true for yourself with experience and experimentation. It's called empirical verification and falsification. But it requires logic, since mankind is prone to fool itself with fallacious connotation. So the cabal simply removed logic from public education. Do you know the truth? 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 Do you know it? Do you know it? You don't have to know everything, just know the value of logic and objective evidence. You don't have to believe a thing, just do the work, know and note the righteous precedents. Simply take back your mind and take up residence in the objective reality. Don't let them rule you through decree, becoming an unwitting devotee, parroting religious zealotry. Let me give you the skeleton key. First part, logic and health, mental and physical deficiency. Sunlight, iodine, B12 and vitamin C. If you want to become an escapee and be set free, stop eating the fruit from the poisonous tree. And I know it might sound at the edge of crazy, and the general first thought is,
You're lazy. My expert has the highest degree. Everyone knows it's totally outer spacey. You must be crazy.
That is an example of why we need logic, since that is an irrational red herring from what I'm communicating, combined with an ad hominem, ad vercuntium, ad populum fallacies. That's not actually debating. That's being deceptively calculating, or in ignorance too accommodating to the fallacies on TV that have been indoctrinating. It's honestly nauseating, with fresh NPCs every day populating, an uphill battle, yet we're dominating. All we ask is for you to start investigating so you can start substantiating and articulating and perhaps a modicum of self-regulating. Enough of the easy mode troll decapitating, just turn to stone with the truth illuminating. The truth can't be stopped because it's reverberating. You don't go back to the lie because it's liberating. Do you know the truth? 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 You're not a person, a fictional entity, a man or a woman is what you're meant to be. Your children are not kids, the offspring of goats. They're your treasure, your future, your freshly sown notes. Not to be given up for government notes. If you believe otherwise, you're very nice, not wise, but very foolish. A bit ghoulish, cause you don't know and you cannot rule this. You're afraid of being idiots, I'm serious, it's insidious. It comes from the word idiosyncratic, meaning peculiar and distinctive. Like being Socratic or romantic. Epistemology reveals it, words have meaning, and most have no idea what they mean. The truth? Do you know the truth? Do you know the truth? Do you know the truth? Drace 24/7 Flat Earth Discord dedicated to all the new people who have yet to fully turn into a glow pad. There's still hope for you.
You know the hole in
Shut
a
up,
donut?
Brenda.
That's
I'm trying to
space
sing
time.
here. Bro, don't you even know how much we love the ball once like you? We heard it all before, it's not new to us anymore. Bro, don't you even know half the things the ball makes claims to? And there's a lot for us to get through. For you, anyway. Bro, can't you even see all in, the globe lie. He's all in, the globers, they don't win. Be honest, that works best. Any evidence of the curve earth crest, any evidence that it's not at rest. Any vacuum next to a pressure test, there's no precedence, no evidence. That's a globe defense, don't take offense, just don't be this dense. It's your preference, with some common sense, you can sit on the fence. For a glober, it's tragic, he believes it like it's magic.
You know the hole in a donut? That's space-time.
You're a moron.
No, that's true.
You're
the
a moron.
hole
Shut up.
in a donut.
Shut up. Don't
is
say anything
space-time.
else. Don't make me remove you. Shut up. You've got nothing more to add. You're a moron.
In the donut,
I couldn't
Brenda.
care less.
Wow.
You're a moron. Don't
The
say
hole
anything more.
in the hole in a donut.
Shut
The
up.
hole
I don't
in
want to
Swiss
have to
cheese.
eject you.
Space-time.
If you want to continue spouting shite about holes in donuts, I'm going to kick you out. Last chance. Shut up.
Bro, don't you even know how much we loved the ball once like you? We heard it all before, it's not new to us anymore. Bro, don't you even know half the things the ball makes claims to? And there's a lot for us to get through. For you, anyway. Bro, can't you even see? You've broken it down oh so clearly. It's a joke, it always has been. For those who see, anyway. Don't follow the agenda. Put your logic in a blender, or you'll end up just like Brenda, forgetting your actual gender. Think your dog bones are clocks, and that people are rocks. Stuck in a closet, mental box. This space side will Brian Cox. Just learn the essence, the basics. Without that, you won't make it. Your freedom is right there, take it. You don't have to fake it. Just say, I don't know, and your wisdom will grow. Don't blindly go with the flow. Just put it down, bro. Let the lie go.
Any evidence?
I thought you were about debate. I thought you were about fair
Fuck off right
debates.
now. You can fuck off. I was asking a new question. Now you don't get to take part. It's your problem. Stupid donut idiot. Donut hole is space-time. What a complete moron.
I think most people can relate. You've met those who consider everything a debate, those who destroy it rather than create, those who thrive on hate and make you wait while thinking they're so great.
No, you never knew me, no, you don't hear me, do you? I don't know if I can reach you. I don't know if I can teach you. I don't know if you can't even learn a thing, bro.
Much of this I see, no accountability. Falling free kinda make them see humanity. Not enough humility, lacking in civility. Falling free, thinking they can be nobility.
But your little secret kings pulled around by strings, by those who wear the rings. Pitiful these little things, hope you find your wings. No, for your own offspring's sake. No, for your own offspring's sake.
Everywhere I see, no rationality. Falling free, can I make them see what I see? Not enough for you and me, lacking in real equity. Falling free, thinking they can see a fantasy. Learn from making a mistake, don't spin away acting all fake. If you're honest, reality won't break. Everywhere I see, no credibility. Falling free, can I make them see the fallacy? Not enough science for me, lacking in validity. Falling free, test and see, just like me, know empirically.
You know you never see it, no you don't know logic, do you? It's hard to see through all the sophistry, but it's hard to believe. Stuck in a fantasy, belief in a fallacy, but it's not meant to be. Hurt those they care about, taking the easy route until they don't care anymore.
Everywhere I see people just like me, falling free, can I break them free? It's a tragedy. Through the bottom I could see, change the man I used to be. No longer falling sea, your tactics are known to me.
Bunch of little secret kings pulled around by strings, by those who wear the rings. Pitiful these little things, hope you find your wings. No, for your own offspring's sake. No, for your own offspring's sake.
When the masks be slipping, they start tripping. They let rip the guilt trip as the love bomb hits as tender as can be, but then kicks in the selective memory. Now they're gaslighting and they got you fighting. You're accused and abused and their ego bruised, feeling used and confused, no longer amused.
They lack control of themselves, so they try to control you. Think that anything they say is tested and true. The type that's always right, but often wrong, says that you're so weak and act like they're oh so strong. But the mask slips before long, and you will understand why we made this song.
If you deny the narcissistic supply, they scream and they cry, the eternal victims, why lie? Some are like this guy, because they can they try, through our naivete we let them fly, that's how people die. Everyone doesn't have patience for these patients, but to deny their existence is complacence.
Oceans are flat, no curve is displayed.
others go insane. I hear their voice on the line as their cocktails causes pain. Even in perfect weather, we cannot see forever. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your globe from you. Whatever it takes, or how your heart breaks, I will be taking your globe from you. Globe Earth was planted in your mind, and it must be removed somehow. I hear your laughter and I taste your tears, so let me through right now. Oh, can't you see it, Clover? I will flat smack you sober. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your globe from you. Whatever it takes, or how your heart breaks, I will be taking your globe from you. I wonder how you can survive this globe dance, but in the end, if I reach you, I'll take the chance. Even in perfect weather, we cannot see forever. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your globe from you. Whatever it takes, or how your heart breaks, I will be taking your globe from you. I must now tell you why, as you awaken from this global lie. Despite what they have said, Earth is not a globe spinning, but instead they mind tricked you to steal your plane, as someone close to you programmed your brain. But why? So clear this is, improve your stance. Space is fake, we are contained, their scheme is over. The truth has just begun. There's a place up in the sky, a pathway for the moon and stars at night. No parallax viewed of them, we're only using real lies, and truth is shared. Earth's a place that doesn't turn, so face your fears, believe your ears, no motion do they find. I'm handing you this lovely world, promise me that you will seek this logic with devotion. I truly see your point of view. I'm gonna teach you how to prove. I still detect the global lies as I explain to you the lies that you do not see. If you're blind, I will help you see. You must deny the vicious lies you believe. What draws you here, my friend? Come listen now and let's fly to truth end. Giving advice for you to learn. Forsake the claims, let truth sustain your soul set free from lies. A heartfelt yearning to be had, lost in the illusion using real lies. You will despise all the global lies, but truly see your point of view. I'm gonna teach you how to prove. Still detect the global lies as I explain to you.
living there without a view, asking why we missed our chance, and now I'm looking for something to get by, high and dry, everywhere in myself, I'm looking for.
comes to where you are, where you're standing, what you're standing on, do you have any ideas around that? Like, what do you think? What do you perceive? What do you experience?
I think it's quite spherical.
What you're standing on is quite spherical. What leads you to believe that in your kind of everyday life, your experiences?
Probably from what people who know more than this have told me. Well, no more than me have told me.
Okay, so it's not anything that you, as a thinking human being, experience per se. It's just a story you've been told, and you believe the story. Your everyday experience doesn't necessarily match that. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I don't know. You could give me maybe an example of how your everyday experience would lead you to trust that story.
Well, it's just I'm taking somebody who knows more than me and has spent more time on this subject than his advice, like I do with everything in life.
Yeah, well, one of the things I do that earns me money is I'm an accountant, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you might trust me to be your accountant, but being an accountant, if I was not being a professional and not living up to the standards of the profession, I could probably figure out a way to swindle some money off you without you knowing, right?
Yeah, probably, but I'd say it's quite different than making up scientific proof.
Oh, so you're under the impression there's some scientific proof of what exactly? Because a shape claim isn't really science, that's more measurement, right?
Well, I guess more everything kind of fits and works together, which is what a theory is, isn't it? System of belief.
So when you say everything fits and works together, are you under the impression that there's some sort of scientific model or some working model of what may be portrayed to you as the Earth and the universe?
Talking model, isn't that called the heliocentric model?
Yeah, but we got to stop right there real quick before we continue. A scientific theory is not a systemized belief. A systemized belief is a religion. So if you're claiming that the globe is a system of beliefs, then you're basically saying it's a religion or a philosophy at best.
Well,
Continue.
kind of, but the definition of theory is a system of ideas intended to explain something.
Could religions be theories, right? Could we take any religion you want to pick, and could we say that religion is a theory as to God, a creator, a prophet, certain theological beliefs?
Yeah, I guess that makes sense if it's a system of ideas. Yeah.
Fair point. The problem is we're now all confused. Because you're starting by talking about science. And then you use the word theory, and then you give a definition that it doesn't have to do with science. A scientific theory is a specific thing, which is not the definition you gave or the explanation you gave.
Isn't science like, I don't know how to explain it. It's like proof, isn't it? Do you get me? It's facts based on observation.
No.
What is science?
Okay. Science in the way in which we're using science in this arena, right? When people say there's scientific evidence of the globe, okay? Scientifically validated evidence is about cause and effect relationships that are validated by experimentation. Okay, so a theory in a scientific theory comes after an observation of the natural world, a phenomena that occurs within it, a hypothesis about if this occurs, then maybe it causes that phenomena, the effect. You then have a rigorous, you then have a rigorous experimental phase of validation that will either validate your hypothesis or nullify your hypothesis. Once all that is complete, then you can start having a scientific theory. So that being said, since you use the word science, where is any of that for the idea that the Earth is a globe?
Okay, so first of all, I apologize for saying science is. Yeah, I mean, sorry, as far as a religion is a theory, I'd say it's more of a hypothesis, then, isn't it?
No,
because if it's so with that, why is I'm a bit confused with that because like, wouldn't it be a hypothesis because it's what you think is happen, like what you think, but you haven't observed it yet.
Well,
It hasn't been
not in a
tested.
scientific sense.
Same thing you're talking about.
it's just an idea.
Yeah, exactly. Hypothesis.
Right, but you see a hypothesis in regards to science is a specific thing. Just because it's the same word doesn't mean it's the same thing. You know, in general common language, yes, so in general common language, a hypothesis is just the underlying belief, right? Of why you hold a proposition to be true. That is not what a hypothesis is in the scientific method.
What is a hypothesis?
It's a specific if-then statement that's validatable. For example, if 180 degrees Fahrenheit applied to water, then water boils at sea level, right? And then you can validate that by demonstrating it. So, for example, let me give you an example of something that doesn't apply. Okay, there is a blue knife on my table, right? Not a scientific proposition. It simply is the case that there's a blue knife on my table.
Yeah, because you observed it.
Yes, directly. The object in question is directly observed. There's no causal relationships required, right? Now, I want you to ask me questions about my knife.
Okay.
So ask
There's
me
your knife.
questions about it.
What questions do you want about your knife? Is it sharp?
You think of the questions. You think of the questions that you would need to ask to divine what it is, because it is a knife of a certain type. So start asking questions like maybe the size of it.
Okay, how big is the knife?
7 inches long. Okay, stop. Don't continue. Did I need to do any science to get that answer?
You need to measure it.
Oh, there you go. All right. I pass it to my friend who was talking to you earlier.
Okay.
Is that my cue?
I think so.
You can take a nap home.
Sure. So, yeah, the measurement isn't science, right? Is that what we were just talking about?
Yeah.
I thought it was a part of science.
It's not. Measurement is just measuring something.
Yeah, it can be a tool used in science, but it wouldn't be science itself, right?
So it's to measure. I'm a bit confused. So it's part of science, but it's not scientific.
Yeah, so like AI was saying, in this realm, right, in this arena, we talk about science, natural science, which is the study of the natural world through experimentation, right? So we observed something in nature. We observe
Yep.
an effect, right? So let's go back to when he was talking about water and heat. So you and I are walking along and we come upon a boiling pool of water. And we've never seen this before. We look at it and we're like, oh, wow, this water's boiling. And then we come up upon it and we realize there's steam, and we kind of touch it briefly and we realize, oh man, this is hot. This feels exactly like the fire back where we came from. I'm wondering what's going on here, right? I feel heat within the water and I see it boil. So maybe we could form some sort of hypothesis as to why the water is boiling. Maybe it's because of the heat. So we go back to our campsite and we try this. We take some water, we put it over the fire, and it hits a certain temperature over time, and it starts to boil. So we can do this over and over again, and it's repeatable. So we have a variable that we're manipulating, which is the heat. We're putting the water on top of the heat, taking the water off the heat, stops boiling. So we're manipulating a variable that we think is the cause of the effect that we're seeing, which is the water boiling. So then we come to the scientific theory that heat causes water to boil. And we've demonstrated this through experimentation, right? So the key to all of this. Now, if we saw from a distance, really far off in the distance, a pool of water that seemed to be boiling, but we had no interaction with that pool of water, and we just started coming up with ideas as to what may cause that water to boil. If we don't touch that water, or we don't look at that water, or we don't try to take water ourselves and figure out what can cause this boiling, do any of our stories that we may come up with as to what is causing the water to boil, do you think any of those would be relevant?
It would be a hypothesis.
So let's say you have a hypothesis. So we're viewing this water that's boiling in a distance. We've never seen anything like this take place before. We're familiar with regular water. We've got some around us. What is your hypothesis as to why that water we see in the distance is boiling?
Because it's warm.
Let's come up with another hypothesis as to why water is boiling. We have no idea. We've never seen this take place. We would have no inkling or indication as to what may be the cause. Throw out an idea.
I have absolutely no idea why water would be boiling.
Well, we could maybe we could say that we think that there's some sort of entity or being that lives within this water that is somehow below the surface, which is causing this thing to take place, right?
Yeah.
Well, we'll make up a name for it. You pick the name.
It's unicorns.
Okay, so unicorns.
Read that in the chat, you copper. You want to cheat.
So our hypothesis is that we've got these unicorns, whatever these may be, that are underneath the water that are causing this agitation that we see that looks like little bubbles. Now, what would be the first thing we would do to test this hypothesis?
I would try and see if we can find these by ourselves. I'd try and observe one of these little unicorns.
Right. So we never experience these unicorns. We don't see them. We have no viable reason whatsoever to believe that, one, these unicorns even exist, and two, that we would have the ability to find them, and three, that maybe if they got in the water that they would cause this effect.
Rule that hypothesis out. It's not true. We cannot observe it.
Right, we haven't observed it. But if we have no other viable hypothesis, can we just claim that since that's our best hypothesis, that it must be true? Nobody else has come up with another one. You can't think of another one. Nobody has done any experiment with water to figure out what may cause it to do the thing that we're seeing off in the distance. But we have this postulation that it's unicorns. And then everybody starts to catch on to our story. We start talking around town. Yeah, you know, that water off in the distance that we can't get to, but we see it and it boils. Yeah, it's these unicorns. Really? No, yeah. And then we start coming up with more stories about the unicorns, the color of their fur, how they can breathe underwater, all kinds of different things, right? Now, if we tell these stories, we tell these stories long enough and nobody ever actually touches the water, goes to the water, tries to do any experimentation whatsoever regarding the water, does that make our theory, because it's the only one that we have, a viable theory?
It's the right hypothesis. Well, I mean, it's the wrong opinion, but
we haven't proven it
it's the wrong hypothesis,
right? Because we haven't done an experiment. That's the whole point. We need to do an experiment in order to come up with a viable hypothesis, right?
Or you could observe these unicorns.
So let me ask you a question. When it comes to what you believe in, the heliocentric model, globe Earth, all of this stuff, has any of it been scienced? Is any of it even a question of science? So it's been observed.
It's been observed.
Right. So what in particular has been observed?
Curvature.
Curvature's been observed. Where is this taking place?
What do you mean? I don't understand.
Where and who has seen curvature?
Every person I can't remember the exact place. You know, every person that's ever seen an image or a video from above.
Every person that's watched TV.
Okay. So we got
every person that's seen an image or a video. Well, if you photograph one of these unicorns, you would have proven the unicorns there, and you know.
Right. So you're under the impression. So you're under the impression that we have a photograph of Earth from space.
Seems quite likely to me.
Seems quite likely, but the funny thing is, it's 2022, and we still don't have one. Why is that?
I'm back.
Did you hear me? It's 2022, and we still don't have a photograph of the Earth from space. Why is that?
I don't believe you.
Where?
Can you provide one to me, or have you seen one? Could you give me an idea of an image?
Blue marble.
All right. Blue marble 2.0. That's a picture of Earth from space. I'm sorry. What was that?
I believe so.
You believe so? Do you know so, or do you believe so?
Doesn't seem very. It seems quite credible.
Seems quite credible. Okay. Well, what if I told you if you go to the NASA website, you can find a data visualizer named Robert Simmons, who has also been interviewed on a radio show talking about how he created the blue marble image. So what he did is he took strips of high altitude pictures and took that flat map, wrapped it around a ball in Photoshop, and then started coloring it in. He put in the clouds. He talks about how he made the colorations within the oceans, how he made it a little bit more green in areas that they had sensors that sensed more phytoplankton in the sea. He decided to use that data to color those parts a little more green, right? So the interviewer even asks him, so there's artistry to making the Earth. And one quote that Robert Simmons has is that he says, it's Photoshop because it has to be.
I'm not reading this.
Did you find Robert Simmons on the NASA website? You can read it all.
Yeah.
I'm not reading.
Yeah, while you're reading that, so you might say, oh, okay, that's not a photo. But the Himawari 8, that's a photo. And that came
no
after
idea what
Blue
that is.
Marble. And it's
What
a
is that?
satellite. Right? So in the modern day, they put up a satellite called Himawari 8, so they say, with the intention of taking photographs, right? Because they realize nobody's buying their other fake nonsense that's not a real photograph. So lo and behold, people believe that the Himawari 8 is taking a photograph of the Earth every 10 minutes. Come to find out, the Himawari 8 is just overlaying the blue marble data set that Simmons created with NOAA data, which is weather data. So it's a simulation. It's not a photograph. So again, like my friend said, where's this alleged photograph that everyone has seen?
It says here that in 1972, during Apollo 17, that was the last time someone took a photograph from above low Earth orbit.
1972. That's the only alleged photograph.
From what this is saying, whenever this interview was out, 2004.
So it's 2022, and the only photograph that's ever been taken of the Earth from space is from 1972. Do you believe that?
From low Earth orbit. According so it shows the entire hemisphere.
It's from them. They were going to the moon, they claim, and that's when they claim to have taken the picture. But NASA admits today that they cannot cross through the Van Allen radiation belt. It would kill anyone who would try. So they cannot send people beyond low Earth orbit or through the moon.
What? So apparently,
so that's why they couldn't have taken that picture. And even if you watch the documentary, a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. The tapes from when they were faking that actually showed more and were leaked and found and were shown in that documentary. So you can see exactly how they faked that picture as well.
Right. So what we're telling you here, my friend, is that the only photograph that everybody's seen is scandalous at best, unvalidatable at worst. So again, where's this supposed photograph that everyone has seen?
According to what you said, there isn't one.
Oh, there you go. That's the answer.
Well, I find it hard to believe, which I'm sure is quite normal. Wait.
So you think it's rational to believe that the only legitimate photograph happened at the beginning of space exploration, and since then, not one has been duplicated by an advanced system? You think that's easier to believe than just to believe that they can't take a picture because they can't get far enough away to take a picture? Just like our other friend just told you, they admit that they're planning missions to go past low Earth orbit, past the Van Allen belts. It makes it sound like, wait a minute, didn't you already go past the Van Allen belts? I mean, if you're a wise person, my friend, and you think self-reflectively, all that sounds pretty scandalous, don't you think?
Well, I don't think we've really have people really been past low Earth orbit since the end of Apollo. No, not really.
No, they never
Because-
went past it. They never went past it, my friend. That's the
Yes,
point.
yes.
Allegedly.
What he's trying
According
to
to NASA.
say is in the Orion project, that's NASA. They admit themselves, just like he said, that until they fix this problem of going past the Van Allen belts, they cannot go past low Earth orbit. We're using the globe experts, NASA. They're telling you the truth. They can't go past. That means they never went in 1969 to 72 ever. They never went.
What? So they said they went, but then they said, for some reason, I don't think they do that.
Yeah, they said they went a long time ago, and then they realized, oh, the radiation would actually be completely lethal and can kill anyone who actually tries. So that's why anyone now cannot go. And for the last few decades, no one has been allowed to go because it's deadly. You can't go. It'll kill you. We don't have any shielding that'll protect us, so we can't go. That's their excuse right now.
All right, fair. However, the pace is getting too frenetic. Okay? People are interrupting each other, and that's causing people to create a fog of war in their mind that they have to talk faster. And it's just going to escalate. So I'll take a moment and breathe, and then continue.
So, Laundry.
Yes?
Is this new information to you that the Blue Marble 2.0 is not an actual picture, right? The only claimed pictures from 72. And there's certainly some issues around whether any of those missions did or did not take place, certainly because NASA's excuse of not going back is they're trying to figure out a way to get the proper shielding and protection against the radiation so people don't die going past low Earth orbit, right? So you said something not too long ago where you said something along the lines of this information was hard to believe, right? It's hard to believe that maybe what you thought were real pictures actually aren't. Are you just kind of trying to process that? Are you coming into the realization that maybe what you thought you believed before was proof?
Yeah,
is not
reading up on
actually.
it. It says here that the last photo taken from above low Earth orbit was the pale blue dot, right? Taken in 1990, which would make more sense. Yeah.
So Voyager,
which isn't a manned spacecraft. So that makes a lot of sense.
No, it's an alleged space probe, which, if you believe it or not, is still up until, I don't know, when was the last transmission we allegedly got from Voyager? Within the past 5 years, I think. We're still allegedly receiving photographs from this alleged space probe that was sent into orbit.
I don't think we're receiving photographs, and I think we have since the ones.
Maybe it's Voyager 2 that's still providing images.
The last photo from Voyager was 1990, pale blue dot.
Okay.
Voyager
So
2.
take a look at that. What does that tell you?
What's that?
Does that give you any indication as to what you're even looking at in that picture? Have you seen the pale blue dot?
I don't think the quality of the image is very, I don't think it's like why does the quality of the image matter? Do you know what I mean?
No, like if I handed you a photo that looks similar to that, right? If not the exact same photo, and I drew a little arrow on it to one of the more lit places within that image, and I said, this is Alpha Centauri. would you just automatically believe that? If I drew the same arrow to the same pale blue dot and I said, this is Alpha Centauri, how would you know or verify, or what would give you any indication, even looking at that photograph, that that's Earth?
Well, I wouldn't see a reason for you to say that's Alpha Centauri. And sure, if you did, you would try and make it more believable by maybe putting some sparkles or something around it. Yeah?
I don't know if sparkles would make it more believable. It actually would make it look more fake. But either way, man, looking at this pale blue dot image, does that make you think that that's where you live? That that's a picture of where you live?
Yeah, I don't see why they wouldn't.
So what on Earth itself, aside from you believing pictures that are shown to you, which we've already proven, the main one you thought was proof of where you live and the shape of where you live, was a utter fabrication. So what on Earth here, the ground that you and I are both currently standing on, indicates that you live on a globe?
Because that has no reason. Like what? So, wait a minute. Say that again. Sorry, really, I'm tired.
Yeah. So what here on Earth gives you any indication, you personally, any feeling, any observation, or anything that you see in your daily life looking around you would give you any indication that you live on a ball?
Well,
that's spinning.
Nothing, but it's the same for the other way around. There's nothing that gives me an indication that it's flat as well, because it's quite hard to observe that.
Sure, I mean, I observe it all the time. I live near water, right? So I see very far. Looks very flat. When I go over, across this very large bridge in my area that's tall enough for cruise ships to get underneath it, and I look around, everything that I see around me indicates flatness. No indication of curvature at all whatsoever.
But can you see those ships forever? Like, can you see them go forever?
Forever? Do you think you can see forever?
Well, I'm sure the higher up you are, the further you can see.
Okay, so if I had a penny in my hand and I was standing on that ship, would you be able to see the penny?
Ships are quite large, and you can
How far away do How far away do you think you'd be able to see a penny?
Oh, I don't know. About,
according to you, forever, right? Forever.
What?
If I just went straight up in the air, would you be able to see a penny that I was holding in my hand as I continued to increase in elevation forever?
If I had a telescope large that could magnify it a significant amount.
Okay, so let's even say that the moon is as far away as they claim. Could you see a penny on the moon?
If I had a significant enough telescope, probably.
There's not a telescope good enough in the world to be able to see that.
What? Well, yeah, obviously.
So when the ships go off in the horizon, you don't have a telescope. You have your human eyes. With your human eyes, would you be able to see a penny on the moon?
Well, no.
Right, because you can't see forever.
It's different,
right?
Perspective.
You
things
understand that
things shrink.
Things get smaller with things shrink as they get further away.
There's a difference between a ship dipping under the horizon and something shrinking.
Yeah, can you explain to me the difference?
You can see the ship get lower, and if you go up, you see the ship again. If the penny was at the same distance, if the penny, that it doesn't matter how high in elevation you are, you'd still not be able to see the penny.
So as the ship moves away on the sea, wouldn't you expect it to get lower because it's getting smaller as it moves further away? Or Why
yes,
wouldn't
there
that
wasn't
be your
any
expectation?
What? Sorry.
Why wouldn't
The
that
ship
be
is
your
getting smaller,
expectation?
but not a significant enough distance. It's not a significant enough distance for it to be any. I don't get what you're asking here. Sorry, it's quite late.
Okay.
Well, you
Okay,
say
fair point.
these ships go over the horizon, right?
Yes. Yes.
So ships get further away, they get smaller and harder to see. But there's also a ton of different things that take place in the atmosphere.
Yeah. So I have a question. Because he's saying if things get lower in your field of view, I guess the insinuation is that they're going over a curve. So I'm in my house and my ceiling is getting lower. Is it going over a curve?
What do you mean?
Well, I'm looking at my house, and for some strange reason I just can't understand, rather than my ceiling being straight, it seems to be angled down in my field of view, as if it's going downwards. So I can't fathom it. I guess my house is built on a curve.
Could be. I don't understand the question. Like, is the
Yes,
ceiling
that's the
actually
point, my
curved?
friend. My friend, the statement's incoherent. I know that my ceiling is straight and flat because I can measure the entire thing. So I know that the effect of it going down is not because of anything physical. It's all to do with optics. So why would you just jump to the assumption that if I can't see something or if something is appearing to go down, that it must be because of a curved Earth?
But don't you? I mean, I've never seen my ceiling curve, so I don't like.
Right, but you have seen your ceiling recede in your field of view on the y-axis, yes or no?
Can you word that a bit more?
Let me give you a visual here that
visual
yeah,
aid.
let me give you a visual you might comprehend. So let's say you ever been to a hotel. Okay. So imagine a hotel with a very long hallway, right? We know it's flat, straight, because they don't build buildings that aren't straight, right? So we're looking down this long hallway and there's lights on the ceiling.
Yep.
When you look down that hallway, does the floor appear to ramp up towards your eye level, and does the ceiling appear to ramp downwards towards your eye level as it gets further away?
Yeah, to a point.
Yeah. So in reality, is that ceiling that's above you physically going downward, or is it just a matter of your perception due to perspective?
No, but I don't think that's a large enough scale to see. Like the hallway would have to be quite long, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't even have to be that long. I mean, that's what you
to
see.
be able to see it. Well, yeah, yes, because
have you ever been in a hallway where you don't see the ceiling appear to come towards your center view and the floor appear to go up towards your center view? That's how you view everything. Always. It's perspective.
Well, I don't think there'd be the hallway long enough to show it not. You know what I mean? Like, unless the hallway is like, so if you had a hallway that was from where you are standing to the ship, that could be really far. I don't know how far ships are bend across the horizon. I'm not sure about that.
Dude, if you had a hallway, so let's talk about that. If you had a hallway, if you look at the live stream voice text, you'll see an image of a hallway that's running as a GIF, and you'll see the effect in question. Okay, so if you had a hallway, the length all the way out to a ship where a ship starts to disappear, which is roughly 3 miles, 3 to 4 for a 6 foot tall observer if he was on the shoreline. If you were looking down that hallway, right, after a short while, the rest of the hallway would be unresolvable. And all you just see is everything converging to a point, and you'd be impossible to see the rest of the hallway.
I agree with that. But a
Right.
ship.
So if you then remove the hallway,
Mhm.
does the same angles of light not apply anymore?
The ship isn't the same as a hallway because
why not?
The ship is a point, if you know what I mean.
Right. So remember what I just said.
You know what I mean.
Remember what I just said. The angle of propagation within the hallway and the angles that they enter your eye or the optic, right, are at too small of an angle to be resolvable on the hallway, which is approximately the same height as a person, right? And all of the information from the end of the hallway recedes into a point. So if you then remove the hallway, would not the same thing be happening to the portion of the ship that occupies the same space as the hallway, being approximately 7 to 8 feet tall, standard hallway? So at
Isn't a ship bigger?
3 miles. I'm talking about the portion that represents the same scale as the hallway, like I just said. 6 to 8 feet.
But how am I supposed to see that point from a ship that's far away? I wouldn't be able to see that.
You got it.
I
So
wouldn't be
what
able
you
to
would
that.
see, what you would see by what you just admitted, is you wouldn't see the portion of the ship that represents the same scale as the hallway, but you would see the portion of the ship that is much bigger, being the top. So by your own admission, you generally conceded that the bottom of the ship would disappear due to the laws of perspective alone.
The point of the ship that faces, you know what I mean, like the point of the ship that is level with me.
Right, that part's going to disappear.
Obviously,
first.
the whole length of the ship isn't the same size as
but
the whole.
think about this. Think
Stop
about this.
there
The
for a second.
ground.
Hold on, stop there. Stop there real quick. Because he's saying something that most Globers don't get, and that it's worth noting. Okay, the whole ship represents a certain angular size, but each portion of the ship represents a different angular size. And the smaller portion at the bottom of the ship subtends a different angle than the whole ship. And due to the law of triangles, that angle is going to be smaller. And since we see in angles, once the angle gets too small, we won't be able to resolve the bottom of the ship while still being able to resolve the top. Thank you for being one of the first people to get that without having to go for 2 hours. All right, I yield the floor.
Yeah, that was a really good point. Just think about it for a minute. If the floor all the way up to the vanishing point, and at the vanishing point, that's where you can't discern the floor anymore. Of course, his feet or the bottom of the ship at that point cannot also be discerned when it's connected to that point on the floor. Do you get that?
Oh, wait, so you're trying to say that it's like a plane? Like, I don't know if so every part, so every part is the. Sorry, I'm a bit, I understand what you mean, but every part of the ship. Sorry about this. Can you just
Yeah, so
say it?
think of it this way. If you had a smaller ship, like a dinghy, just a little boat, that was tied to the side of that ship as it goes away so that you can see it. And you see this little ship. Now, if you removed the big ship, you understand that that smaller ship is going to visually disappear at a shorter distance than that large ship because it's a smaller object, right?
Got less height.
Yes, less height. So you would expect the little dinghy to disappear before the large ship, solely just based off of its height, right? Because you understand perspective works. The angle is going to be too small for you to resolve that small ship first. Now imagine tying that dinghy to the large ship. and sending it out. It would stand to reason that that small ship is still going to be unresolvable at the same distance, regardless of whether it's tied to the ship or not tied to the ship, right?
Agreed.
So as that little dinghy disappears because we can no longer see it due to angular resolution limits of our eye, it's tied to the ship. Wouldn't it stand to reason that the whole entire portion of the ship that is that height would also be unresolvable?
Yes, because in my opinion, it's gone under the horizon, but I understand what you said.
Okay, perfect. So your claim would then be that the only reason that things disappear from view is because they're being physically obstructed by Earth curve. Would you agree with that?
Yes, on long enough distances.
Okay, perfect. So now I do this on the regular. I go to my little lake, 333 meters across, from the observation point to the observation, which is a yellow floaty boaty on the other side. Okay. Now you put that into the mass of the alleged curvature of the Earth, and you will find that the heights that I observed at, there is no way that the Earth curve, if it existed at all, could be precluding that boat in totality. Okay. So this means that it's not geometrically possible for the curve of the Earth to obstruct that boat. Yet, okay, 9 out of 10 times I go, pretty much consistently, the entire yellow boat disappears. So, my friend, what is causing that to happen?
Sorry, so it's 333 meters, right? How big is the boat?
It's about
How
half a
tall
meter,
is the
1.5
boat?
feet. It's about 1.5 feet tall.
Okay, well, let me do some maths. So how many? Sorry about this.
Just doing the math up
Sorry
the top
about
of my
this.
head, no portion of that boat should be hidden. And if it is a portion, it's such a small portion that you wouldn't be able to notice based on the Earth curve calculator. Because that's what, about a quarter mile?
Right.
It's 1.2 miles. No, sorry, 0.2 miles.
Quarter of a mile.
Yeah, 0.2 miles. Sorry. Right, so
So
then
do
that
you know
would
what
be
the alleged
8
drop
mile.
over 8 inches per mile squared, right?
Yeah.
Right. So
Yeah,
that would be
so-
on the surface.
So then it'd be like 1.6.
1.6 what, inches? Would be
probably,
the
yeah.
alleged hidden height due to the curvature of the Earth, allegedly. So when AI said he goes out, and 9 times out of 10, the whole entire boat disappears. Why? Is that Earth curvature? Do we have a tiny Earth? Smaller Earth?
That'd be funny. Probably not.
I'm so glad
Yeah,
you said
there's no reason.
Right. So
There's
then
no
what
reason.
must be the reason? Okay. So it looks like it's happening. So what must be the reason?
The only other hypothesis you've given is that whole stuff about vanishing points.
Well, let's just be more broad, just for fairness sake. Okay. It's not because of geometry. It's because of an optical effect of some kind, whatever that might be. It's no longer in the category of geometry. It's in the category of optics, correct?
Yes.
Exactly. So now that we've agreed that the bottom of things can be missing, or an entire object itself can be obstructed without the necessity of Earth curvature in the way, we can now make progress.
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry, it's really late here.
Now,
I'm sorry,
I want you to realize that that's a necessary concession that you made because it's obvious, because it's observable, that it is not true that the only way for things to disappear from the bottom is because of Earth curvature. So that's a false statement.
You proven that to me.
Yeah, I just did, and you conceded. So if you retract now, it just means, right, yeah, you're fair, exactly. Now, you might argue that those effects are this or those effects are that, but we know for certain that it falls in the category of optical effects. So now, since we can't do this for real right now, we're going to do this in our minds, right? Okay. And mental experiment, okay? So, well, first let's preface this. Do you know that the optical device, whether it be biological or synthetic, has a limit to it, known as the angular resolution limit? Everything that has an angular field of view has this limit. It's just that simple. It's a hard physical limit. It's known as the Rayleigh criterion.
I heard of it.
Yep, it's known as the Rayleigh criterion. So for the human eye, it's approximately 0.02 degrees. Okay, what that means is that any light from the source that enters below that limit will be interfered with by any other light that enters within that angle. And therefore, there will be no resolvable information, and it can at best be only rendered as essentially, for lack of a better term, 1 pixel value.
Isn't
so you imagine
resolution?
Yeah. 1 pixel value, meaning 1 element, right? 1 element of the total picture that you're seeing.
But
so in that area,
everything have different
in that
resolution.
angular area.
Sorry.
No. This is angular resolution, not pixel density. So for example, if you only had 4 pixels in your sensor, right? If you literally had only 4 pixels in your sensor, you could never render something that requires 10 pixels to render, correct? It would look like blurry nonsense, would it not?
Yeah.
Exactly. So now you fully understand the principle. So if you imagine a man standing on a line looking out, right? And these radials, right, of angles emanating from his eyeball, you can imagine the 0.02 degree triangle coming out from his eye and going out along the horizontal line in front of him until it intersects the horizontal line. And so you have a triangle, right? And I want you in your mind to color that triangle red. Now, everything that enters that triangle must, of a necessity, render as 1 color value in the final image, which we've already agreed. It just so happens that if you take the time right now to map this out, it pretty much coincides with where the alleged horizon is for a 6-foot-tall observer. The triangle hits the horizontal line approximately at the same distance. Very coincidental, don't you think? So principally, we know this to be true. So, for example, let's say that you're standing over water, and then you have a brick, but it's not a solid brick, it's a floaty brick. And let's just make it red, because red is very bright, easy to tell apart from blue. So if you take said brick, and we've already established that this water is horizontal, okay, it's not curving in any way, it's perfectly horizontal. That's the premise. You might even imagine that it's a floor, painted blue rather than water, make it easier. So you take said red brick, put it on the floor, and you have your friend start to walk away from you. Now, as he keeps walking away from you, something interesting is going to happen. Eventually, you will not be able to see the color red anymore, because the red and the blue simultaneously will occupy less than 0.02 degrees. And as they approach that towards 0 degrees, the blue and the red will meld together into purple. And then it will meld together to where you only see the air and the blue floor, and you can't even tell the purple anymore. Now,
that makes sense.
Let's just say, for example, that you call your friend and say, okay, I can't really see the red thing anymore. So you can stop pulling. And your friend goes, okay. And he stops pulling. Now what your friend does is he calls his other friend who brings over a truck full of red bricks. And he starts stacking the bricks on top of the previous brick that you can't see. He stacks 1. You start to see a very faint purple. He stacks 2. The purple intensifies. He stacks 3. You start to scratch your head and say, I'm starting to see red. He stacks 4. Now you see some more red. He stacks 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And now you see a line of red. But when your eyes trace down this line, as they get closer and closer to the floor, eventually you cannot see the bottom of the stack. It has become unresolvable. It has disappeared. Rest assured it is there, and it is the bottom portion of the stack. But the stack in total has disappeared from the bottom, has it not?
I like that. I do like that, yeah. I
Now,
really do
this
like
is a
that.
necessary, yeah, you're right. And this is a necessary consequence of the way our eyes work. And and all optics with an angular field of view, by the way. In order to see without perspective, truly, you need to have a lens the exact size with all available propagation angles to a parallel rate to the target source from the object. So if you want to observe a 100-meter building, you need a 100-meter lens, not an angular lens, but a straight lens that only allows the light to pass collimated, parallel, and horizontal to the sensor. So you need a 100-story tall sensor and a 100-story tall collimated lens. Okay, these types of optics don't exist. So every observation that we make is through an angular field of view with these limitations, in which we already have said that because of optical phenomenon, the bottoms of things can disappear. And that's just the facts. All right, so with that, I rest my case on that, unless you have any questions specifically.
Why would you need a 100-meter lens to see a 100-meter thing?
You need a 100-meter lens to see a 100-meter tall building without the effective perspective, and it needs to be a collimated lens where the sensor exists parallel to the light coming from the object.
Like a mirror.
So if you don't have such a lens and you use normal lenses like your eyes, you'd be standing on the ground, right? And the angles of propagation from the top of the building would be at a downward angle towards you, forcing all of the light from the propagation angles to enter at essentially inverse angles after they pass the lens. And that's what creates the effect of perspective. Is that you see an
Imagine
angle.
like a mirror. Oh, this is right.
What's
I'm
that?
imagining like a mirror, right? Okay. And this mirror is the same height as something. Yeah, right? So it's like a mirror, if you know what I mean. It would work like a mirror.
Yeah, well, the problem is that mirrors suffer from a perspective as well. If you stand in front of a mirror and start to walk away from it, does the image that appears to be you not shrink in size? Of course it does.
Yeah, because that's your eyes. It's not the mirror.
Right, because your eyes are getting the angled light, not the straight light, not the direct one-for-one parallel reflection that's going back in on itself. So now you get it.
There's also another way
Yeah.
to show it. The ancient Greeks, of course, didn't have any fantastic telescopes or anything. They just looked at the horizon with their eyes, and they drew on a piece of paper and used orthographic view to assume that the horizon was Earth curve. So in orthographic view, things don't get smaller with distance. So the mountain is just as tall angularly in their idea, in their math, but that's not how it is in reality, it's actually tiny in reality. And so when they compare these pictures from reality to their math or orthographic side view, which they got from the Greeks, they're actually just taking perspective and turning it into Earth curve and assuming that the horizon is this start of this Earth curve. But there's no evidence to actually substantiate that.
So with telescopes, you have a more resolute lens, not lens. You know what I mean?
Yeah, with a bigger aperture, you can see further, like in the black swan images and other such things. That's why we use telescopes, to see further. And then if you use a very small aperture, like we did with the pond tests and other stuff, such things, we can see that the horizon appears much closer and things disappear over what should be a flat surface. According to the globe mechanics, these bodies of water should not have enough convexity to hide these objects, but it does happen on the smaller aperture cameras. But on the bigger cameras, you can actually see the boat still. So it is optical. There's no Earth curve here.
What's black swan? I know what a black swan is, but what is black swan experiment?
A black swan is not an experiment. It's a reference to the Karl Popper's falsification, and he has a story that goes with it. You can say that all swans are white, and people can just accept that. But if you find a black swan, you know that all swans are white is just wrong. There are black swans. So that's what we find. We find black swans that show that all swans are not white. And so the black swan image is just what this image was called. It's two oil rigs taken. A snapshot taken from a video where he lowers the camera 1 foot off the surface of the water. So the horizon should be only 1.22 miles away on the globe, but we can see the horizon way past the second oil rig. So that's over 10 miles. The size of that globe is completely unsustainable, so it just doesn't work.
Black swan.
Excellent.
Yeah, so it's
Well
like,
said, Grace. Go ahead.
so it's basically just a proof, a contradiction. That
Yeah,
makes sense. I like that.
we're comparing the claimed globe geometry to reality, and it doesn't hold up. But you can go check it out. You don't have to just believe anybody here. You really should go out and see if you can test some of this stuff on your own. If you have a body of water nearby that's like 5 miles, 10 miles big, maybe bigger, that's a good start. Next time you go on vacation to the beach or something, take an Earth curve calculator with you. See if you can do some long distance observations. This is the kind of stuff you don't want to just leave this Discord and be like, well, these guys on Discord told me it was flat. Like, you want to go out and check for yourself. So, there's plenty of resources for you to be able to go out and do that. And if you need help, we're here.
Okay, so let's establish where we've come from so far. We've conceded that the concept that the Earth curve is the only reason why things disappear from the bottom up is false. Right? Now we've been presented with the black swan, which is a premise, right? In a sense. That premise is that if you can disprove a certain proposition by providing one counterexample, that negates the proposition, and the proposition isn't true. So the proposition in the idea that we already agreed to isn't true. is that the horizon is a hump of Earth curvature between point A and B that's blocking the bottoms of things. Now, we've already agreed together that that's not the case. Now, let's talk about the black swan. In the black swan photo, the horizon, as you can clearly see by looking at the photo, is beyond the oil rigs, right? The oil rigs are at 9 miles, respectively, between the other one and the other one. There's approximately 9 to 10 miles from the shore. This means that the horizon is greater than 10 miles. We only know this because we see the boats. Sorry, not the boats, the oil rigs. So we know the horizon is beyond 10 miles. And as he said before, it must be, if the Earth is a globe and if the horizon is a geometric hump of Earth water, right, that's curving and getting in the way. From the observation height that the man observed this, it should have been at 1.225 miles. It's not at 1.225 miles. So the necessary conclusion is that the horizon that you see is an optical phenomenon, not a geometric edge of Earth hump curved water. Now, in summation of all of this that we've already discussed and you conceded to, okay, is that there is no hump of Earth curved water blocking the bottoms of things. Now you might say, okay, that's compelling. How would I know for sure? Well, the correct answer is to directly measure the water. So far, we've been talking about optical defects, right? So let's measure the water. How are we going to do it? We can't use a string because of the catenary curve problem, right? Which is a physics problem. Just take my word for it. Can't use a string.
Okay.
Can't use a solid piece of steel for similar reasons. So the most efficient means to get something at that range, that we need a sufficient sample size, right? So what's a sufficient sample size? Let's say 25 miles. That sounds pretty good, don't you think?
25 miles, you'd see. Doing the maths. 25 times 8. 200 inches, which is what? I don't know what that is in feet.
25 miles, it would not be 200 inches.
Wait, what? So wouldn't it be 25, then 8 inches per mile, times it by 8?
It's squared.
Oh, there we go. So would it be
If you were
5?
doing it your way, it'd be a
5
slope,
times.
not a curve.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Sorry. Right, so 5 times. What is it again? What is it? 5 times 8?
It's 20.
40.
No, 25. 25 times 25 times 8 inches.
Right, so
that'll give you inches.
sure.
5,000.
That's going to give you. Right, that's going to give you the drop.
16 feet.
Right, so that's 416 feet drop. Right.
That doesn't seem very believable to me. I'm gonna be honest.
Really?
Yeah.
Why not?
I don't know. I don't think you can see 400 feet of drop between 25 miles. That's like.
I mean, that's the math of the ball.
Significant. That's very significant.
Yeah, it's very significant. So we have something that's 400 feet, right? 400 feet.
I can live with like 400 inches, but I can't live with 400 feet.
Well, too bad, because that's the measurements of the ball that they told you exists.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to walk you through it. So this is how it goes. You got 400 feet. It's actually worse than that, but we'll just use 400 for sake of argument. It's easy to divide. So what they did is they went, set up what's known as a laser transit measurement. Laser transit is basically a really long level, right? Because obviously you don't have a 25-mile long level. So you level the laser on the one side of the land, you shoot it over 25 miles of water, and you have a target, right? You set up the laser at 6 feet off the ground. You set up the target at 6 feet off the ground. Right?
It's kind of laser be refracted and stuff though.
Ding, ding, ding. He said it. He said the word.
Oh, what? Hey. Shh. Calm down.
Oh no.
We're not getting frenetic here. Yes. The correct answer is lasers can deviate due to refraction. Okay. So I want to ask you this before we start. You already have heard this is a 400-foot differential, right, between the drop.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
yeah,
we're going to measure this. We're going to measure this to see if that drop is there by setting up a laser transit level. Now, I'm going to continue with how this works, okay? So we'll set a baseline for how this thing is supposed to function. So in construction, let's say you have a foundation, so you have a piece of land. You set up the laser on one side, you set up the storyboard on the other, which is what the laser hits, and it tells you the differential between a level laser and the ground. So for example, if I set up my laser at 4 feet tall and the storyboard says 6 feet, right? Then that means I have to add some dirt to level the ground, right? And transversely, if it says in the other direction, I have to take some dirt away. So what this tells me is over my foundation that I'm trying to lay, whether or not I'm laying it flat. Because I can go with that storyboard and get 4 feet here, 4 feet here, 4 feet here, 4.5. Uh-oh, I got to change something. Right?
Yep.
Now, of course, there's tolerances, right? So when, for a client, I want to make a level floor or a level foundation or a level piece of land, there's tolerances that they're willing to accept. Now, dirt has a different tolerance that someone's willing to accept in concrete, has a different tolerance that someone's willing to accept for their tile in their kitchen floor, right? They want that floor flat. They don't want it curved, they want it flat. So I want to ask you this question. If they hired me to make a flat floor, and I got my measurements so off that I was 2 orders of magnitude off level, is that acceptable? No, it isn't, is it? In fact, 1 order of magnitude is not acceptable. So for example, if the differential is supposed to be 0.4 and I have 0.40, right? Those are the same, are they not?
Yeah.
Okay, but what if I have 4? I'm off by 4.
Yeah.
That is not a flat floor anymore, is it?
No, it's bit, what's the word? Sloped.
Right. I've done screwed up. Now, what if it's off by 40?
God, whoa.
Yeah, you wouldn't even be able to walk. It'd be so steep. Right? So not acceptable.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if we take this laser transit and we want to know whether this Earth curve hump is there, and we can measure by getting the laser to hit a target of equal height, and it's off by 2 orders of magnitude, we've already agreed that that's not acceptable. So if the laser is at 6 feet, right, which is in the single digits, then the double digits, right, the tens is not acceptable. And the hundreds is definitely not acceptable, correct? So lo and behold,
that would be a slip.
Lo and behold, this test was conducted. The ambient conditions were measured. The refraction was taken into account. The millirad beam divergence for the laser in question that was used on this day was taken into account. The laser hit the target. with a maximum differential of approximately 3 feet, still within the single digits. And they're supposed to be 400 feet. So
That's
if the
acceptable.
Earth was a globe, the laser would have went over the target by hundreds of feet upon hundreds of feet. Yet the laser hit the target. So by the principle of laser transit within the margins of error, that surface is flat. Now, what say you should be, oh, I'd like to see that evidence. Lo and behold, we have it for you. We have a documentary of the people doing it. We have a short version of it if you don't want to watch the long version, just to get your, appetite satiated. We have a document, 120 pages, with all the information, the sites, the equipment, everything.
Oh,
One of my good friends will post that for you.
Friends?
Yeah.
There we go.
My buddies. So what's going to happen is you're going to say, oh, okay. Right? And then you're going to be like, well, is this the only test that's been done? The answer is no. Many have been done. Many. Hundreds. With all different kinds of methodologies. All demonstrating no big hump of Earth curve in the way. Observations as well in excess of 255 miles, to which the target object should not only be 400 feet below the curve, but should be a mile below the curve. Yet the object in question is clearly visible. So we've already established within tolerances that the Earth doesn't measure to be a ball, that the horizon that's been claimed to be a horizon doesn't exist, and that it's not true that the bottoms of things can only be obstructed or cut off by Earth curvature. So we've basically shown that there's just no evidence or need for this Earth curvature.
What? Wait a minute, I'm looking at this thing, right? What is this thing about a blue laser and a green laser?
Blue and green lasers refract at different rates. Colors refract differently comparative to the refractive index of the medium. By using different colored lasers, you can determine the refraction that's present in the ambient conditions.
Oh, okay.
Which, by the way, the military recently did that. The military recently did that at 120 kilometers, shooting 2 lasers to see how it does, and they found out that it doesn't match the globe model.
Space Force is going to be angry about that. Space Force is going to be angry at that.
Well, I mean, yes and no, because most people, when presented with this evidence, just hand-wave dismiss it. Because they're under the impression, right, that the Earth is a ball. Therefore, what must be happening is that light is curving. Do they have any demonstrable evidence of such a thing? No, it's just an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy. So now we've established that the rebuttal for all this evidence you've been presented with is a logical fallacy, not actual measurements or demonstration. So again, we just have no need or demonstration of this Earth curve on the ground level. So if you have direct evidence of Earth curve measurements, that is what is necessary to rebut these points.
That makes sense.
Unless you have that, the proposition stands. And the reason why it stands is because we all experience the Earth as flat and stationary. That's agreed upon by both camps, by flat earthers and globe earthers alike, that our present day experience of the Earth is a flat stationary plane. That's how we experience it. That's the base axiom of our human interaction and experience. And based on everything I just said, that coincides with that experience. The globe curvature is an extraordinary claim that requires extraordinary evidence. But most people are fooled by the claim that a fuzzy dot on a piece of paper is a picture of the Earth from space. Given to you by a government, no less, who we know lies on the regular.
Alright, I'm just interested, right? Why?
What?
Why would they like something you know really good at this? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? There it is. There's the $1 million question, isn't it? Who cares why they lied? It doesn't matter.
No, 60. 87,000.
Right. But you're an intelligent person, right? You'd lied before, and you've been lied to before. So you know why people lie. You already know the answer. You don't know the exact specific answer, but you know the general answers.
Job description.
To gain power, to gain resources, to gain fame, to gain women, all kinds of things people lie for.
Morvis, you're hot micing, Morvis.
The government doesn't gain anything from
Apparently the IRS was
anything
So
like
says
that
you.
from that, though.
Really? So
It doesn't.
so
It
if I
doesn't
can
gain
post you,
power.
okay, cool story.
Doesn't
Story.
gain prestige. It doesn't.
You sure about
gain
that? You sure about that?
money. It doesn't. Yeah, quite.
Really? So, okay, so let me ask you this question. Why does North Korea lie to its people about the status of its weapon systems? Why did Iraq, when I was there, lie to its people about the capacities of the U.S. forces? Why did the United States government, during the space race, have a vested interest to lie to the people that the United States was the first to conquer the moon? And you're trying to tell me that there's no prestige or power or world presence to be gained from a proposition that you've conquered space?
Yeah, because they just wouldn't make the claim that they could go to the moon in the first place. It would be
Right, so
better for them to just
you're
not make that
now-
claim in the first
Fair.
place.
So let's talk about it then, and let's reason with a real tangible reason why they might lie about such a proposition. So, as a student of history, which you are, clearly a scholar, who have been through standard school and have been taught the history of the expansion of the Western world, that people found out that there was more land. And what did they do? They left their states that they were involved with to pioneer the new land. So we've already experienced in our history a time when new land was told to be given and people uprooted themselves from their governments, even had revolutionary wars against their governments in order to create new territories and new civilizations. So if the Earth is not a globe, then that means that the boundaries are unknown. And that means that there possibly could be more land. Now that, my friend, is a very good reason to lie.
But aren't they also saying there's more land to go to if you can go to the moon?
Yes, but think about this, my friend. To get to new land that's connected by water, you need a boat that you can literally build yourself. To get to space is unreachable. Now you might say, oh no, it's totally reachable. No, it's unreachable.
But
the elite, the very small percentage of the elite, even alleged to have gone to space.
Yeah, just
But
think
let's be
about
clear, we're only entertaining this just to give you a satisfaction because we've already demonstrated in spade that it's obvious that they lied, and why they did is highly irrelevant. So I yield the floor to my friend Grace.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, just think about it. Richard Branson and Jeff Bezos have all the money in the world, but they could not go high enough to go above the clouds. So they were just still in the air, and they never went to space. So even with all of their money and power and influence, you can't go there.
But where is this other land? Because everyone sailed to every part of the ocean. So if you say there's, like past Antarctica, you've also said that it's really hard to reach there. Like, so what? How could an ordinary person ever expect to cross Antarctica?
Oh, there's more than that. When you think about the globe and you try to unpack it, there could be more lands on and within the area heated up by the sun that is still hidden due to the way they map the globe. So we don't know the full extent of our world, and we're limited how far we can actually explore south due to the Antarctic Treaty. So we can't sail all those seas, and even just sailing willy-nilly, the coast guards of the specific countries will contact you and escort you back if you're sailing somewhere you're not allowed to sail.
What? You can sail wherever you want, as long as it isn't in the nation's waters.
What are you talking
Right?
about, dude?
You can't go to the middle. You
can
can't
do
go to
that.
the edge. That's a fact. You can't go to the middle. You can't go to the extreme edges either. You will be brought back.
Because of ice.
So if your proposition is true, my friend, that you can, then that means that there would never exist a story of a sailor freely roaming who was turned around by any military or shot at, correct?
No, because that would probably be in the nation's waters, or they were doing something illegal.
Right. So there's a guy called Jarl Anderhoy, right? Who tried to go to
Right.
Antarctica in different manners. Okay, he lost a crewman being shot at by the government. So it's not the case that you can just go where you want, especially in regards to Antarctica. Not only that, but the logistics of doing so is very hard because of the nature of the temperatures and all of that. But again, keep in mind, we're only entertaining this for your satisfaction because we already understand logically why someone would lie is irrelevant. That they lied is the matter of the day. So you're just to be fair, no disrespect to you. You're trying to think these things through to make peace with it. But the problem is that you've already arrived at the bargaining stage. So your brain is already processing this information.
Gil, was it the 7 stage, right? Yeah, but
yes, for example, my grandfather's is dead. Why would he die? Why would God do such a thing? It's like he's dead. It's just a simple fact. He's dead. So now you have to go through that process of trying to understand why and come to peace with the reason that you may never know. Once you accept that you may never know, then you can have peace with the fact that the lie is just a lie.
I don't think it's possible to patrol that big of an area, though.
Can I just say this though, real quick? Like, have you been living under a rock for the last like 2-3 years, dude? Well, I don't know where people get this idea that you can just go wherever you want. You can't even fly a drone wherever you want. They have perms and rules and stuff like that, man. I mean, you can't even get in a car and just go wherever you want. You can't walk wherever you want. So why can you get in a boat and go wherever you want? Why can you get in a plane? You can't. I just think it's goofy that people have this idea that you have. But then again, look at the last 3 years. You couldn't even go to the grocery store, dude. It's like, dude, I just don't know where people get this idea that, oh no, you could just do whatever you want. Like, no, you can't.
Because it's a big place.
Okay,
and I don't think it'd be possible,
Bro,
even if
last year
everyone
you
was on
couldn't
board
even
with
go
it.
to the grocery store.
Everyone knows where that is.
Come on, dude.
Oh, so you're trying to say that you could do it? You could do it because there's nobody there to monitor you because it's so big they couldn't possibly know what you're doing. Is that
It's
your
like
claim?
saying I can just do whatever I want on the highway. Who's gonna catch me?
Yeah, so they don't have radar
That's the
anymore or
stream.
anything like
Come
that.
on,
That they don't track ships now.
If you were on Antarctica, no.
It's like saying, like, dude, well, if I'm in the boonies, who's gonna catch me? I'll just do whatever I want. I'll just drive as fast as I want on this highway. No one's gonna get. Who's gonna get me?
So guess how they caught Mr. Yarrow? Information that was acquired at land, because you have to plan and do all the logistics at land before you depart. It's like you don't just magically arrive in the middle of an ocean where there's nobody there to catch you.
You can get a boat. Like, there's nothing stopping you from getting a boat and then going and sailing. Illegally, as you're saying. And, going there. Like.
Dude, you know what,
You
dude?
get me?
To be fair, guys make excuses about all the logistics of how their girlfriend isn't cheating on them. Because why would she? There's no way a car can go from here to there with that much gas. Of course, somebody would have noticed she was at the store. And all these excuses upon excuses upon excuses because they don't want to accept that one of their friends gave them the stone cold brass tacks truth of what their girlfriend was up to the other day.
But why would she lie? There's no way she.
And you may die. You may die without her ever telling you the reason.
Reporting back in after sunset here, great looking sky. You can see the tail end of the Big Dipper.
Ooh.
And is one of you using some kind of machine tool, like a drill motor, or anything like that? No?
Yeah, I'm doing my own teeth.
No, seriously, I'm asking a serious question. No one's using anything? Because I thought for sure that I was approached by, this is going to sound strange, by a mechanical dog.
What?
I thought it was a drone at first.
I mean, that's a thing now. So,
Could be.
But wait a minute. Whenever one of you opens your mic, it sounds like that. So I'm going to leave it to say the most logical thing is to say that it sounds coming from the Discord. And it's my imagination. I just heard it from the Discord. So good. Got that solved. Thanks for your help.
Was it me?
It wasn't a robot dog. Yeah, I'm glad it wasn't a robot dog. That would have freaked the shit out of me, but that's okay. I've fucking fought him off if it was.
I just turned my headphones off, Sonny. Was it me?
I really don't know exactly. Try to
Okay.
talk from here.
You sound like you're on some headphones.
You listen. You two guys can solve that in another room. We're going to continue with the conversation.
All right, my bad.
Right.
Exactly. Let's continue with the conversation. Forget about it.
So if you knew that your girlfriend cheated, right, and you couldn't figure out why, and to her dying day, she never told you, does that mean she didn't do it?
Correct. Yeah. I mean, if you don't know why she would have, that means that she didn't.
And to be fair, it may give you peace to find out the reason, right? And that might be why you want to know, because you want to have some kind of peace with why the powers that be who know the truth are lying to the public. And rest assured, it's a very small amount. Most people just believe what they're told and raised in by school. They have no clue about the true nature of the world. They're just Muppet puppets that watch the news and believe what they see, right? If they're shown a photograph that's allegedly to be a photograph, they're just going to say, yep, must be true.
Well, couldn't they say that the excuse that they give, that could also be a lie?
Yeah, I actually heard in the background that it was some kind of Dremel tool. I'm going through my files now to find out which model based on the frequency. I'll get back to you on that.
It's also, worst part is we kind of showed him a video of the guy who shared it with us sleeping with his girlfriend, and he's still like, why would she lie about it? It can't have happened. Why would she lie? There's no reason for her to lie, so she probably didn't do it.
There's no way she could possibly have done it. I can't think of a good reason why she would have done this, so then therefore she did not. Glober logic.
Nobody admitted to using a drill motor or Dremel, so therefore it could not have been a drill motor or Dremel.
Right, that's false. Logic. Sounds retarded. Yeah, so let's say for example that we know, or that you know. All right, let's say for example that you know that not only have you been presented with recent evidence that your girlfriend's lying, but in the past she's lied to you. Like at one time she said there's weapons of mass destruction in the closet. At another time she said, no, I totally didn't give those black guys syphilis. At another time she says, oh no, that's totally the reason why we went to war with Vietnam. Right? So the powers that be at the elite level have a track record of lying to the public. Right? So they're untrustworthy in a general sense. So they need specific evidence.
Wait, hold on a second there, because like Santa Claus, when it brings joy, then it's not a lie. So it's okay to tell a lie as long as it brings joy, like Santa Claus.
Oh, I understand now. So if they have a good enough reason to lie, then it's okay. I get it.
Yeah, and then it's not even at that point. It's not even a lie at that point.
So what you're trying to say is S&M, sadist and masochistic.
Yeah.
I get it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Awesome. That's kind of like Christmas. Yeah. Oh, just like it. Oh, holy mackerel.
Yeah.
Yes. Like,
it's okay to
for
lie
example,
as long as it brings joy.
Yeah. For example, in this context, if the Earth was flat, that would have huge philosophical implications. A lot of the scientists who came up with these ideas in the past, who philosophically chose to disregard the Earth as having a central position in the cosmos for philosophical reasons, would cry at night. Therefore, we must continue this lie. And then you're like, oh, that's such a good reason. We wouldn't want the scientists to be scared.
Wow.
Whoa!
everybody. Tonight we're debating Flat Earth versus Globe Earth, and we are starting right now. With the Flat Earth side, thanks so much for being with us. Witsit Gets It, and Kai, the floor is all yours.
How's it going? So you want us to, we'll do our little opener right now, share the screen.
You bet.
All
I'll
right.
switch it over for you.
There you go.
They can see it crystal clear.
All right, perfect. All right, so the Earth is a stationary geocentric dielectric plane. Don't make it weird. All right. So we want to go over a few little quotes. Let me start my time. All right, so briefly, everything occurs as if the Earth were at rest. Physics, Henrik Lorentz, but he's just like one of the fatherheads of electrical field theory. What does he know? I actually can't read this because these people are in my way. Can I move the actual people? Just forget it. This is Einstein basically saying that every attempt on any terrestrial experiment to prove the Earth is spinning didn't work and was a negative result, but that's how we know the Earth is spinning. The data of Michelson Morley were almost unbelievable. There was only one other possible conclusion to draw, that the Earth was at rest. Another physicist, what do we know? This is an infamous Stephen Hawking's really smart guy. Is the Ptolemaic or Copernican system correct? All observations terrestrially show that the Earth is at rest. This is infamous physicist Stephen Hawking, but what does he know? Again, once more for the record, it has been shown at least 6 different ways this century alone that the equations in physics used by NASA to launch satellites are identical to the equations derived from geocentric universe. But there's no way the Earth could be geocentric. That's crazy. I can kind of remember this, even though it's, again, blocked. But today's scientists substitute mathematics for experiments, wander off in la-la land to where basically they end up with no relation to reality. And mathematical constructs, of course, aren't reality. So let's just see if NASA's a credible source, since they're the ones that give us all this mystical information about space and the Earth being a ball.
Your question that the sky is almost white with the light of the universe, with the uncountable number of stars. The sky is deep black. The sky is almost white with the light of the universe, with the uncountable number of stars. The sky is deep black. You can't see the constellations because the sky is just so alive with stars.
The most unexpected thing, I think, was the blackness of space. Most unexpected thing, I think, was the blackness.
So again, you're just going to hear more contradictions between the astronauts. Whether you can see stars or not, you would think that they would all be on the same page and recall the same things if they went to the same place, but clearly there is a discrepancy. So we have more of this.
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon by eye without looking through the optics. I don't recall during the period of time that we were photographing the solar curler what stars we could see. I don't remember seeing any. The sky is deep black when viewed from the moon, as it is when viewed from cislunar space, the space between the Earth and the moon. And we cannot see stars.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
There's all the stars there, and the cool thing is about it, you can see it during the day.
And when you're in space and you're looking into deep space and you're on the sun side of the orbit, the sunlight washes out all the starlight, so you can't see any stars, just like you're on Earth.
There's all the stars there, and the cool thing is about it, you can see it during the day.
Yeah, you can, and there's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas Magellan clouds.
So yeah, which is it? Do we see stars at all? Do we see them on the sun side or not on the sun side? So much contradiction does not make sense if they're all going to the same place.
Yeah, seems weird. They're all going to space, but they all have very different experiences that are directly contradictory. Here's some pictures most people have seen. This is an infamous scientific talk from NASA, and in the background it shows you this guy that's posing on the ISS is in front of a blue screen. Totally normal. And here's in the bottom right is NASA saying, which is a clip shot of an article talking about how they use virtual reality in space now. which is convenient because we've seen their hands go through coffee cups and lemons and etc. But
and that's how it looks like they're manipulating like water droplets or like floating pizzas or whatever shenanigans they have, but they're able to do it with such accuracy because they are using VR.
Yeah, and just to address, I mean, we're addressing the credibility of the primary source of all the stories of space before we get any further. So NASA also admits that they practice their spacewalks in a pool. They have a mock ISS in the pool.
Buoyancy lab.
Yeah, so that's pretty cool. You know, just practicing the pool, no big deal. But it appears that NASA missions halted after astronaut almost drowns, water covered eyes, nose, and ears. Here's another article. Astronauts keep almost drowning in space. And it does say keep for a reason, because if you Google this, you will find this story being told once every year for the last 5 years. So consistently, they can't figure it out. Mysteriously, NASA's astronaut suits keep filling with water in space. But of course, like we said, they do practice their spacewalks in a pool. So maybe they're in water. This is to address the claims of all the satellites. The biggest consumer of helium in the entire world is NASA. They consume about 90% of the world's helium supply. And of course, they have a Satelloon project. So most flat earthers do not deny that there's stuff in the sky. We just deny the claims that they're in a second law of thermodynamics violation. So we're going to move on.
Oh, yeah. These are apparently real pictures of planets, but clearly they are CGI, which same with the globe. There's only one real picture supposedly ever taken of the globe. Robert Simmons confirms this in an interview they did, that they use composite imaging and artist rendition. They take a flat map and wrap it around a ball and add in Photoshop clouds.
Right. So it's just 2022, but we have nothing but CGI. And if we deny this, then we're apparently crazy. So here's a video with, an actual video of what
with the Nikon P1000, I believe.
Yep.
When you actually look at the stars with that versus using NASA's CGI.
Yeah. So the globe earthers will, of course, say that this is just not in focus, but it's very convenient that you can so precisely critique a shot with an actual camera as you tout CGI. So I think it's a bit of a double standard there. This is an actual verifiable video as opposed to computer generated cartoons. So I think that doesn't really make sense. I would probably pump the brake. It's just out of focus. It's out of focus. But anyway, moving on. Here's another video.
So what are the lights in the sky then?
This doesn't look like the CGI. And again, we always have to rely on a handful. And by the way, in the telescopes, I'm sure they're going to say, the telescopes are the same unless they have computer program rendering the image and it's layered. Mm-hmm. So again, that's not a real image. That's not a real picture. So what is up with that? Why is it that when we look at the actual pictures, they seem to show a totally different story? So like she said, I wonder what they are.
And what they resemble are cymatic patterns in water, which is where you take frequencies and then you were able to create this sacred geometry in water or sand. There's also an effect called sonoluminescence, where you use frequency in water and it's able to create a bubble. Once the bubble collapses, light emits. And this phenomenon is also called a star in a jar. So just if NASA is lying about these things in the sky, what could they possibly be?
Right. And this is just actual science, right, where you can actually prove the phenomena. So if you manipulate a medium with acoustic introduction or frequencies, again, it will emit light. And they look identical to what we see when we look at the sky. So very interesting. Cymatic patterns seem to potentially be the source of the sky. So the entire conversation here is the Earth a globe or is the Earth flat? One of the primary things you hear a lot is, do you have a model? Do you have a model? Well, here we go. If we just use the actual phenomena that we can measure, the magnetic flux here, these are on the top, that's the magnetic flux. On the bottom, that's ocean currents. They map out perfectly on a flat surface. Of course, on the globe, they're all over the place. This was a very popular website, and it took the azimuthal projection down once people started finding out about flat Earth. On the right here, you will see that the sun rays, the direct 9-degree angle, does not line up with the equator, which is the hottest part of the globe. which makes no sense whatsoever. Of course, on the flat Earth, it makes perfect sense. The temperature distribution is perfectly aligned with the position of the sun, just like when it's hotter, when it's noon. So, of course, gas pressure is the force of the gas particles colliding with the walls of its container. So, an antecedent to gas pressure is a container.
Gravity's not a container, not a physical container.
Although that is your replacement of a container. So here we have some proof of what appears to be the container reflecting light.
This effect is called a sundog. They say it's because there's ice crystals in the sky, but this phenomenon also can happen during the summer. Interesting.
Yep. I think we only have like a minute or two left. So real quickly, this is an electromagnetic field, which is what we have on the Earth. The globe Earth, according to Harvard, still can't even adequately explain how the magnetic field even exists or how it is distributed. But anyway, magnetic fields have what's called an inertial plane. So there's a depiction. You would live on that green plane through the middle.
Here's what a magnet actually has is the inverse to counter space, which of course is polarity, which is a three-dimensional S-curve. In other words, the plane of inertia, which is the inverse of magnetic centrifugal divergence, which of course forms the geometry of this. The toroid is a cross-section of a toroid or a donut shape. And this is of course what the magnetic field looks like, right? It's toroidal.
Right. So there's the inertial plane, which would again be where you live. I'm going to have to go through this pretty fast, so sorry in advance, but there's an atmospheric gradient on the Earth of electric potential. It goes up roughly 100 to 120 volts per meter. That results in a downward current on the Earth. So when people say something about gravity, actually, they're just hijacking the phenomena that we know is there. Is electric force stronger or weaker than the gravitational force? Well, it's 10 to the 39th power stronger than gravity even claims to be, and you can't isolate it. So how could you ever find out anything that was any weaker than that? So
it's not gravity, it's electrostatics.
So electrostatics, incoherent dielectric acceleration specifically, and Inner World Productions. I think we made the time pretty close.
Thank you very much for that opening statement. And want to let you know, folks, if it's your first time here at Modern Day Debate, we are a neutral platform hosting debates on science, religion, and politics. We hope you feel welcome no matter what walk of life you are from. Flat earther, globe earther, you name it. We're thrilled you're here. And don't forget to hit that subscribe button for more juicy debates coming up. With that, we're going to kick it over to Taylor and Jen for their opening as well. Thanks so much for being with us. Defending the globe tonight. Taylor and Jen, the floor is all yours.
Thank you so much, James, Taylor, Witzik, Kai, everybody associated with the channel. Great to be here. I'm Jen. I'll be giving a defense of the globe Earth, and I'm really looking forward for the chance to be back on the show. I just want to say real quick that I appreciate the amount of scholarship that has gone into my opponent's defense of their position. I don't recall exactly how the last debate went, but it does seem that it's a lot tighter from the scientific persuasive angle. It doesn't mean I agree with you. And I'm looking at you, audience, all the people that said that I was defaulting mid-debate last time. That did not happen. That's just called having a good sports person-like attitude in debates. So back to what it is we're talking about here. And this is a bit of a touchy topic for me. This has frustrated me before. It's like, isn't it obvious that it's a ball? I mean, look, everything pretty much, if we just let it do its thing, it's a ball. But that's obviously not what our senses tell us. So we have a bit of a pull back and forth between an impression and measurements, and we have to use geometry, mathematics, and physical models to interpolate our way to a greater understanding. And that's where I like to invoke metaphors. What is this? It's a three-dimensional lens, and it's a metaphor both for our atmosphere and our consciousness and our eyeballs. What is this fundamentally doing? Well, it is pulling in a bunch of light to a more concentrated region. And I apologize in advance if my audio is not working out. This is a new set of headphones for me, so please bear with me. I'm doing my best to make the most compelling version of the arguments as I can kind of cobble together, because it's hard to put myself in the position of somebody who would be skeptical about something like that, just because isn't there already a sort of inbuilt skepticism just with the sheer relative size? if you're saying the Earth is flat, you're potentially saying that what your eyes recognize for something that's many thousands of times bigger than you is the accurate shape. Now, why would we expect the shape to be accurate when I just demonstrated 3 examples of lenses, atmosphere, consciousness, and eyeball? And none of those reflects what was originally put through, does it? I'm flipped upside down. What am I getting at here? It's about what's a reasonable place to begin. A reasonable place to start is, well, it's actually pretty much the only way to explain what we see here is with a globe. And if I may share my screen, I will go over to address some of these arguments. All right.
Crystal clear.
Okay, so is my leaked government document. I just Googled this randomly, and I'm sure this is a bit of a straw person here, but just bear with me. What is this saying? I can totally see how, you might want to say, oh, well, they did a drawing, and therefore that's what reality is. But we're sort of missing the point of physics, which is to make models. So it is perfectly conceivable that NASA or others would be using something that looks like a flat Earth model, but that does not actually, nobody using that model actually believes that the Earth is flat. It's just the best approximation given the scale. And what does that mean just intuitively? There is no reason to think that we would be able to do multi-scale estimation. So we really have to completely trust a model on all the levels. So what this model might be telling us, I don't know if it's real, it's probably not, but hypothetically, let's say that it would be an approximation on that scale, meaning not more than 100 meters. If we want to take into account the scale of the entire planet, well, that's considerably bigger. So if we start with what's obviously a sphere, I've got this ball here. As I pull it away from the camera, it's a lot harder to tell whether it's a sphere or a circle. So there is an issue with spherical things at a sufficient distance appearing flat. And there's a question of what is it we can actually conceive of in terms of a model that is going to give us an accurate representation, that is going to give us accurate predictions of numerical values, and realizing that those two aren't the same. So the model that gives you the best numbers in terms of future values and the model that tells you the exact physics of what's going on, they may not be the same, and you may not even be able to have a single model for both because of the complexity of the cosmos. So I'm just throwing out examples here that even though it's a frustrating debate to keep on having, you can see why there might be misunderstandings, especially when we have the prevalence of beliefs that cogito ergo sum, and perhaps this is committing a bit of a reification fallacy with regards to the importance of sensory impressions. How am I doing for time, James? I feel like I've been really rambling here, and I don't want to go too long. All right, well, I have like pages and pages still to go here, and I know my partner wanted to wrap it up and go into the actual meat of the conversation. So I'll try to just skip through to whatever was I made a lot of notes about the presentation, so that Whitsit and Kai put on. So I guess
well, take your time if you feel like you need it. Don't rush on my behalf.
Guess I'll mention just quickly, thank you so much, about the moon, that there's definitely some mysterious stuff going on with the moon. And have a look here. There's really no reason that the moon ought to line up with the sun so perfectly as to create this effect. It's really quite something. And so I don't think that necessarily tells us anything about a physical model, but it's certainly an example as to how mysterious everything is and can precipitate this symmetry. And I think you mentioned also that there was no way to disprove that we were in the center of the universe. And findings like that, they're mysterious because I expect that because cosmology does tend to be mysterious. And that fact pretty much signals to me that it's another manifestation of the least action principle that's very ubiquitous notion that the amount of energy is always minimized over whatever field the vibration is taking place in. And so whenever a mysterious symmetry arises, I always think, okay, it's something connected to the least action principle, even though I don't know exactly what it is. Somehow it's coming together to create something beautiful. And I better not let my inclinations towards poetic interpretations take me off on a flight of fancy, because I am doing physics here. I need to really stick with not just good measurements, but a good interpretation of the measurements and acknowledging all of the evidence, but also contextualizing it. Like, what does it really mean that you saw those water effects on the I think you called them sacred geometries. What does that really mean? Well, much more likely that that's a lensing effect either from the camera or possibly even the atmosphere. And so there's maybe some effects that are less well understood. For example, a snow dog could happen at any time. I think that's what it's called. The lens effect in the sky could happen at any time. It's really just a triple, not a triple point, sorry. It's just a matter of whether it's at the right pressure, density, temperature point for that effect to happen. It doesn't have to be like cold or warm on the surface. That's an effect that manifests in the atmosphere, and it would be the temperature there that determined it. So yeah, the moon is really what sells me on Earth being round, because we don't see the moon all the time. It goes away, but we do see the same face of the moon all the time. So that's another mystery. But those two things combined, the fact that the moon is less privileged than us rotationally, in the sense that the face that if you were standing on the moon, you could eventually see everything on the planet, versus the planet Earth only sees one face of the moon. That tells me it has to be a sphere, because we would see it all the time if it was flat, I suppose. So I guess I'm done with my intro, and thanks for listening, and I'll hand it over to my co-debater. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Jen. And I'll share my screen too.
While he's pulling that up, I want to remind you folks, our guests are linked in the description. So if you'd like to learn more about the views of either side, you can by clicking on their links below. All right, Snake, they can see your screen as clear as day.
All right. Is the word tab showing up?
Yep.
Oh, okay. I'm going to be reading off that. Or do you see my text document, or do you just see the
right now you're
globe?
fully sharing your screen. If you wanted to click on a certain window to share, you could. You'd have to unshare and then go back to sharing.
Okay, sorry about that.
Not a problem. As mentioned, folks, they're linked
Oh yeah, I see it.
down in the description. That includes that the podcast, Modern Day Debate debates, are uploaded to our podcast within 24 hours of each debate, and we put our guest links in the description box for the podcast episode as well. They can now see a picture of a globe Earth.
Okay. So, so flat Earth is pseudoscience. It's fake skepticism. They accept photographs and tabletop experiments if they support flat Earth, but they reject photographs and valid experiments if they support the globe. They have an impossibly high standard of evidence for the real science, but will instantly turn on a dime and lower their standards if the same type of evidence supports the flat Earth. But you can't have it both ways. We have experiments proving how gravity works. Do they care? No. Do they have experiments showing how gravity works as they say? No, but they accept their conjecture as fact anyway. They'll speculate about some woo-woo electromagnetic whatever that might be responsible for suspending and moving the sun inside the atmosphere, and that's good enough. But meanwhile, rigorous peer-reviewed science is dismissed as a conspiracy. They insist that the sun is in the atmosphere, but will never send an expedition there. Any photographic evidence of actual expeditions to the moon are claimed automatically to be fake. So there's a double standard. Regardless, the globe predicts data. Flat Earth predicts none of the data. If you make predictions about reality, you understand how it works. If you can't, you don't. Flat Earthers can't even accommodate the data. They're actually so incompetent at this that they now avoid even trying to make a map at all possible costs, because all flat maps always contradict real-world observations of flight paths, star paths, land proportions, path of the sun and moon, etc., etc. Flat Earthers don't even have enough real confidence or practical skill to make a map, let alone send an expedition to the things that they claim are in the atmosphere, like the sun and moon, nor will they even try. To quote Kai, that's why we keep it vague. So it doesn't matter to them because all the evidence is a conspiracy. It's all lies, so they can just reject it out of hand. It has to be an impossible global conspiracy instead of facing the possibility that they might be wrong. When flat earther Bob Nodell bought a laser gyroscope to prove no rotation, then he measured a 15 degree per hour rotation. He dismissed it rather than accept the possibility he had no idea what he was talking about. When flat earther Jeranism proved water curvature with his own experiment, he dismissed it rather than admit he was wrong. Interesting. You also saw them in their presentation misrepresenting what physicists actually say about the subject, quote mining things, cutting things up out of context. So what are we supposed to do in the face of such reckless hubris? Well, what about that oft-repeated phrase, replacement is independent of falsification, the excuse for why they can't produce a working map? The so-called falsifications come down to a few typical misunderstandings like why no one falls off the bottom, quote unquote, how curved water can be level, how the atmosphere stays held to the earth next to a vacuum. Properly understood real physics like gravity explain all this and actually necessitate a globe shape, falsifying and replacing the flat earth at the same time. Flat earthers universally reject gravity, and it's for a good reason. If you understand gravity, you can't really be a flat earther. Okay. So a couple more slides here, almost done. Second point, other than gravity, I would like Kai and Whitsitt to explain how the stars rotate in different directions depending on the hemisphere, because it's not physically possible on any flat plane. And let's see. Oh, thirdly, the feed you saw for most of this presentation was the live feed from the Himawari 8 Japanese weather satellite, a non-NASA installation. And flat earthers can falsify it at any time. Just go find weather data that contradicts the unfakeable live feed. I can assure you they will not do this. And the only other photographic evidence I want to bring up is the photos of the curved water at Lake Pontchartrain. So let's discuss. Thanks.
You got it. And with that, we're going to jump into open conversation. Want to let you know, though, folks, as mentioned, a lot of juicy debates coming up that you don't want to miss. For example, at the bottom right of your screen, I'm pulling up this new one. Are trans women women? It is going to be a controversial one between Vosh and Dr. Bogardus as they collide next month. You don't want to miss it. Hit that subscribe button. With that, we're going to jump into an open conversation, as mentioned. Thanks so much. Austin, Kai, Taylor, and Jen, the floor is all yours.
Okay, you keep on talking about experiments, so I think Kai has a question for
Yes, we have a question for Taylor. So Taylor, what are the 3 constituent parts of a scientific experiment?
Well, you're looking for a specific answer, so why don't you tell me?
We're just looking for the right answer.
Well, yeah, because you think
Let's
that
just
we
talk
don't
about an
care
experiment. Let's not waste time. Let's talk about Cavendish.
Okay, so I will answer the question that you can't answer. You have an independent, dependent, and control variable, okay? And the crucial part is establishing cause and effect, okay?
Mm-hmm.
That's how you conduct a scientific
Right. So let's talk about Cavendish experiment,
now,
cause and effect.
Before you interrupt me. So when we're talking about gravity, that means you have to, if gravity, space-time has to be the independent variable, you have to be able to manipulate the independent variable. And that is not what the current science, which is actually pseudoscience, is ever doing. So
No, you don't. That's just a lie. So let's talk about the Cavendish experiment. You don't
Okay.
need to manipulate all those things. So,
Cavendish wasn't trying to prove gravity, but go ahead.
yes, it does. It
Cavendish-
proves that there's an
Cavendish
attraction between masses, which is gravity.
Cavendish wasn't trying to prove gravity.
It doesn't matter what he was trying to prove. It matters what the experiment shows, and the man Cavendish is irrelevant. So what does the experiment show? It shows an attraction between mass. End of story.
No, it doesn't actually.
Yes, it does.
It's actually very inconsistent. So are you claiming that you always get the same results?
No, that's the point of experiments, is you can repeat them.
Right, as less than a 10%.
Sometimes the experiments have errors. There's a torsion element to it. Some people get the torsion element wrong.
Okay, so but
Can't have
you
the
agree
string
that,
have any torque in it.
you agree that if you do an experiment 10 times and then you only get the right result one time and you dismiss the other 9 to user error and just cherry pick the one out, that's not actually science.
Mm-hmm. So 99% of the time you get the same answer, and it's
That is
mass
incorrect.
attracts mass.
That's incorrect.
which is
No,
not
it's not.
even, which has also been superseded by Einstein, which is now the bending and warping of space-time.
No,
it's not even-
Cavendish was not overturned by Einstein. They still
No,
use
no,
that experiment.
Newtonian physics. So you said mass attracting mass. That's saying that gravity is an intrinsic property of matter. That's Newtonian physics. It was superseded in 1915. Gravity is no longer considered an intrinsic property of matter.
That's fine. There's
Physics
still an
textbook
attraction
is
between mass.
well documented if you just research it. I can
There's
pull up
not
some
a-
academic quotes for you if you would like.
There's not an attraction
I
between
remember
mass
you
and-
mentioned something about a stationary plane and a dielectric plane. Would you
Yeah, where's the experiment for that?
Wait. Before that, though, would you like to concede that?
Absolutely not. You're lying right now. That is a experiment that absolutely shows attraction between mass and mass. When you put two heavy masses next to each other, they will always be attracted to each other. And you can take out the many variables. That's what the torsion bar is for. You take out the variable of spin and torque. You take it off the ground. You take out the variable of friction. So anytime you put two masses next to each other, they will attract each other. You can switch them and the experiment will spin the other way. You can put the masses on the other side and it will immediately be pushed to the other side.
Okay, again, you're just saying that, but I've actually researched it in depth. It does not consistently work. But the real problem, I'll just go ahead and cut this off.
You're lying.
I'll go ahead and cut this off at the head for you, man. You didn't control for the variable of electrostatics, which is 10 to the 39th power stronger than gravity. So even if it was consistent, which it objectively isn't, the attractive force there that's objectively and measurably there is 10 to the 39th power stronger than gravity. Can you rebut that for me?
Yep, because you can you can test for that by putting
the actual
same type.
physical answer there, if you want to get technical, is that gravity acts over 1 over r squared. Falls off as 1 over r squared, and electromagnetism falls off as 1 over r cubed. So what you see is exactly what you'd expect, but you have to interpret it correctly. It's a question.
Electrostatics is
Why are we even able to stand up? I mean, let's, give the globers their, give them a chance. Like, if they're right, basically what they're saying is that we have this big globe and we're sucked into towards the center of it because it's so massive. And then the question becomes, well, why aren't we just a big flat pancake on the ground sizzling? And the answer is because we have electrostatic torsion holding us standing up. I mean, in a way, it's a bit of a miracle that we're able to stand up and ambulate so easily. Ask anyone who's trying to program a robot to walk, and it takes them a really long time to get the thing not to just fall over in a ball. I'm being a bit hyperbolic here, but just so you know, the electrical gravity torsion, equilibrium point, that's exactly what you would expect for a globe. It's just that when the gravity force is 1 over r squared versus electricity is 1 over r cubed. So in very close distances, electricity is much stronger. Over longer distances, gravity is stronger. And
But
then they
that's
have
just
a balance
claim.
point.
That's called a begging the question fallacy. So we're actually disputing that very thing. He just invoked Newtonian physics, which
No,
is
I didn't.
over 100.
You're lying again.
So are you saying Einsteinian physics is mass attracts mass?
That is an observable fact, whether you're in Einsteinian
Is the
physics
theory
or
of
not.
relativity? Does the theory of relativity say that mass attracts mass?
No, but
Okay,
it
so
doesn't
because
falsify
that's outside of
necessarily
the
the
theory of
Newtonian.
relativity. The theory of relativity
Wow.
doesn't say the sky is blue either.
Okay, so what you're saying is that you're trying to prove a gravity that was proven to no longer work in your model, and it had to be updated to the theory of relativity.
It didn't have
Is
to
that
be
what-
updated. Mass accelerates towards mass.
Mass
That
no
was
longer
not
attracts
overturned
mass.
by Einsteinian physics at all. And it doesn't matter if it's
explain it.
electrostatic or not. Mass
Okay,
accelerates
first-
towards mass, whether it's
Okay.
electrostatic or not.
Okay, yes, I understand. First of all, gravity is the effect of the bending and warping of space-time according to the theory of relativity. That has superseded Newtonian physics. The reason electrostatics is
Irrelevant for
important
the
is
purposes
because
of the debate.
well, you're trying to prove something that doesn't even happen to exist in your model anymore. So,
And if we're
No,
going to
that's a
discuss
lie.
gravity,
It exists.
if we're going to
Gravity
discuss
exists in
gravity, we
Einsteinian
need-
physics. Stop lying.
not mass
Go ahead.
attracting mass.
I want to be sure we hear
Mass
from
accelerates
Kai.
towards
Just as
mass,
it's-
yes.
Just to hear, sure we hear from Kai. It sounded like you had something to say, Kai.
Oh, thanks, James. All I was going to say is it's absolutely applicable. If we're going to be discussing gravity, we need to understand the supposed cause. So
No, you only
bending-
need to know its behavior.
the cause, the bending and warping of space-time.
Yeah.
You only need
So
to know
how-
its
so what's-
behavior.
So here, let's ask this question. So you said that gravity's been proven over and over by scientists. Can you describe the difference between correlation and causation?
Causation is something that is caused by something else. Correlation is just appearing at the same time as something else in the data.
And how do you differentiate between the two in the academic world?
You eliminate variables.
You have an independent, dependent, and control variables. And the key part is to manipulate the independent variable and see if it affects the dependent. So when they were studying gravity, we're going to use Einsteinian gravity because that is the most current explanation. What was the independent variable and the dependent variable in that experiment?
In Cavendish,
No, when they actually proved Einsteinian gravity.
I don't know. I don't know
Bending
that
and warping.
experiment.
That's the foundation of everything, according to you.
The
Great,
Newtonian
irrelevant for the
work.
debate.
No, Newtonian didn't work anymore. They had to update it to Einsteinian physics. Are you not
I'm not talking
aware?
about Newtonian physics.
Mass attracting mass is Newtonian physics. And actually, hilariously enough, Newton said, please do not attribute that to me, because the idea that innate brute matter could attract innate brute matter and act on it through the vastness of a vacuum is to me so great an absurdity that no man with competent faculty of thinking and philosophical matters
Good
could
for
ever
you.
follow.
Okay, so
That's his
mass
word.
Why do you
moves
interrupt so
towards
much, bro?
mass.
Why do you interrupt so much?
Why do you just waste time so much? Mass attracts mass.
Just in case Jen has anything to say. We haven't heard
You can-
from you in a while, Jen, in case you had anything.
I think you may be
Jen,
muted
you're
now.
muted. Wait, you're not muted. It shows you as unmuted, but we're still not hearing you.
Coming
This is the
through.
best glove argument I've heard all day, James.
No, that's coming through. Did I
Now we
accidentally
can hear
mute?
you.
I'm so sorry. I got excited there. So perhaps my last few arguments were missed. But thank you for calling attention to that. I was interested about one of the arguments in your opener, which is just maybe taking a new direction about, you mentioned that you can't see the stars. Now, just to clarify, is the claim there that you can only see stars within the Earth's atmosphere, and once you're like too far, that it's blackness or something? What could you refresh my memory as to what the claim actually is about the
That's a great question, Jen, because the claim is not consistent. We'll start with Neil Armstrong. At first, they say that because of the glare of the sun, you cannot see stars because of that. Then he, in another interview, he says that the sky in space is a deep black from the view of the moon, and also cislunar space, which is the space between Earth and the moon. So that is the original claim. Now that has been updated with recent astronauts that have gone to the ISS. Some of them say we can see stars, whether we're on the sun side or not on the sun side, whether it's day or night, we can see stars all the time. it's the one astronaut said it was so bright because of the stars, it's almost light. But then other astronauts on the ISS say it's a deep black, that there's no stars. So it doesn't stay consistent. We don't actually know the real answer because these astronauts, both astronauts that have been to the ISS, the same location, have different recollections of their eyewitness testimony, which in a court would be very suspicious and should be treated the same.
Yeah, so what's happening is they're just lying again because they know that they're taking these statements out of context. You can look in a particular direction and you will be blinded by the sun. You can look to the right and you will see the blackness of space and stars. It's like looking into a flashlight. You can't see the flashlight, but if you turn to the side, you can start seeing things again. And you guys know what you're doing.
Don Pettit said, we're not lying. We actually just
played it for everyone to listen to it, dude.
We did more research than you did. We didn't have to read from a paper or anything. So,
no, you clipped it out.
So Don Pettit said,
I'd like to respond.
Okay, you call us a liar, but I mean, we played it for the audience.
And you need another word.
If I wanted to take a page out of your book, I'd take the next minute to blow you about how only the stupidest, dumbest, most idiotic could ever believe something like that. It's true, but I won't waste time like that.
That's what you said in your argument.
So no, I described what pseudoscience is. So when you take clips of people saying, we can only see the blackness of space. And then you take a clip of someone saying, when you're looking at the sun, you can't see stars. You are quote mining, you're taking out the context because there are certain directions you can see stars, certain directions you can't see stars.
We just
remove that context. You removed the context. Correct.
We just played a video. And one of the astronauts says that during the light of the sun, you can see stars. And one says that you can't. So you're wrong.
No, because it depends on which direction.
No, they said even during the day. They said even during the day.
Right. Which is why you trim the context, because it matters whether you're looking at the sun or not during the day.
But so if you're not looking at the sun, you can always see stars in space.
It depends.
Okay.
Then you would disagree.
Depends on
with
a lot of different factors, which you cut out.
There may be two effects. Are you familiar with something called a snow blindness, or it's an effect when you go skiing? Like this, there's a reflection off the snow, and the sun sort of blinds you. So anyway, there's all sorts of different effects that can happen with. I guess it's probably a bad example, but.
We're just pointing out they have contradictory statements. He's trying to say that we're misrepresenting them. We played it for them. I encourage everyone to go look at it.
It's possible that within the atmosphere, there's more twinkling caused by the atmosphere itself. It seems maybe that you're having trouble understanding how there can be an atmosphere. Did you give any thought to what I said last time about the moon being the thing that's holding the atmosphere in place?
That sounds wild to me, but.
It's totally wild because we have to contend with what are apparently contradictory, but not contradictory boundary conditions or binding principles, which is the speed of light is 3 times e to the 8. So that's like 3 with 8 zeros meters per second. And that's a very fast compared to the speeds that we're used to.
It's a global
sorry, go ahead.
Global conspiracy, but they can't get their story straight somehow.
Stop self-projecting.
Yeah, our story or the astronauts who literally say you cannot see stars. Okay, and these are just a few of, there's so many of these clips. They say you cannot see stars in space.
It's called a hostile witness, bro.
But if you were looking at our star, because it's so close, our sun is so close, okay? If you're looking towards our sun, you're not going to see behind it because all the light from the sun is going to be glaring in your face.
Then Don Pettit literally said, even when they're looking at the sun, they still see stars.
You can see all of them.
That's what they're saying.
Said when it's daytime. So.
Wait, okay, whatever. I have to address something because my homie Bob, right? So you just now said that whenever he used a gyro and he found the degrees, he didn't want to accept it and he dismissed and all stuff. That's actually just patently false. So what happened was he actually ended up taking the gyro to different altitudes at the same latitude and got over a degree in variance. So would you agree that if you use a gyro to detect the axial rotation of the Earth at a certain latitude, but then you change altitude and then the degree changes, that refutes the idea that it's because of axial rotation?
No, because you're still measuring rotation.
At the same latitude, it's just...
Since you clearly have never done any science of... at all.
Ad
You've
hoc.
never had to calculate your. It's not. You've never had to. You don't. You're clearly demonstrating you don't understand what a margin of error is.
No,
but
can
if
you
there's
answer the
rotation
question?
measured, I did. I said no. If there's rotation measured, then rotation is measured.
Hey, but
Doesn't
would
matter
the
if there's a
rotation
margin of
change?
error.
Would the rotation change if you keep the same latitude on a globe?
It could. Was he in a different location on the globe?
He was at the same latitude.
But I thought you had a bunch of quotes before saying all these physicists couldn't distinguish their measurements from a flat stationary surface, and now you're saying you can.
That's
measure.
true, but this guy claims that the gyro proves the Earth is spinning. So I'm going to see if he even understands why. So on a globe, there's latitude lines.
That?
On a globe, there are lines of latitude, and the Earth spins at different rates based on the size of the sphere. So if you stay at the same latitude, then this axial rotation remains the same no matter where you are on that ball. If you're on the same latitude, isn't that right, Taylor?
Nope. And Bob, he thought it would. Yeah, you're just wrong. There's a thing called margin of error.
Margin of error. You're vaguely.
I'm not done with my statement. So, Bob, before he did the experiment, said that this machine will work if it shows rotation. Then that shows rotation. If it shows degrees of rotation, then that shows the rotation of the Earth. Then he changed his story. He said, well, it's the degrees of rotation changed. Therefore, the machine doesn't work anymore.
No. I actually know him. You're avoiding the question because it destroys you. So the margin of error for a gyro, margin of error can give you up to 2-degree variance. Margin of error.
Sure.
Why does it always stay the same? How come the margin of error always changes at a different altitude at the same latitude? Wouldn't the margin of error be consistent at all altitudes?
Not necessarily.
Okay, so appeal to.
What if gravity changes with how far you are from the center of the planet?
That doesn't change the rate of the Earth spinning.
Yes, it changes the speed of time, which I know, the rate of time rather.
But that's not what the gyro doesn't
relativity is saying.
Time.
Altitude does change the diameter slightly, so.
The gyro doesn't detect time. So try again.
I said nothing about time.
Okay, so here's the deal, man. What you're saying that he's lying. The truth is that the gyro, right, a ring laser gyro,
I didn't say he's lying.
It uses the Sagnac effect, okay? It was discovered by a dude named Sagnac. He says it's a vortexual movement in the ether. Now, he was not aware of that at the time. He said, this is interesting. We have 15 degrees. It doesn't look good right now. So then he kept looking into it. He decided to test it further. Actually, a professor told him an idea that you can test to see if it's the vortex of the ether moving or if it's the Earth moving by keeping a certain latitude, but changing altitude. When we did that, it changed over a degree based on the altitude. That debunks that it's because of axial rotation.
So you make up the ether, even though that was disproved. Okay.
You can't respond to my point, man. So we can move on.
You're invoking a magical field to describe how your experiment failed you.
No, I'm not invoking a magical field.
The ether is a magical field.
Falsification is independent of replacement. What I'm saying is you're claiming that it's because of axial rotation, but if you maintain latitude and change altitude, it changes, debunking your claim. I can offer a replacement. I don't have to, but I will go back to the very person that discovered the effect the ring laser gyro is built using, which is called the Sagnac effect. What he said was it was the vortexual movement in the ether. That's all I said. I don't have to replace it. Your claim is wrong. It doesn't prove the Earth is spinning because it changes at different altitudes.
How come he thought it would prove the Earth is spinning before the experiment ran, and he only changed his mind after he failed?
He had to further research it. That's called actual intellectual honesty.
He had to accommodate his failure.
Can I just ask, did Sagnac conclude that the Earth was flat from his inquiry? Because ether model doesn't mean flat Earth. That's two different classes of models.
That's right. But in his opener, he tried to call out Bob and slander him. So I exposed him for not knowing what he was talking about. And I told the true story because I know him personally. And the truth is he went to different altitudes and it debunks the claim of axial rotation. So we can move on now. I just wanted to call out his slander in his opener. So it has nothing to do with if the Earth is flat or not. That's true.
Even though it measured axial rotation both times. Interesting.
It literally didn't, though, because it changed.
So you can't actually replace the model. One reason is what I already mentioned, is stars. I'm just responding to what you said. You claimed you can replace the model, but that's reason you won't make a map because you can't.
I did not claim I could read.
You did. You said I could replace it. I'm not going to because you.
So I can replace the explanation of a gyro.
Okay. Well, my next point is going to be the same. The stars spin in different directions depending on hemisphere, and they just go in a straight line on the equator. So explain that on a flat plane.
Okay, well, first of all, they all go in the same direction. So when you say that they spin in different directions, you're just patently wrong. All stars go east to west. They don't go in a different direction. They all go the same direction. Whenever you look south, you're looking in a different direction. So then you have clockwise and counterclockwise relative to perception, correct?
Yeah, but that can't change no matter how many times you spin around.
No, it changes based on which direction you're viewing it.
No, it doesn't.
Perspective
It changes on which hemisphere you're on. You can look in any direction on the northern hemisphere and it will spin, I think, counterclockwise. And if you look in any direction on the southern hemisphere, it'll spin counterclockwise.
Because it's clockwise and counterclockwise are relative to perception. They all move east to west, though.
How is this? You can't get that spinning effect on a flat Earth.
Well, the sky is spinning, my man. So I guess you need to catch up. We showed you mainstream physicists telling you that there's no terrestrial observation that proves that the Earth is moving. We even quoted Einstein saying that.
Yeah. So do you think that means that the Earth is not moving? Just because we can't measure it?
Well, no, I think it's the default position because to do anything in the real world, whether it be fly planes or helicopters or shoot interballistic missiles or use railguns or anything the military does or electromagnetic propagation of weapon systems, we have to assume that the Earth is flat, dielectric plane, and that it doesn't move. That's the default position with all practical evidence. You're claiming something antithetical.
Well, that's because the technology is being deployed at close range to the surface. Okay,
100 miles?
It's a scales thing. Well, what's the alleged radius of the planet?
3,959 miles, which would be 6,666 feet at 100 miles. That's a big difference. You've missed your target by over 6,000 feet.
Yes.
So.
Okay. I've told myself a long time ago I wasn't going to try to do math on shows, but I appreciate the pushback. And
yeah, it's all good. I mean, but this is the point, the overall arcing point, right? And I know like Kai talks because I don't want to just be like mansplaining, but here's what I'm saying, right? So we had the default position with all evidence. You're making a claim antithetical to that. Now there's a misnomer where in the world everyone thinks flat earthers are so dumb. Oh, you think the Earth is stationary? You're crazy. But the truth, we've proven that the Earth is spinning. But the truth is, even Einstein himself will tell you that you cannot prove the Earth is spinning from the Earth, and that all these physicists will tell you that. But then we have no-name people that appeal to authority, those very authorities, saying that it's been proven from the Earth, which just shows ignorance of the subject. All we're pointing out is that we have the default position. You have the burden of proof if you're claiming something antithetical to that.
Well, we have models that make predictions that we can then verify. So
the live satellite feed from space shows live weather conditions. You can go debunk that anytime if you find any errors in the weather.
You think it's like live 24/7 feed? Is that what you think?
Yeah.
No, it's literally not. It has like 10 to 15 minutes in between each shot. You didn't know that?
It's live. You can't Photoshop. I can't even Photoshop a thumbnail in 10 minutes. So
you don't think
you're supposed to you're supposed to Photoshop every piece of weather data from an entire half of the globe every 10 minutes.
The clouds don't even match half the time. You're just making stuff up.
Then go show me where.
We have. Go check out Globebusters.
Sunday.
Show
Actually, can I just ask, like, in your model, if the Earth is stationary, what's moving?
The sky, the stuff in the sky. So there's a vortexual movement in the sky, and that's where everything moves. That's why Polaris has stayed the same place forever.
Yeah. And they reset.
Everything moves. So that, don't you think that would take a lot of energy?
Yes, it would. It would. That's why
the reason why we can't tell that we aren't at rest is because the universe abides by minimum energy, not because we're not at rest. We're not because we literally are at rest. We can easily falsify the notion we're actually literally at rest by virtue of the fact that the sun rises and sets. It's just a question of how do we account for the fact that there's so much stability, but also so much motion. And that is by the same principle that gives us our sensory perception that we can reliably say, why does it always feel like no matter where I am, I'm at the center of the universe? and the planet feels the same way and everything else, that's the least action principle. And we can use that to build up things like, go ahead.
So what I was going to say is, I believe one of the quotes, I don't know if we included this, but there's no celestial observation that can be done to differentiate whether the Earth is moving or the heavens above are rotating. So I want to know when the academic community established and how they established that the Earth itself is rotating and not the celestial objects in the sky.
Yeah, that's an equivalence principle. So when you want to point to that, there's this indistinguishability of perspectives. We need to use an operating principle that has been meta-analytically established to be the case in many other things, which is the least action principle. So you take your two possibilities and you establish which one would take less energy to get going. But what does it mean to get the system going? What does it mean to energize a system? Where does our planet get its energy from of motion? That's a very hard thing to think about, but go ahead, please.
So you're just talking about a philosophical argument. I'm actually wondering how did they actually prove it? How did they?
They assumed globe spheres, and then they model gravity as an attractive force in that, and it's, I guess, close enough.
Thank you, Jen.
The three-body problem doesn't have a solution. That is an issue.
This is why Jen is an MVP, is because she's intellectually honest. As she said, they assumed globe, but we want to make sure, how do we know the assumption is correct? How do we know that the Earth is actually rotating? And they gave us a speed too, 1,000 miles per hour. So how did they get that amount, that measurement?
Well, she answered it, right? And so I applaud you for that. I applaud you for being honest. And to be fair, to help you out, it doesn't prove one way or the other, right? Like the fact that it was an assumption and that you can model it out, that doesn't prove or disprove it, right? But the point is that it's just an assumption. And you're right that for the Earth to be stationary and everything in the sky move, there would require a field of energy that is immense. But who's to say that's not the case? And Nikola Tesla would say that any attempt to explain the movement of celestial objects without a field of energy is a futile pursuit destined to oblivion. He was just a literal genius. So yeah, there's a field of energy. The sky moves. Polaris doesn't move. To claim otherwise, and you say it's just the least action, it's at rest. We're spinning, revolving around the sun.
It feels like we're at rest. I'm not even at a point of saying what's actually happening. We have to start with what it feels like, because we're building these principles up intuitively and perceptively. So we can all agree that it feels like there's a center to what we're experiencing. It feels like we're in the center of the universe. That's kind of nice. But anyway, that doesn't make it real, is my point.
What could it be real?
We can account for that by saying, well, there's this tendency for the universe to just be like ultra lazy. So even though it has intrinsic motion, it's also ultra lazy with how it dispenses that motion. So you're navigating between two boundary conditions. So what we've done now is look at the evidence. And now we want to say, okay, well, what actually explains this? And it may be a question of, well, what is the most reasonable shape to assume that the planet is? And then we can build a model from that, rather than looking at data to then try to infer what the shape of the planet must be based on data, because any interpretation of data requires what amount to assumptions. So the question is, what's the most reasonable assumption on the get-go to actually build the entire model?
The only assumptions are always the globe. It's like when we fly a plane, we have to assume the Earth is flat and stationary, but we can assume it's actually curving and spinning, and gravity keeps it perfectly to where it just presents itself flat and stationary. When we shoot a laser and it goes and hits the other target and it's not blocked by over 400 feet that should block it, we can see that clearly the laser hit it, or we can assume that light must have had to have bent right over it and we just can't tell. See, there's only one side that consistently makes reification fallacies and assumptions, and that's kind of our point. We need substantial proof, right? And it doesn't exist. And philosophy is not going to cut it. And that's what the truth is. And you've nailed it on the head. Those will tell you that it's a philosophical discussion and that the geocentric Earth can never be disproven, but we avoid it at all costs because of the horror of a unique position. That is a philosophical bias. That is not science. And if we can at least have that honest distinction made, then we'd be happy to let the chips fall where they may. Make your own decision. But it's not modern times where we're painted as crazy people denying science. No, we're denying philosophy and religion. That's what we're denying.
Mm-hmm. So did you want to jump in here, Taylor?
Yeah, I want to address the fact that we do shoot lasers to prove that the moon is not in the local atmosphere. At least there is a laser reflector on the moon. Takes longer than it would if it was in the local atmosphere. But the main point was we do not use a flat Earth to calculate flights. They use a globe Earth. That if on a flat Earth, all the flight paths are curved instead of straight. But on a globe Earth, they're straight. So what's up with that? Also, James, if I could share my screen real quick.
So you are, sorry. I just wanted to make Taylor aware that the mainstream says that the moon is in the Earth's atmosphere. Are you aware of that?
Not
they
how
say
you
that.
say.
They recently discovered that.
Not as close as you say. It's only technically the thinnest possible atmosphere, but it is, you could fit all the planets in the solar system in between the Earth and the moon. It's just how big the atmosphere technically is. So you are, again, taking things out of context.
No, you just said it wasn't.
What is that? What's that supposed to establish? Sorry? What does that fact establish?
What I said?
Yeah, it's just unclear what's the point of what you just said.
Because he said something about the moon is not in the atmosphere, and I just wanted him to know that the mainstream says that the moon is in Earth's atmosphere.
Yeah, you're playing with semantics. So it's much farther than you guys claim by leaps and bounds. But what I'm sharing...
how far is the moon?
I'm not sure the exact number, but you can fit all of the planets in the solar system between them.
238,000 miles.
Okay. Do you guys
that's what
believe that?
NASA says.
No, I don't believe pseudoscience, man.
Yeah, you guys think it's much closer, but we can reflect a laser off of it.
So this is the problem, though. If you don't know the medium, then you don't understand what you're perceiving. So it can be perceived to be many things based on the medium. And I don't buy stories of vacuum. That's process.
Well, we do know the medium because we went there and put a reflector on the moon.
You didn't go anywhere, bro.
I'm talking about humans. So
you're talking about NASA.
What I'm putting on the screen is showing the rotation of the stars, the apparent rotation of the stars. It's actually the rotation of the planet, but you know what I mean.
I didn't see
it doesn't matter which direction you face. They're going to be spinning the same clockwise or anti-clockwise fashion. So that's all I wanted to share. I'm sorry if I took up too much screen sharing, but
just recapped what we already discussed.
Hey, I got a question.
No, you didn't. You never addressed the fact that it doesn't matter which direction you face. It matters which part of the globe you're on, which direction they go. And that's a problem for the flat Earth, because then the distance between stars is getting shorter and larger if we're on a flat Earth, but it's not a problem on a globe Earth.
I just wanted to address something that you brought up before about when you're flying a plane, you don't assume a flat Earth. So Witsit is going to pull up a conversation we just had with pilots like a month ago. So also I just wanted to pull up a few things here. So this is aerostudents.com/course/flight dynamics. Okay. So any introductory pilot is going to learn about assumptions that are assumed when they're flying the planes they're flying. The first one is that the plane is assuming there is a flat Earth. The Earth's curve 0. Second is there is a non-rotating Earth. No Coriolis accelerations and such are present. So I can pull up another...
well, how come you forgot the assumption that the plane is a rigid body, even though we know that the plane is not a rigid body?
You think that's analogous to not accounting for Earth curvature?
Yeah, just they're not accounting for the flex of the plane.
Because it's negligible.
Because it's simpler math.
It's negligible.
Just to make Taylor aware, because he's probably not aware, so they tell us the radius of the Earth is 3,959 miles, which means there should be an 8-inch drop per mile squared. That number is exponential. So just an idea, so you get some numbers, over 100 miles across the Earth, there should be a 6,660 foot drop. Okay, that's immense. That would absolutely need to be taken into account if you're flying a plane. So
I don't actually think it would, because I just real quick looked it up. It says 7.2 miles is commercial aircraft relative to 3963 radius of Earth, 0.01% difference. You'd be so close to the surface that it would make total sense to approximate it. Obviously not totally, but close to what would appear to be a plane.
Okay, we're going to play the pilots. Is it cool if we just play the pilots real fast? Because someone says no flat earthers have ever flight a plane. I know over 10 of them, but here, let's play it real fast. It's just 13 seconds. And so we'll see what the pilots say, if that's cool with you, James. Ready? Okay.
Right. Yeah, so basically it's like the Earth spins and curves, but you fly the plane like it's flat and stationary. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it could be flat and stationary.
They weren't ready for that red pill at their lunch break, obviously. But there you have it.
Did you see that guy's face? He looked like he was like falling in love with that idea. He was like,
there's so many, there's tons of videos. They obviously get shadow banned on YouTube, but there's tons of videos where people just ask the pilots, hey, do you account for curvature or rotation when you're flying the plane? No, man, we fly it.
if you're flying at 0.1% of the size of the planet, you wouldn't expect to account for curvature. Can you accept that? It's a very small.
What do you say? Gravity's dipping you down?
No, the idea is that you have a really imagine a sphere that just is super big, okay, and you're an ant on that sphere. You're a teeny tiny little nothing. It's approximately flat when you're on a very small area of it.
Okay, but if I fly 5,000 miles and I keep just going straight, the Earth's going to be going down beneath me, right? So
no, you're always going to be at the same approximate distance, because you're not going to want to deviate in terms of where you are in gravity, because it takes so much energy to overcome gravity. You only want to go as high as you absolutely need to. Okay, so I just looked it up real quick. It says 5.9 to 7.2 miles. Even in a high estimate, that's 0.1% of the radius of the planet.
You want me to tell you what the actual pilots say? You want me to tell you what they actually say? So they say they maintain altimeter pressure zones. They use altimeter to maintain pressure zones, and they go up and down, and that's what they're fluctuating. And he says gravity is actually going to take you around the curve without you noticing it. That's the official explanation.
That's the least action principle. That everything is saving energy to the greatest extent, meaning that geodesic happens spontaneously, and a geodesic in flat space is a straight line. But a geodesic on a sphere, the shortest distance between 2 points, that's something called a great circle. So there is some curvature that happens, which can be followed. But this is extremely hard to visualize. I wouldn't start there if I was trying to actually understand what's going on here, because you got to really put yourself in the position like you're an ant on an anthill trying to figure out something that is inconceivably larger than you. So it makes a lot of sense to acknowledge what seems attractive to believe, but also to realize that we weren't built to conceive these things. Doesn't mean we can't eventually get to the right answer, but we should be very cautious and skeptical. And
because the radius is a certain size, if I'm 1 foot off the Earth, I would see the curve of the Earth just 1 mile away. So it's not just too big to see. I would see it 1 mile away.
Yeah. If you start flying off of the Earth in a straight line, eventually you're going to be going basically straight upward. So you're going to have to actually be adjusting to maintain a straight upward position. You don't need to adjust.
It has to conform with the ball. It wouldn't be going up. You would have to actually be dipping the nose down.
You would have to
the curve of the Earth.
You would have to adjust and try to go straight up if you were flying off of the curve of the Earth. You don't have to make any adjustments to maintain a level position, because the forces automatically align, drag and just the aerodynamics of the plane will always put it level. You would have to increase the engines in order to keep going at a steeper and steeper angle.
Okay, your answer is gravity pulls the plane around the ball. If you don't want to absorb it, I don't care. That's objectively what it is. But here's my question.
I actually said aerodynamics.
We fly the plane like the Earth is flat and stationary. So could it be flat and stationary?
No.
So it would be different. We'd have to fly planes different on a flat and stationary Earth?
It
Well,
would be
address-
impossible based on what physics we observe for it to be flat and stationary. It would violate gravity, which is something we can.
Gravity was
verify.
made to explain. Gravity was made to explain the Earth being a ball, though. So that's so backwards. We came up with gravity to explain omnidirectionality on a ball. That's why we proposed gravity. Then we're still trying to figure it out. We've never discovered the graviton. The theory of relativity doesn't work when we apply it to the universe. It's off by 95% with dark matter and dark energy. We have numerous problems. Quantum mechanics has completely dismantled relativistic applications. And Newtonian physics had to be thrown away 100 years ago. We keep gravity because it has to exist for the Earth to be a ball. No. We don't know the Earth's a ball because of gravity. We know gravity exists because the Earth's a ball. That's called a begging the question fallacy.
I have some more documents I would like to read. I just have some more documents I would like to read that again reiterate the same thing. This one is from www.faa.gov. The engineering analysis and design of the aircraft dynamics model for the FAA. Okay. It says on page 32, the observant reader will notice that the aircraft equations of motion were calculated assuming a flat Earth. I have another article here. This is from nasa.gov/API/citations, a mathematical model for the CH-53 helicopter. The helicopter equations of motion are given in a body axis with respect to a flat, non-rotating Earth. I have so many of these documents, by the way. This goes on. There's like over 100. So for you to say that they are assuming, and we have the video of the pilots, they absolutely do not account for a globe or a moving surface. They're flying over a flat and stationary plane. It's not even able to be argued at this point.
The
You can
math
say
is
no, but you have not provided.
The math is calculated as flat because it's easier, because it's negligible, because the up and down direction, what is that, pitch and yaw or something, is corrects itself. You don't have to pilot the plane to dip down.
Okay,
let's move on to the thing you ignored, which is the flight paths, which are mapped on a globe.
There are numerous flight paths that debunk the globe, though. So that's a very bad argument. For
Emergency flight landings where people were dying or giving birth, they had to land, and they landed in a place that would not fit on a globe.
Also, we would take tons of paths that we don't take. We would take tons of paths that we don't take on a globe. There's direct shots across a globe that we never take. But when we look at the flat Earth map, it makes perfect sense. And we are not claiming the flat Earth map is perfect because we don't listen carefully, because you love to bring up how we don't have a map and somehow that makes the Earth a ball, right? This is why I tell you falsification is independent of replacement. The reason we can't make a map is because we don't have an accurate central point to start the Cartesian coordinate system. So it's impossible without an accurate central point. It's illegal to go within 500 miles of each direction of the North Pole. So that's the problem. So for all the globers out there that love to talk about the map over and over, it's an impossible task because we don't have access to the central point to map it out.
No, it's not. You might have to file some paperwork, but it's not illegal. So
it has to be approved.
You claimed that there were locations on the Earth that don't exist on a globe?
What?
No, I said that the
emergency flight.
The
so
emergency
the plane
flight
turned.
No, they landed in, I believe, I can't remember specifically. One of them had to do with Alaska, but where they landed did not make any sense on a globe. It would have been far out of the way. Okay. Another flight that people observe that's very suspicious is there should be a direct flight from, for example, Buenos Aires, Argentina to Johannesburg, South Africa. Okay. That would just be the tip of South America to the tip of Africa. In order to get a flight, the best flight that you can get, the fastest one, you have to stop all the way in the Netherlands. Okay. It's not a direct one. That would be a great example of the globe. But on a flat map, that works perfectly.
Do you want us to share the screen and show you that flight path, or?
Sure, because I got a flight path to share with you as well.
Cool. We have all kinds of them.
There's a flight path that goes right past that.
We're about to show you the actual flight paths, my man. And so I don't understand why Globers bring this up. It's really weird. It's really weird.
Because it debunks the flat Earth.
It doesn't, though. It doesn't. That's what I'm trying to explain to you, my man. Flight paths don't help you, I promise.
Well, I don't think we ever got.
Oh, I can't hear you.
Jen, we lost you, if you can hear me.
You're muted,
Jen. Can you hear us?
It happened again.
Okay, no worries.
I'm so sorry about that. Tech, boomer tech here. I agreed with you that it ought to look flat if you're sufficiently close to the surface. So did that point get made? Did you understand that? It makes sense to model it as flat, even if it's a sphere?
Yeah, it just happens to work out perfectly. That's the answer. Gravity makes it work out perfectly. Gravity accounts for the curvature that you would have to account for. That's the actual answer. We know the answer.
You're basically staying at the same level of the gravity field, because that's the minimum energy solution, is to deviate minimally from a stable gravity field. So if you can get into a point where you're between two pressure gradients and you're sort of sandwiched between them, you just ride that and it remains stable approximately if you're at a same distance from a globe.
Well, you have to go up and down, actually. So actually, you don't just maintain the same. You have to go up and down. We have a 13-minute conversation with pilots explaining it in depth. And our point is, it's just to address the misnomers. It's like they say, if you Google it, you can see the curve of the Earth from a plane. No, you can't. I just now asked 2 pilots right after our plane landed, do you see curvature up there? No, of course not. So it's flat up there. Yeah, of course. They don't even hesitate. Anyone that's actually flown a plane, I used to work at an airport, I know many of them, everyone knows that the Earth looks flat in a plane. Everyone knows you fly the plane like it is flat, and everyone knows you fly the plane like the Earth isn't moving. You can say, well, yeah, it just appears that way. The equivalence principle, relativity, it makes it look that way. Gravity makes it
makes it look that way because of the relative size, okay? You are 0.1% of the size of the total planet off the surface. So the amount of area that you're capable of seeing relative to the total surface is quite small.
Okay, so Google's definitely wrong when it says you can see the curve of the Earth from a plane then, right?
Well, that's unclear exactly what that means, so let's just put that to the side. But I'll grant you that when you're in a plane, it can definitely look like what you're looking down at is flat. However, if I was going to agree with you and say, yeah, the Earth is flat, what I would expect to see under that model is I could look out and see all the way to the other end of the Earth. And so it's a question of, well, why can't I see that? Why does it disappear so predictably at that same point, give or take atmospheric fluctuation?
Yeah, well, the horizon always moves because it's not physical, and in your model it is physical. But here's a flight path right here from Santiago to Johannesburg. I'm share the screen. So right here, you see on a flat Earth, it's a straight direct path. On the globe Earth, you go up out of your way and then come back down. You could fly straight across the South Atlantic Ocean, but no, you go hundreds of miles out of your way and come back down. There are probably 30 of these flights, though, which is why I don't understand why Globers bring it up. So is there a rebuttal? Why does it work perfect on the flat Earth, but the Earth's a globe, so we added hundreds of unnecessary miles to go out of our way? Is there a rebuttal?
Yeah, so I have my own flight path to share.
So no rebuttal.
To address this one, they might just not book flights there. So you have all these private companies that know that the Earth is flat. You have thousands of employees that are plotting these flight paths, and they know the Earth is flat. Globally, every single company without fail, and they all say the Earth is flat or the Earth is a globe.
So you're not rebutting the actual.
That's just interesting.
So you don't know.
And no, so they might not just go to Johannesburg because of, again, these are private companies. They want to make a profit. So maybe there are more flights to the north of Africa than the south of Africa.
So there are
plenty of explanations.
Gotcha. So we can just make up stuff. Gotcha.
It's hard to know what this evidence is actually saying.
Yeah, I would have to fly. You would
have to fly that far. That's the most direct path on a flat Earth. They have to fly that way. Mm-hmm. That's why they do it. It's not because, there's probably a reason. No, the reason is that's the only way you can go there. That's the reason. That's why there's not one flight that exists that goes from Santiago to Johannesburg over the South Atlantic Ocean. It goes up and comes down because on a flat Earth, that's the direct path. That's why they do that. You think that private companies that spend money on fuel, their entire business plan is fuel cost effective?
Yeah, that's actually why they shut down the South Pole flights, is because they weren't cost effective. They used to fly them, and they don't anymore. And this just appears to be an economically viable route, because there would be presumably people that wanted to go from Dakar to Johannesburg.
So
I don't know. This isn't very compelling.
Okay.
Well,
you
there
brought up
is.
flight
It's just
path.
not economically viable. I mean, it's not even clear what a direct path means, right? So you got to be really clear as to what, because we're not even agreeing as to like what if we don't agree on the shape
By
and a
the
direct
way-
path, we're not talking about the same thing.
And all of the continents there are completely distorted. You couldn't, you know that the shorelines are not like that, which is why no flat Earth map ever makes sense.
On the mainstream Mercator map,
So-
it's completely off. They show that Alaska is so tiny and it's like huge. This
So
happens
these
all
are-
the time.
These are direct flight paths, so no stopovers, no the variable of economic, whatever gains that you would get from going to one particular location over another is eliminated. So we have a flight path from Sydney to Santiago, Chile, and New York to London, 5 times the distance in less than twice the time. So why would companies do that? Why would they waste
Yeah.
fuel?
So the fastest air current
And that's also impossible. So that's another way.
The fastest air currents are literally right there where you drew your little dotted line. You would catch a air current over the Earth. Secondly, you actually have to apply a scale to the southern portion of the map. Did you know that? So that's not, you don't just look at it and say, I think that looks too far. You realize that you actually have to properly apply the scale. So credit to Professor Dave to not know how to use scales. So
That's what happens if you flatten the Earth. The scale is off. The southern hemisphere is distorted. That's why a flight that takes 12 and a half hours is 5 times longer than a flight that takes 8 hours. And if wind is a factor here, it would have to be record-breaking hurricanes, 250 miles per hour.
Well, then why does the plane take so much longer when it goes back the other direction against the current? If it has nothing to do with it.
It's not much longer.
It is actually sometimes up to 2 and 3
not
hours.
As long as you
2 to
want
3
say.
hours. 2 to 3 hours.
Yeah. So that's not going to speed up 5 times.
5 times? Well, we don't need
The
5 times.
distance is over 5 times as long.
No, that's what I'm trying to say.
Preferred
You are
direction for the
wrong.
trade winds is actually what you'd expect on a globe, though.
I'm trying to explain to you guys
Rotating
that you guys
globe
are
is constantly getting a different edge of the sun, and so there's a preferred direction for the trade winds to
You guys
blow
didn't
in.
watch. You guys didn't watch the intro where I explained that actually all the currents work better on the flat Earth and showed you how you can actually map them out. But here's the point here. So you're lying and saying it's a certain distance because you're listening to the goofball Professor Dave, and a lot of globe earthers do this. But you have to understand you have to apply a scale to the southern hemisphere.
Explain
That's
that.
how the map works.
How would you fix the scale of the southern hemisphere? Distort Africa immensely so that Australia and South America are closer?
So are you saying you don't know how to read azimuthal maps? Is that what you're telling us? Because
You don't know how to read them.
Yeah, you have to apply a scale past the equator. It's just like duh. Like you guys use memes. You guys
Right.
use memes.
On a globe,
you don't
you
use
do.
a scale.
Not if,
you guys
if it's
use-
actually flat, then that's going to be the distance. Otherwise,
You
you're
guys-
going to have weird spatial distortions, which again, I guess you'd have to invoke some kind of magic field where there's spatial compression where you can travel further in less time.
This is what you still don't understand. So your meme is a straw man because you didn't apply the scale. Now, that does not mean that's what the Earth has to look like because the Southern Ocean is basically unexplored and we don't actually know what's there. I don't know if you're aware of that, but basically no one goes in the Southern Ocean and we don't know the central point to map out the proportionate layout of the land. You have straw manned even the map. You've shown a basic misunderstanding of how to use maps.
The azimuthal projection fits on a globe. Because if you apply the scale between Santiago and Sydney, then you can do that. But then there's going to be gaps somewhere between the edge of the globe, of the projection of the globe.
There are gonna be gaps. Yeah, there are gonna be areas that aren't mapped out accurately, which is convenient because no one goes to the Southern Ocean. And I also explained to you, you just drew a path.
Okay.
I've objectively debunked you 3 different ways. I'm not going to talk about it for like an hour. Listen,
You're now
carefully.
trying to debunk me with continents you're claiming that you haven't discovered yet.
You go on that little dotted line of yours, and that's going with the currents. When you go the other way, the flight takes at least 3 hours longer. And then to tag on to that, this flight basically never happens. We actually wanted to go try to do it, and you can't find a one-way. You guys just like to draw lines on maps and make up stories. This is a very rare flight if it ever happens, and it's much slower the other way, proving that the reason that the plane goes faster is it rides the air current. It's just objective. So we can move on.
How does that establish a flat Earth?
He's saying it debunks the flat Earth. I just now refuted his claim. I didn't make any claim about it proving a flat Earth. I'm making a point that it doesn't prove a globe Earth. Right? So we can move on now because we refuted that claim. Yeah, go ahead. She's got another point.
Oh, I just thought we talk about entropy maybe, since we have the Church of Entropy here.
Yeah, well, entropy is basically just another way of saying the least action principle. So entropy is saying that energy is constantly diffused. That's what entropy says. So there's two ends of it. Okay, one end is we observe a tremendous amount of motion, and the other end is it appears that for a lot of our perceptions and observations, things are at rest. So we have to go in between those two boundary conditions and determine what assumptions we need to make to construct a model, how many assumptions we actually need, and in what order we ought to express the assumptions geometrically or algebraically in order to generate reasonable predictions that we can then look up in the sky and say, oh, our model, it's lining up in the sense that it's telling us maybe something like a future eclipse. Entropy doesn't apply per se to cosmology. Entropy is more about life because it's more about thermodynamics. Whereas in cosmology, it's more about what you might call a stasis field. So something that's moving, we can establish that there's movement going on. You can look at the time lapse going across the sky and establish that there's some type of movement, but there's also a perceptually a tremendous amount of stillness. And we have to account simultaneously for both of those effects if we're going to have a satisfactory model, because clearly these other models aren't quite convincing enough in the sense that this debate is still happening. So I do appreciate having a chance to go through these arguments. I'm ready to go to the questions. I don't know how everyone else is feeling, but I hope we got a lot of the arguments out.
Okay, well, what she's trying to say is entropy will always increase, and your name is convenient because the second law would refute your claim that there's a pressurized system adjacent to a near perfect vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr, because the pressure would obviously seek its equilibrium due to the second law. And natural laws apply to your cosmological claims as well because they make claims about the natural world.
Yeah, I was just going to cover within that movement. Would you agree that high pressure goes to low pressure?
Not necessarily, because pressure is defined relative to a container, and you're not always dealing with a clearly outlined container. And that's where mechanics is really complicated, is when you can't actually conclusively say where it makes sense to claim that there's a boundary, because there is no actual boundary, but there are pseudo boundaries and a conservation in some sense of pseudo boundaries that you can use as a modeling template. But again, this is sort of beyond the scope of what we want to talk about here right now.
This is why I wanted to talk about gravity, is because gravity can act as a container for air. And it doesn't matter if it's electromagnetic or not. All it matters is if air particles are pulled toward other masses.
Gravity has a singular vector of down relative to the center of mass, and gaseous surfaces and omnidirectional infinite vectors. So a singular vector down to the center of mass would never in any way contain it. That's why it doesn't contain it at the surface where gravity is the strongest.
I know your word salad is a lot, but
word salad means things don't make sense, but that made sense.
It doesn't make any sense. Air doesn't just move omnidirectionally just because. Air pushes against, what was that?
2-minute warning. We're going to go into Q&A in 2 minutes.
Okay. Air doesn't just just go in different directions. Air will press against other air, so it can move in an upward direction, but gravity will pull that air back down, and it will push against other air, until it balances the force of gravity.
You have a vacuum chamber and you open up the vacuum chamber. What happens to the air surrounding the vacuum chamber?
Surrounding the vacuum chamber.
You have a vacuum chamber and you open the little latch.
Yeah.
Okay.
It goes.
What happens to the air
vacuum.
outside the vacuum chamber? What will happen?
It pushes into the vacuum.
It rushes into the vacuum because entropy,
Because of air pressure.
High pressure goes to low pressure.
Why?
So if you have this vacuum up in the room and then there's gas below it, and then you opened up the vacuum, would the gas pressure still go up into the vacuum despite gravity being there?
Yes, because it's being pushed by the other air molecules.
Okay, thanks for playing.
Yeah.
We can't extrapolate this metaphor to the scale of the planet, because what you're talking about is a clear boundary. It's something that was vacuum sealed, and you opened it and pressure you calibrated. You can't then analogize that to the cosmos because there's no clear boundary. And I'll go ahead.
When
Taylor.
you
You
look
would have
at the
to
scale
show
of
in
the
the
Earth,
academic world that you could have gas pressure without containment, and they cannot
can.
show this.
You
It's in the
can.
definition
You
of
have to
gas
prove
pressure.
gravity also.
It's in the definition. Chemistry.elmhurst.edu. Gas
There
pressure is the collision of gas molecules against the container,
no,
the physical container.
it's also pressure
No?
against other air molecules. So the
Yeah,
reason
exactly.
air pushes into a vacuum is because the air molecules are hitting each other, pushing them in, and there's no air in the vacuum to stop them from getting pushed. So
Pushing them to what?
Without using
that
the
there is pressure differentials. If you're talking about the scale of the Earth, if you're talking about the scale of a propane tank, that's not the scale of the Earth. There is pressure differentials when you go up a mountain. So the further up you go, there's not air pressing down on the air at the top of a mountain, not as much relatively at the bottom, because it's
Gotta go.
lower pressure. The thing that's keeping the thing that's pushing the air down is gravity at the top of the mountain.
What we have
That
to do
makes
is
it
go
pretty-
into Q&A. Want to remind you, if you want to hear more from either side, folks, you can click on the links below. You can hear more about the views from either side, as we really do appreciate our guests. And we have to say, my dear friends, if you haven't yet, hit share, as that really does help us get the word out. If you think that you have a friend who you're like, oh, they'd enjoy this debate, now's a great opportunity to hit that share button below, and you can share it with them, enjoy it together. And like I said, it helps Modern Day Debate have a positive influence as we strive to be a neutral and fair platform for everybody. So with that, we're going to jump into the Q&A. Thanks very much for your first question. This one coming in from Joe Schwartz. He says, can we all agree that regardless of shape, the Earth is pretty dope? Thanks for that, Joe.
Yeah, the Earth is super dope.
And thanks for your super sticker from Steven. Appreciate your support. As well as Dr. Anarchy, who says, hey, Witsit, when Blue Origin or SpaceX starts to offer commercial seats on a spacecraft to orbit the globe, would you be willing to take a trip and admit that you have been wrong all this time?
Well, if it's just 4 minutes of weightlessness, which is identical to a vomit comment, I probably wouldn't admit I'm wrong. They'd have to let me independently verify it and document it. I also know there's something called a circumference of light. Divergent rays create a circumference of light. You could go up on a flat surface and appear to have a slight curve due to circumference of light. So no, I probably still wouldn't believe it. I know you guys don't like that. If they took me out of space and I could float around and see that the Earth was a ball from the outside, then yes, I'd believe it, and that'll never happen.
This one coming in from Do Appreciate Your Question. Will Stewart says, Jen wins, doesn't matter what she says. As well as, you got a fan out there, Jen. He says there are many variables that can explain different testimony about what can be seen. The visor technology, polarized versus not, light refraction, etc. Are you considering this when claiming contradiction?
Well, was that question was for us? I must have not followed the question there. I'm not sure.
I think it was. They said there are many variables that can explain different testimony about what can be seen. The visor technology, polarized versus not, light refraction, etc. Are you considering this when claiming that there's a contradiction?
Yeah, that doesn't work when the same person contradicts their own testimony from the same occurrence and experience.
This one coming in from Sean Hawkins says, I'm still waiting to see Kai zoom the sun back in after it sets. I think this might have been regarding one of your earlier pictures or videos. Says, so
Oh, yeah.
I'll repeat it. They said, I'm still waiting to see Kai zoom the sun back in after it sets. If she can't, she has no choice but to concede to curvature.
Okay. Hello, my obsessive fan. There's videos on YouTube, but also once the sun disappears because of perspective, so once it's actually disappeared beyond the vanishing point, then you obviously can't bring it back. So, but there is no curve. It's simply perspective.
You got it. This one coming in from K044 says, it's very, 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 very easy to measure the shape of the Earth. Humans did it 2,500 years ago. I did it last week myself. It's a globe. Also, buy a telescope. Then you can see what the planets look like.
Okay, look through a telescope probably 20 times, so save it. Obviously, putting sticks in the ground is not a measurement. You have reverse engineered a calculation. The calculations are not measurement. Of course, it works the same on a flat Earth. Yes. So why do you have to bring up something from 2,500 years ago? If we have NASA getting $60 million a day, it seems kind of weird. Can we get physical measurement, not presumptive calculation?
Calculations are relationships between measurements.
Yeah, its calculations are synonymous with measurements, though.
What did I just say?
I'm asking, are they the same?
No.
So you have to have physical measurement first, right?
That's what the sticks are measuring, yeah.
Then what are they? What
Calculations
are
or interpretations on measurements. That's right.
What are the sticks measuring?
Angle of the sun's rays.
Well, and the shadows actually. But if I do that same thing on a flat table, I can map it out with calculations to make the table a sphere. Did you not know that?
You can't, but you know.
Okay.
It also presupposes a distant sun, which they had no way of establishing.
And assumes no refraction.
Yeah, you're ignoring the time factor, but that's cool.
No, yeah, we're pointing out the time factor and how stupid the claim is for Globers to regurgitate what Google told them that it was proven 2,500 years ago. It's ridiculous to grow up.
It's not Google, it's the navigators.
There's no primary documentation of this actual occurrence. Did you know that?
Okay, so we can move the next one. This one coming in from Kang044 says, showing the planets through a P900 and saying, quote, look, the planets are wandering stars, unquote, is the very height of dishonesty. Anyone can produce very clear images of the planets with a cheap telescope.
It's so funny because the definition of planea was wandering star in the past.
Yeah, and actually, when you look at them through telescopes, they pulsate. You'll never actually make a static observation of the lights, which is the entire point. And actually, there seems to be an analog and digital difference, which is why the P900 catches the cymatic patterns.
This one coming in from Balthazar228 says, do either of the flat earthers agree with Alden's theory of level Earth?
Not familiar.
Gotcha. That's it. They're just trolling you. I just wanted to see what you'd say, though. Okay, this one coming in from, it's one of Vosh's memes. But Will Stewart says, there are many variables that can explain different testimony about... Oh, we got that one. Sorry about that. Ilabaka, thanks for your question, says, Witsit, why hasn't Bob published or repeated his gyro test at different elevations? If that's true, he'll get fame and a Nobel Prize. What is he waiting for?
He does have the documentation. Why is he not published it? I don't know. You'd have to ask him. Actually, the reason he didn't publish it, the real answer, I guess he's cool with me saying this, is because he gave it to be an exclusive in the Flatlanders episode that hasn't come out yet. And so he was trying to do them a favor for letting them exclusively release it. And then secondly, he will never get a Nobel Prize because it's not about being honest or having new innovation or any type of discovery. It's about fitting the status quo of consensus. And you'll just get hand-wave dismissal like we got from Taylor earlier, where he's like, no, margin of error.
You're a liar.
Margin of error. So that doesn't it doesn't really matter, to be honest. But there's your answer.
Didn't you just go on and on about how Einstein overturned paradigm of physics? So that contradicts what you just said.
No, because it still fit within the consensus. Actually, that was thanks for making my point, which was Michelson Morley debunked the fact that the Earth was supposedly spinning. So theory of relativity had to come in and throw their little cape on to save the heliocentric model I was talking. And so then it was once again fitting into consensus, which was my point. So we can move on.
This one coming in from Do Appreciate It. Doofus Manfred says Bob released the full data from his FO gyro. The different rates detected corresponded directly to the fog being at temperatures out of spec. Hashtag GLTF.
Okay, try to not use so many acronyms. We're not 7th graders. And I don't know what you're talking about. He hasn't released the full data. He gave it to them exclusively. So I think you might have made that up.
This one coming in from, do appreciate your question. Will Stewart strikes again, says you claim contradiction. But what about, did he do that one twice? No. It's a very close to one that we were at earlier, but it's a different one. He says, you claim contradiction, but what about variables in visor technology, refraction, position, etc.? That isn't A and not A at the same time and in the same sense. Have you considered this?
Yeah. Again, it doesn't work if it's the same person talking about their own experience, but then giving contradictory testimony. Just like in court, they would be considered an invalid witness.
Yes.
You got it. This one coming in from, do appreciate your question. Tim Pryor says, they say particles of the atmosphere reach to the moon. Not that it's in the atmosphere. Read the whole article.
How can particles of the atmosphere go out past the moon without the atmosphere being out past the moon?
This one from Robert Summers. Well, hold on, just to be sure I read it right. They say particles of the atmosphere reach to the moon, not that it's in the atmosphere.
Well, it's a question of like the gradient falling off. It's a bit of a Theseus's ship. Like, how dense does the atmosphere have to be before it's not the atmosphere anymore? It's arbitrary in the sense that, there might be a particle from the planet that's on Mars right now, but we don't count it as part of the atmosphere, do we?
How many
So we have
drops
no
of
idea
rain
where
till
the
it's
atmosphere
raining?
ends. Got it. We have no idea where the atmosphere ends. Got it.
This one coming in from, do appreciate your question.
The gradient.
Robert Summers.
Gradient, but you have to have pressure to have a gradient, by the way, honey.
Robert Summers says,
There is a pressure gradient. You can measure it.
regarding gyro, even if the values did change outside of a margin of error, what was being measured then?
That was for him, I would imagine. It was for me? What's the question? It's got to be for him, right? If it's outside the margin of error.
He said even...
No, I think it's the gyro experiment.
Gyro.
Right, he's the one that claimed it was margin. He's the one that claimed it was margin of error. So I'm
He's
not
asking
sure.
if it's outside the margin of error.
They say even if the values did change outside of a margin of error, what was being measured then?
Yeah. The change in the vortexual movement within the ether. So if you had a tornado, it's wider at the top and it's smaller and tighter at the bottom. So you're measuring a differential of movement based on the vortexual motion. So it would change with altitude at the same latitude. On the globe, it would stay exactly the same at the same latitude.
This one coming in from, do appreciate it, Will Stewart. Oh, he's hungry. He says, if you maintain 30,000 feet round or flat, you fly at 30,000 feet, whether the earth is round or flat. Round, you stay at 30,000 feet. Flat, you stay at 30,000 feet. It's not flying perpendicular. Explain.
Yeah. Okay. So the difference is on a globe, to maintain 30,000 relative to level, you have to actually be going down as opposed to just maintaining over top of a horizontal, which is what we actually assume it to be, as well as sea level to get your altitude in the first place.
This one coming in from Nuclear Creation says, so if we are living on a flat earth, can we fall off of it? And since we supposedly live on the flat part, then what the F is on the other side? And are other stars and planets also flat?
Oh, so the word other would insinuate that you're begging the question that we are a planet. So they are something different than the Earth. They move top of the Earth, create a sky clock. What's below it? Well, that's why you've always heard as above, so below. It's a hermetic principle. It tracks back forever. It's because, like I showed you with the magnetic field, we're the inertial plane. So we have the same top of the magnetic field toroid underneath it as well. And that's the only way that it could exist. And when people smirk and laugh about it, it's really funny because Harvard still admits they can't explain the magnetic field in the globe, and I can explain it perfectly. So the answer is that you're within the inertial plane. There's the same above, same below, and no, we aren't planets, and no, you can't fall off of the edge with your trifecta question there. That's a ridiculous idea. Can you fall off of a shoreline? Secondly, because we measure the Earth to be a plane, we're not claiming the entirety of it or a shape. It could be some type of realm. We have no idea. It doesn't matter. It's illegal to go there.
And we're contained. That's why we have gas pressure. And from there, then you would get a gradient.
So you can't fall off through a container, can you?
This one coming in from
alchemy, huh?
Do appreciate it. High Flyer says, I've flown 22 years as a U.S. Air Force U-2 pilot above 70,000 feet. Every time I've looked outside, the Earth was curved.
Okay, so I want you to really listen carefully to this. There's something called the circumference of light, based on Rayleigh scattering within the air, okay? So divergent rays have a circumference of light. Now, you can use AutoCAD or whatever to explain this to you. If you go up over a flat surface, the circumference of light based on certain altitudes will actually give the illusion of a slight curve. Of course, it doesn't actually match the globe predictions, but secondly, you can't see the actual curvature of the globe from 70,000 feet according to your own math.
And Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Which says 62 miles, you can't see it. So it's really, I'm not even saying you're lying. Because the circumference of light over a flat Earth, it's possible that you could perceive that, certainly if you really want to believe it, because that is what happens with Rayleigh scattering and a circumference of light. But you wouldn't see the physical curvature according to your own model.
Got it. This one coming in from Do Appreciate It. Isla Baca says, Witsit, when there were direct Chile to San Antonio flights. SA might also be
San Antonio and whatever it's called. And what is it? I forgot to say it now. And whatever. What is it called? Do you want to? Somebody here knows? I forgot.
Saudi Arabia? Well, they say
no. It's like Antagio. I just don't know how to pronounce it. It's like Antigo. Something like that.
They say Witsit. When there were direct Chile to SA flights, World Cup in Santiago charters, many of them. Why? Because it's profitable. Other times, not so much.
Yeah, basically never happens. And again, it doesn't explain anything because you're following the jet streams. You're literally going over top of the air current. That's why when you go back the other way, it's significantly slower. Makes no sense on a globe, though.
Gotcha. Might have Ilabaka corrected me, South Africa, but nonetheless, I think the same point is my guess is your answer is the same either way. But thanks for clarifying that, Ilabaka. And then Nuclear Creation says, would love for flat earthers in debate to respond. I don't know if they mean to themselves or to the other speakers. I don't know. But anyway, Dan the Machine, or maybe it's to their previous question. Dan the Machine says, how do you have a quote-unquote southern hemisphere on a flat Earth? Is it circumference? If so, what's west and what's east?
So that's why when I said hemisphere, I air quoted it. East to west is relative to center. We travel using a compass, which is north, which points to the center. You go east and west. That's why you can circumnavigate on both a globe and a flat Earth. It is not mutually exclusive in any way. East and west is the same relative to north.
Gotcha. And thank you very much for this question coming in from 2 seconds. As I mentioned, our guests are linked in the description, folks. That includes if you're listening via the podcast. And Javid Benskazmi, thanks for your question, says for Witsit and Kai, just saw Shi Lin on Jake's stream. She believes the biblical map is flat, square map with North Pole in the north edge, not the center, and South Pole in the south edge. Would this map be considered?
I'd have to see it and look out the specifics. Like, to be honest, it's very open right now, and anyone that's an honest researcher and looks into this knows that we don't know the accurate layout of the land, and only people that have a bias are going to say otherwise. So I would be interested to see any and all projections. It's worth looking at.
This from Robert Summers says, wait, Witsit, are you asserting they wouldn't allow you to become an astronaut?
You need to be a Freemason.
Yeah, I'm not big into drinking baby blood or being like Freemason, dress up in the dark, playing like dress up with grown adults, so maybe not.
This one coming in from, do appreciate your question. Whiskey Brandt says, why haven't you guys presented one globe proof I think that's for you, Jen and Taylor.
Yeah, we have. So when did you stop beating your wife?
Sorry, go ahead. I didn't want to go down the same road as always, just presenting the same exact arguments. I think we made a pretty strong case, but a proof really depends on your standards of proof. And Taylor said it best, if you're going to be skeptical, sort of behooves you to be uniformly skeptical. And it's clear that there's a level of skepticism being applied to the globe, even though the evidence does clearly support it, properly interpreted, that's just not being applied to the alternative hypothesis, which sadly doesn't appear to be specific enough to really mount to what might be necessary to a proof of disproving the opponent's position.
You got it. This one from...
Sorry, good.
Ron Tronimus says, actual alleged outer space is pitch black. There are no stars in space. Explain, Taylor and Jen.
What was it again?
They said actual alleged outer space is pitch black. There are no stars in space. Now, explain, Taylor and Jen.
I really want to take this one if it's okay, because let's not say that there are no, we can't establish that there are no stars. Maybe the testimony of some of these astronauts went up and they said it was very dark, but let's think about what's going on here. We just had some experiments show us that the atmosphere is really big. What is that doing? It's a lens. What does a lens do? Focuses light. That's why you get the twinkles and all those super fun, beautiful, spiritual geometry, what have you effects. That's all the combined effects of the water in the atmosphere, which is what makes this such a great model for that, because it's got a tremendous amount of conservation of structure, even though it's quite wonky.
Taylor, anything?
Yeah, I mean, if you don't accept picture evidence of stars in the sky, but you accept picture evidence of the Earth being flat, even though the laws of perspective don't work for flat Earth, they only work, they only fit a globe model, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, it's the double standard of evidence. Again,
can we get a measurement of Earth?
I don't know what else. We can't send everyone to space yet, so I don't know what else you want other than pictures.
Can't send
Physical
anyone to
measurement
space.
of Earth curvature, probably.
Yeah, or just prove that you can have gas pressure without a container.
But we'll move on. We don't want to. That was your
sorry.
question. It's all good.
This one coming in from, do
That's
appreciate
easy.
it. Kana Bear, let me know if I pronounced it right, says boats don't fall over the edge of an imaginary sphere horizon. We see way further. The globe model was made using flat Earth elevation angle measurements. Taylor.
The globe was measured with what?
They said the globe model was made using flat Earth elevation angle measurements.
No. I don't know.
I'm
The
not
globe
for
was
sure
a
who this
lot
is
of
for.
different things. Partially, originally sea navigation. They couldn't make flat maps work. So
This one from, let me know if I did get that Kana Bear, if I got that right in terms of understanding it and reading it. Ilabaka, thanks for your question, says, Witsit, if we find a grain of sand 1 mile from the beach, does that mean the beach goes that far? Analog to the atmosphere.
I don't understand.
I'll read it one more
So
time.
That sounds like okay.
Basically the question is how many grains of sand is a beach? So if you have a couple pieces of sand from the beach scattered on the road, does the beach reach to the road, or is that just a piece of the beach that's on the road?
Oh, we're talking about the atmosphere. Oh, okay. Oh, you're saying analogous to the atmosphere. I get it now. Yeah. If there's a magical vacuum sitting next to an atmosphere, even though gases have no intrinsic shape and that's stupid, then the gas that keeps going out would still technically be part of the atmosphere. At what point in time do you draw the line? You don't have a road or anything like that.
At the moon. At the moon.
Right at the moon. That's where it stops. Right there at the
You can approximate it at the moon because the moon is what's binding. I mean, you're asking a great question. The moon is what's binding the atmosphere. I don't think this is very well understood. but it would boil off if it weren't for the moon constantly scooping it back in. So this is a very good question. That doesn't.
I like that you at least, I
Earth.
do really like you, Jen, in the sense that you're willing to think outside of what they tell you that we know everything about. So like, I will give you that. I think that's beautiful. And that's what everyone needs to do regardless of what they think about this subject.
This one coming in
And
from...
I don't think there's anything ridiculous about having a gradient. We can observe
me either.
those all
The only way you can have a gradient. Well, listen, man. The reason you have a gradient is because you have gas pressure. Gas is constantly being introduced at the surface level. Most of the gas is coming up from underneath the surface, and we have an electric gradient going up 100 volts per meter on the Earth. So if the Earth is flat and contained, that's exactly what we would have. Okay? Okay.
This one coming in
you would
from...
have gas pressure
I've got
without
to give
a
Austin the
solid
last word on
container.
that one because the question is for him.
Right.
This one coming in from Down in the Rabbit Hole says, good to see you down in the rabbit hole, says, do you think globe cultists will ever admit that zooming in on a terrestrial object from a terrestrial position is completely different from zooming in on a celestial object from a terrestrial position? You can't zoom it back. I can read that again. Would you like? They say, do you think globe cultists, like Taylor, will ever... I'm just kidding. Say, do you think globe cultists will ever admit that zooming in on a terrestrial object from a terrestrial position is completely different than zooming in on a celestial object? So celestial object rather than terrestrial object. So in the first case, it's terrestrial object being zoomed in from a terrestrial position. And now they're saying, don't you think, are you willing to admit that that's completely different from zooming in on a celestial, so with a C, not terrestrial, but celestial object, from a terrestrial position that you're zooming in from? They said you can't zoom it back.
I'm not sure what he's saying. They can't zoom it back from, but yeah, there are differences. I'm not sure what differences he wants me to state there are. But I don't know. I guess the one comment I have is the reason you can't zoom back things that go over the horizon from that are on the terrestrial level is because of the curve. And the curve does not rise to the actual horizon line, which you would expect from linear perspective.
You got it. This one coming in from Annie at Purdue. Let me know if I say this right. They say, nowhere in my flight training was I taught to fly as if the Earth was flat. Instead, I was taught the four forces of flight, which imply the presence of gravity.
But how come whenever you were trained, they had to negate the gravity vector and you don't ever have to account for it when you fly? No one, it's a ridiculously egregious straw man to say that we are saying they teach pilots in pilot school that the Earth is flat. No one's saying that. It's that when you fly the actual plane, you do not personally account for curvature or spin. You fly as if you don't have to worry about that. And you do also not have to make any type of accounting for gravity other than weight itself, of course, which is called lift. It's a plane. So yeah, you have to fly the plane like it's flat, bro.
I'm not understanding why you would have to account for those.
Account for because the ground would be dropping down beneath you, bro. And if the Earth is spinning, I'm going to land on it. If I'm landing on it going west, then I'm going relative to the Earth spin. If I'm going east, I'm going relative to the Earth spin. But we don't have to account for any of this. North, south, east, west. We land on runways every which way. We get to fly the planes as if the Earth is just sitting there perfectly still and it's completely flat, but actually it's spinning and curving and gyrating sideways and going around the sun and all this other nonsense. So like it's just, the answer is relativity fixes all of your problems. That's the answer. It makes it look like it's flat.
Even though it's never been scientifically validated.
And as a reification fallacy, you can't attribute physical properties to conceptual abstractions, including a privation, which is the absence of anything. So it's actually stupid lunacy on its face.
This one coming in from, do appreciate your question. Perpetual Motion says, if Chile and Greenland, and that's... If Chile and Greenland are separated by 8,000 miles, this is, folks, you got to do me a solid. Sometimes it's like I don't understand. So I'm going to read it just as it is. They say, if Chile and Greenland, that's separated by 8,000 miles, is seeing the sun, while New York City, so I think they're saying like if both Chile and Greenland, which are separated by 8,000 miles, are seeing the sun, while New York City, that's 500 miles west, is in the dark. How does that work on a flat Earth? Turning a ball in front of a lamp solves it.
Man, oh my goodness, man. It's called light attenuation. Light does not go on forever, and I've explained about 4 times in this debate. There's something, which to be fair, maybe super chatted before, unlikely though. It's called the circumference of light, based on the divergent rays. There's Rayleigh scattering of light. Okay, it's a well-known phenomenon, and so is attenuation of light and absorption rate of light. So the idea that the light should go on forever is ridiculous and antithetical to physics that we know exists. It's called a straw man.
This one coming in from Daniel Hagel, says, just here to say you got to get David Weiss Flat Earth Sun Moon Zodiac Clock app in the App Store, presumably, on Android and Apple devices. Love you, Dave. Oh, I think they're saying, Dave, we hope that you get this app so that it can be used on Android and Apple devices. Let me know, Dave, if I got that right. Or Daniel, let me know if I got it right. Robert Summers says.
Sorry. I was going to say, take the Flat Earth Challenge, watch the video of the day for 2 weeks, and you will definitely probably question the globe, at least, or be a flat earther.
This one from Pivot Cyroy says, shout out to the builders of the Dutch, let's see, Afsluitdijk, one of the longest dams in the world, which you can clearly see curve over the horizon, and which is calculations take into account the Earth's curving during construction.
Every single time that people say this, it's not true. They don't actually account for the actual curvature rate, nowhere close to it at all whatsoever. You can't even build things if you don't maintain levels. Secondly, where you claim it's going over the curve of the Earth, that's going to change every single day. So is the Earth breathing in and out? Or are you going to see more of the dam at one point? How does that work? It's because it's all based on atmospheric conditions. So the atmos changes throughout the day. It changes how much you can see. The Earth doesn't breathe in and out. So the dam isn't consistently obstructed by a physical location every single day, and the same amount of the dam is hidden. That's just patently false. And they do not account for 8 inches per mile drop either, because that would be absurd.
You got it. And thank you very much for your question. Robert Summers says, so the answers to my questions were to, in all caps, assert that flat Earth is some kind of tornado or something, and that all astronauts are baby blood drinking Masons. Evidence for that?
Oh, okay. It was just a joke. I don't know if they actually drink the blood of babies, but they are typically Masons. Some of them don't admit it, so yeah, that would be speculation, but they all like to throw up I can't even do it. RV Truth will slaughter me. But they throw up the signs consistently. So the point is that, yeah, I wouldn't be allowed to be an astronaut. Wait, what was the first part of the comment? Not the blood drinking part, but the
a tornado.
Oh, yeah. So no, I didn't say the Earth is a tornado. I get you're trying to be facetious, but it's that's a good analogy, a whirlpool, a tornado, of how it's wider, then it gets tighter, because that's the vortexual movement in the ether. And the actual ring laser gyro you guys use to measure the Earth's spin was discovered uses the effect called the Sagnac effect, discovered by a guy named Sagnac, which said it was the vortexual movement in the ether, which also explains the Michelson-Morley. I was explaining the movement of the field of energy over top of the Earth that you're detecting when you look at interferometry patterns in its ring laser gyro.
This one coming in from, do appreciate it, Cana Bear says, boats don't fall over the edge of an imaginary curve horizon. You can see much further than globe model sphere calculations. The globe model was created using flat Earth elevation angle measurements. I think, Cana Bear, we read that one earlier, but I don't know if you missed it, but we did. Maybe you went to the bathroom, but we'll give you... this was exactly the same one that I read. But so if you guys want to respond, let's humor them, because they really want to hear your response to this.
I think it was a little bit different. But yeah, I don't know how you get a globe from flat Earth measurements if it's flat. How is it producing a curve? And the reason you can sometimes see further than the calculated curve of the globe is atmospheric refraction, which can make the curve appear less curved, but cannot make flat appear curved.
Gotcha. This one coming in from Shane from Kentucky. Thanks so much for your kind words. Says, James, you're a legend. Thanks for all you do. Seriously, thanks. I really do appreciate your support. And also, I gotta pass the credit on to the guests. The debaters, the guests, are the lifeblood of the channel. We appreciate them so much, my dear friends. I've got to tell you, they honestly make this show awesome. And so we want to say a huge thank you to them. And Amanda sent in I've got to put this in the old description box because I mentioned it once, but nobody, I hadn't put it in the description box. We have on Modern Day Debate is on Venmo. In case you are like, listen, I want to submit a super chat, but I don't like supporting YouTube because, YouTube takes 30% of super chats, like right off the top. And so if you're like, hey, I don't want to, I'm not really big on giving more to Google, that's fair. We do have a Venmo, and I'll put that in the description box. But Amanda said, don't forget to smash that like button. Thank you so much for your support, Amanda. Seriously, that really does mean a lot. We are encouraged by that. And it's true. Don't forget to hit that like button. We really do appreciate it when you do support the channel that way. But one last thank you. Austin.
Dave, have you ever considered reading the questions that they send off YouTube? Like if they PayPal'd you or Venmo'd you in a question, that way they'd still get the perk of just an idea. I try to kind of do that because they take too much of it, man. The little grabblers. 100%.
Yeah, that's what I was saying is that I'm going to put it in the description box so that way people can access it in the future, is that we do have PayPal and we do have, we'll put that on the top of the description box just for anybody who's out there, and we'll make sure it's like always in there because some people, I don't blame them. I think everybody in some way, frankly, I think YouTube tends to go after any extreme view, no matter which direction, like politically, for example. Like if you are far enough left, I think that YouTube may actually censor you. And I think if you're far enough right, YouTube will censor you. And so I think I sympathize if everybody has a little bit of skepticism about YouTube. I think that YouTube's trying to please the mainstream. And so anybody too far out in any direction, YouTube, I think, is not always
dropping the hammer.
Yeah, I want to say, Austin, Kai, Taylor, and Jen, it's been a true pleasure to have you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
They're linked in the description, folks. Do you want to hear more about their views? I bet you do. I mean, you've been listening this long. What are you waiting for? So I'll be back in just a moment with updates about upcoming juicy debates that you don't want to miss. So stick around, and I'll be right back, folks. Amazing. Oh, here I am. Okay, see. So, my dear friends, hold on, I'm going to fix this. How embarrassing. My dear friends, I've got to want to say thank you so much for your support of Modern Day Debate. I'm still here. All right. Okay, see my eyes? Thank you for your support of Modern Day Debate. I've got to tell you, we are absolutely excited. We've got a lot of cool stuff coming up, stuff that we're pumped about. Big time debates. As we had mentioned, I think I even took away let me put the overlays back in. Amazing. So for example, tomorrow, I am excited. I'll be hosting this. David Wood and Nadir, Christian versus Muslim. I'm trying to remember. It's whether or not there is scientific evidence for whether or not Muhammad is the one true prophet. You don't want to miss that one. That's juicy, and you know it. You don't want to miss it. It's going to be really fun. So don't forget to hit that subscribe button, folks. We are working on bringing you more juicy and amazing debates. And so let me tell you about the next one. Not only that, but this juicy one is next month. Vosh versus Dr. Bogardus on whether or not trans women are women. It is going to be controversial. I know in some ways, even the titles will offend people. We're not trying to offend people. But I've got to tell you, if you hang out at this channel long enough, you probably will be offended. And it's not that we're trying to, at least not disproportionately toward any group. It's important to us to offend everyone equally. Chris says, Witsit, when do you plan? Let's see. Oh, man, you guys. So, I've got to tell you a couple of things. I don't want to read that when Witsit's not here to defend himself. So I can't take sides. Balthazar228 says, will you one day do a debate with a caveman costume on and call it Ancient Day Debate? I like that. That's juicy. Amazing. So I've got to tell you, thanks for your support, Balthazar228. Appreciate that super chat, as well as thank you very much for your super chat, Chris. I would love to host Professor Dave and Witsit. I don't know if they'd be up to it. We can see, I can ask. So let me write that down, and I can at least ask. We never feel entitled to having guests on. So if they were to say no, I can't complain, because we're just thankful to have the guests we have, which is why it's true. In the live chat, sometimes people are a little annoyed. They're like, oh, don't make this chat so beta, by making everybody be nice to the speakers. And it's not as much that we want you to like, oh, you have to be nice. It's more that sometimes people are really malicious toward the speakers. Like if they're attacking their appearance and stuff like that, it's like, that's not what we want. Because we want the guests to come back. We're really grateful for them. And so if people are, and this is a really tiny percent, because 99.9% of you are like rock stars. You support the channel in so many ways, and you don't maliciously attack guests, which we appreciate. And I've got to say hello to you in the old chat. Want to say as well, I like turtles. Good to see you. Nikki, glad to see you. John Bernhards, glad to have you with us. Trash Panda Bear, Warboy, good to have you. Kazimierz Sakalowski, happy to have you with us. And Into the Break, glad you were here. Raven Randwolf, happy to have you here. Now, let me tell you, my dear friends, we really are passionate about, this is our vision. It's always been our vision. We are passionate about providing a neutral platform on YouTube so that everybody can make their case on a level playing field. That's what we're determined to do. That's what we're bringing to YouTube, and that's what we're going to make a reality as we continue to grow. And I've got to say, thank you for your support. We're pumped. 71,000 we just hit several days ago. That's amazing. So we are super encouraged. You guys make this channel fun. And here are a lot of ways you guys support the channel, because for real, you do. I'm not just saying that. When you ask questions during the Q&A, we need questions for a Q&A. If there were no questions from you guys, there would be no Q&A. And so that's an awesome segment that people like as a part of the debate, is when the audience gets to be involved and they get to hear other people's questions and what they're thinking about. So that's one way it helps a ton. Also, we are at 185 likes right now, which means we are so close to being at hundreds. We're at 185. We only need 15 more. There are 323 people watching. We can totally hit our goal of getting 200 likes so that it is literally in the hundreds during the live stream itself. That helps a ton, for real. The YouTube algorithm, I really do believe it. That is a small, you could say, contributing factor in terms of the YouTube algorithm. YouTube shows our videos more when they get more likes. All things being equal. So it really does help when you do hit that like button. So thanks for supporting the channel that way. And last, 2 seconds, saying hello to more of you in the old chat. Mark Twain says, beta male. And Sean Elke, good to see you. Erzer, thanks for being with us, as well as Regis Terslow Bear. Happy to have you here. Bruce 6, good to see you again, as well as Marker 113 and What is truth? Good to see you again. Thanks for your support. Seriously, Amanda says, make sure you check out the Patreon. You can become a front row VIP and hang out with me at meetings. We do have a Patreon. And by the way, if you're a member of the front row seating of our Patreon, we have a meeting this Saturday. If you can make it, wait a minute, that's tomorrow. Okay, well, let me, sorry. Let me just double check. Do I have the time right on? No, it's Sunday. Is it Sunday? Yes, I'm embarrassed. Okay, what have I done? Sorry about that. I should know. Let me just double check that I've got the right time. You know what? Did I double book? I think I might have double booked something for tomorrow. Oh, how embarrassing. Let me fix this because I'm concerned. Thanks for saying that. I think I did accidentally double book, but let me check just to be sure. I think tomorrow's Patreon meeting for front row seating, if you're in the front row tier, because we have a Zoom meeting, and it's like kind of our way of like, if you're like, hey, like I really support the channel, which you do if you're at that tier. Yes, I double booked. Okay, let me problem solve and figure out how to handle this. I'm so glad you said that, Amanda. Let's see. Maybe 11. I could do this. How embarrassing, you guys. 10 a.m. Okay. Let's see. Ask them. Okay. I'm so glad you told me. We avoided catastrophe. Ask house out. 11. You're hearing me think out loud. Do you like that? What is that they call it? The RSVP, or I can't remember the name of it. ASMR. It's like you can hear my inner thoughts. But my dear friends, I want to say, Phantom of the Paradise, glad you were here. Elijah McMahon, glad you were with us. And we hit the goal. 200 likes while we're live. Amazing. So thank you guys. We do appreciate it. We really do appreciate it. That's a huge way that you do help the channel. So thanks. We just crushed that goal. And Amanda says, I'm here to help, and I'll see your pretty face there tomorrow. I'm pumped. Thanks, Amanda. Seriously, that really does help, because I'm like, I need help right now. I've taken on a little bit too much on my plate, but don't worry. I'm starting to like cut, slow and cut back. For example, we got 2 debates tomorrow. I've been booking debates like crazy, and then I was like, okay, hold on. Let me take a deep breath, because, we don't have to do 2 a day all the time. Not that it wasn't getting to be that much, but I was kind of like, we don't have to do as many debates per week. I need to take a little bit of rest time. So Kaz will be hosting tomorrow night. I'll be there during the day. We'll have an abortion debate tomorrow. It's going to be controversial. And like I said, I have to warn you, if you're one of those deplatforming types, the cancel culture type of people, you're not going to like this channel. Highly unlikely. Because at some point, you're going to want to cancel us. And that's okay, because the truth is, I never say it, but the truth is, whenever people call for a boycott of Modern Day Debate, have you ever heard, I'm sure you've heard the old phrase, there's no such thing as bad publicity. I'm not trying to generate bad publicity. Like, I'm not trying to get people on boycott, on Twitter to call for a boycott of Modern Day Debate and to say, oh, like, let's stop watching this. But I've got to tell you, ironically, it tends to correlate when people call for a boycott. We grow faster. No joke. So like I can see the stats in 2 places. Well, one, in my own creator studio. But sometimes I can even look back in time. So like, let's say there's a day where I was like, oh, I remember somebody put out like maybe it was a good size content creator. So maybe they've got a big Twitter account. And I'm like, oh, I remember that day, Paul or, Barb or whoever it is was talking smack about us on Twitter. And I'm like, I wonder, and I remember one time, because I actually did this. I was like, I wonder how we did on Social Blade that day, because Social Blade shows how many subs you get per day. And it's common, generally speaking, when people are calling for boycotts, I think it almost in a way, now, like I said, I never was like going for the channel. Like I was like, we're called Modern Day Debate. There are much more edgy or controversial things we could have called ourselves if we wanted to be edgelords. So, we're not really shooting for it, but when it happens, I don't complain, and I don't even hit back on Twitter. I don't tweet back and tell them like, oh, you're stupid, or like, I don't try to discourage them because, and here's the really funny thing, I can even see on a video, I can see how many views it's getting per day and even per hour. It has like last 48 hours like views. I can even see the source. So if someone trashes us on Twitter, not surprisingly, I've seen it before where I look at a video and I can see that it gets more traffic from Twitter. And it's the same one that the person linked who was trashing us. So there's almost like this kind of sick, humans are like kind of, in a way, there's this kind of like sick part of us that likes seeing like, oh, okay, what kind of naughty stuff is going on over there? So I think that's what's going on, is that, and like I said, we see, we see these increases in numbers. And so I've got to say, 99% of you are super supportive and not calling for boycotts. But I mean, if you want to call for a boycott, it probably wouldn't hurt. So I wouldn't hold it against you. But I want to say 99% of you are so supportive, and the ones who aren't, ironically, end up helping us. It's kind of like the Streisand effect, but not quite. It's like the Streisand effect in the sense that the effort is backfiring. So the Streisand effect it's not quite the same as calling for a boycott. In fact, it's not at all the same. But it's when you try to cover something up, and so you're like, oh, so because I remember it was like I think Streisand was trying to cover up these pictures of her having this like huge mansion of a house. And then when she tried to cover it up, it made it a bigger deal, and it was a bigger, got more publicity and more attention, and it was like, oh gosh, that backfired. The internet has a strange way of making things backfire. And so it's kind of like the Streisand effect in the sense that, like I said, when people call for that, like, oh, boycott modern day debate, I don't interrupt them. Like I don't say something mean on Twitter. One, because I'm not particularly, I don't think it's a very productive use of time. Because, like, I'm not big on grudges at all. It's like I'm anti-grudge. But the other thing is, I don't want to interrupt them while they're promoting us. So thanks for your guys' support. Seriously. Maverick, thanks for your being with us. Thanks for your support. Says, great work, James. Thank you for maintaining neutrality. I appreciate that. Seriously, that really does mean a lot. And then, thanks very much for your support, Javid Ben Cosme. Says, beta amazing. Thanks for being with us. Question the answers. Thanks for being with us. Says, imagine on this channel a day where everyone agrees on everything imaginable. That could be a good opposite day celebration. That's funny. Yeah, it's true. It's lively here. Long nights, YouTube, and good to see you, buddy. I have fond, warm memories when we got to meet in Dallas. So I hope you're doing well. And thanks for your support of the channel as a channel member. Seriously, that really does mean a lot. Says, I have to catch the replay. Love this channel. Thanks, Long Nights YouTube, and seriously, appreciate your support. And Gross Patat says, you need to rename these globe denial debates because it's never about flat Earth. Juicy, to say the least. Noran Davis says, James is a Jesse Lee Petersonite. And amazing. Let's see here. I've got to go pretty soon. It's getting kind of late here, and I'm not even in Eastern time. So, oh man, the debaters, like, they hung in there late with us. Chris G says, the Patreon post says noon Eastern. Yeah, it's 10 a.m. I got to fix that. Oh, man. But it's not a big deal. It's not like a tragic thing that I've got to fix. Hugh Janice says, what is going on? We're glad you're here, Hugh. Thanks for being with us. Flip Flat says, thanks for making the debate a little longer, sir. You're welcome. I'm glad we did. It was fun. Jacob Slack says, more James RSVP. And that's funny. There. Anton Gomez, thanks for your super chat support. Says, have a banana. I appreciate that, Anton. Thank you. And amazing. Devil Dog, happy to have you with us, as well as gotten to say hello to a lot of people. Chris G says, so James, we're going to do a meeting earlier tomorrow or another day? We're going to do it at the same time. I'm not going to reschedule that. I'm going to reschedule the other thing. And then thanks, Amanda, for your support. Oh, that reminds me. I've got to put our PayPal and our Venmo in the description box because I know that people sometimes don't want to support YouTube, and I know it's a little bit less convenient, but we do want to make that you could say an option for people if they want to send in their question that way without giving their money to billionaire Google elites who are going to censor some people. Now, they're not going to censor all people, but I do think that they do censor some people. Justin Beck, thanks for being with us. Says space is cute. Amen to that. And then Kobe, or is it Kobe? Let me know if am I saying it right. Glad that you were with us. My last name. Good to see you, as well as Sean Elke. Am I saying it right? We're glad you're here, Sean. And then amazing. But yeah, thanks guys for your support. Seriously, I love you. And then Chris G says, okay, all good. I'll be there. Thanks, Chris. I appreciate your support. Chris has been a huge supporter of the channel, folks, including we were in person this most recent January. Chris was super supportive. We were in person in Dallas doing our first ever conference, DebateCon, which was so fun. It was a blast. And Chris was there volunteering, helping us with all sorts of stuff. Just kind of like a catch-all person, jack of all trades, willing to help wherever he could. So we appreciate that. But I want to say thanks, guys, for your support. Seriously. That's right. Last thing. You probably enjoyed this debate. I mean, I hope you did. And with that, completion of enjoyment of something or the happiness in something is sharing it with somebody else. It's kind of like when you're in love. When you're in love and you're like, oh my goodness, they're so this and they're so that, and I could go on and on. It's just like that. The completion of the joy in something is sharing it with someone else and saying, oh, this was fun and this was a good time and I laughed when this happened, or my jaw dropped when the person in the debate said this, whatever it is. That enjoyment is something that you can share with somebody. And like I said, it's got a dual purpose because it helps modern day debate in fulfilling our vision of providing a neutral platform so that everybody can make their case on a level playing field as we strive to make that a reality. And we want to encourage you, hit that share button below. You can share it with a friend. You can just click share, and then you click on sharing the link, and then easy as that. You can send it in a Facebook message, a Twitter DM, on Discord, on a text message, you name it. So easy. Isn't that awesome? Amazing. So do want to encourage you. That really does help us grow. Just good old word of mouth. Because like I said 1 billion times, if I'm on Twitter and I say, oh, check out this debate, it's great. And they're like, oh, well, of course you'd say a debate on your own channel is great, James. Like, it doesn't really mean much. But if a third party says it, it has way more credibility. Because they're like, oh, okay, this person's, they're not like they don't like run modern day debate or anything. And they're just neutral and they're saying that it's cool. So that really does. Good old fashioned word of mouth. That has always been huge. And so thank you guys for helping us that way. Seriously, I do see the number of shares on our videos and they're really high. We do have a ton of shares. So thank you guys for sharing and enjoying the videos with somebody else. That means a lot. And then Bible Believer says, does YouTube take a percentage of super chats? Yes, they do. YouTube takes 70%, give or take. So they do take a lot. So that's why if you are giving super chats to different channels, and you didn't know that, well, now you know. You might. That's why we're going to put our Venmo and our PayPal in the description. And when you send, a 5 spot or whatever it is, let's say you send your super chat that way, you send it through Venmo. You can put your question in the message box on Venmo or PayPal. Nice. How neat is that? So it'll be helpful. I've got to get into a habit of checking it too, though. But want to say, you guys, thanks so much. And a huge thanks to our amazing level channel supporters or members. They exist. We have channel memberships. I don't know if you knew about that. But Michael Meyer, Ty Wilson, Oliver Catwell, and others. I'm so sorry if I lost the list. Let me get it. I'm sorry. Okay. Don Fullman, Ozzy and Tox, and Scott Mitchell, thanks for being amazing level channel members. It means a ton. And oh yeah, if you didn't know, Modern Day Debate does have a podcast. Did you know that? You don't even believe me, do you? But we do. And you can find it on fine podcast. You can find it on app stores everywhere. Fine app stores everywhere.
Giving
Modern
this
Day Debate
guy
does
too
have
much
our own
airtime.
podcast. And so I highly encourage you, check us out on Apple Podcasts, check us out on Spotify. We are out there, and that's something that we're excited about because we're like, hey, if that's a value to people, it's ad-free, guys. You know, you might be thinking like, oh, like, let me see. It's ad-free.
Hey, Kiwi, how's it going?
You can find it on your favorite. So have you tried the Modern Day Debate podcast yet? You can find it on your favorite podcast app, and it's ad-free. And that's true. It is. I've got to tell you, that's something we are really excited about. Is if you are like, yeah, I love listening to podcasts. Hey, it's pretty convenient and it's ad-free because you might be thinking like, do I want to listen? Like, I want to listen to ads. And if you think about it, it's got even less ads than YouTube because YouTube for most people has the 4-second ad at the start unless you have YouTube Premium. So Mark Reed says, did you tell James that he missed some super chats? He's usually good about it if someone lets him know. Will, I'm sorry, man. If I miss any of your super chats, I'm dead serious. I will send you the money back because we really do take that seriously. Just send me an email. So yeah, one thing that drives me nuts is sometimes people, they won't tell me, and they think, I don't know if they think I did it personally, but they'll be in the chat and they'll be like, James is an ass. He didn't read my super chat. What a jerk. And I'm like, whoa, hold on. I didn't even know. I was like, I'll give you the money back. I'm not trying to screw you or anything. And I know that Will, I trust you, Will. I know that Will, that you were not talking smack about me. So you're not one of those people I worry about. But I'm just like, hey, you can always ask. Like, I hope I'm approachable, that people can ask and just be like, hey, James, like, you missed my super chat. Like, let me know. Like, or we can just pay it forward. If you're like, oh, well, I don't, you don't have to send it back. I just let me ask a normal chat question as a super chat in the next debate or something like that. Whatever way you want it, I'm happy to do. And then, let's see. Grim Theorist says, I definitely enjoy this channel. Thanks a bunch, James. Thanks for that support. That really means more than you know. I love you guys. I always say goodbye 8 times a night because I just love being here. Like, it's fun to hang out with you guys and just talk to you and chat. And so I want to say thank you guys. You guys make this fun. Seriously, it's always a blast. I appreciate all your love and support. My guys. Into the break. Glad you were with us. But yeah, thanks, guys. I love you guys. Thanks for your support. And yeah, I'm at moderndaydebate@gmail.com in case you need me. Actually, yeah, Will, you've got my email. So feel free. Let me know if I can make your day easier. Love you guys. Thanks, everybody, for all your support. And I am excited to see you at the next one. Keep sifting out the reasonable from the unreasonable as we continue to fulfill the vision of providing a neutral platform so that everybody can make their case on a level playing field. Thanks, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow.
All right. Hey, Brenda, did you bring with you any brand new globe proofs that you think are globe proofs with us?
All the old ones work perfectly good.
Oh, I see. Since they don't, do you have a new favorite?
Foucault's pendulum.
That's not new. I guess we could maybe talk about how that doesn't prove the Earth is moving because you have to start it yourself, but sure.
Let's talk about how you were hypnotized by the pendulum, right? Because that's a device that the hypnosis guy uses to hypnotize. Brenda, are you still in a state of hypnosis because of that pendulum?
I am not hypnotized.
Dude said he's
hypnotized. Hypnotized.
What the hell?
See, I would just like to go over, like, how do you know that it isn't caused by, like, a rabbit's tail, right? How do you know what's causing it? Because I know you got observations. We all see it doing what it does, right? The pendulum swings this way, right? And we all know that, it changes degree, right? But how do we know what's causing that? How have you, like, ruled out all the other possible, I hate to say the word, but variables?
Basically, if the Earth is rotating, if the Earth is stationary, the pendulum will not diverge. The pendulum does diverge. Therefore, it cannot be stationary.
All right, so let me give you an example of affirming the consequence. Affirming the consequence. So the lamp isn't working, therefore it has to be the bulb. The lamp isn't working, so it must be the bulb.
Yeah, that's
what if it's unplugged?
That's not what I said.
I know that's not what you said. That's what I said. Right.
Yeah,
so what if the cat unplugged? What if the cat unplugged the lamp, or what if the dog chewed it in flame? Right? Is it possible that you're not aware of the Earth being stationary? So how would you know what it would do when it would be stationary in your worldview?
I just know that it can't be stationary, because if it was stationary, the pendulum would not diverge.
What pendulum?
Foucault's pendulum.
Where is that? Where is this pendulum that's moving? Where is it?
And wait, I have a question though. Before that, do you have an example of an Earth that is stationary where a pendulum does something different?
No, it's just that if it was stationary, the pendulum would not diverge. But it does diverge, but can't be stationary.
Wait, hold on. Let me break this down in a different way. So in order to know that what you're saying makes any sense, wouldn't you have to have two Earths, one that's stationary and one that's not, with two pendulums doing different things?
That is correct.
Why would I need two Earths?
Because then you would know that's the difference. You'd have one Earth to look at that's moving and the pendulum's doing this thing, and then one Earth that's stationary and the pendulum's doing that thing. And then you can say, oh yeah, so this pendulum doing this is an indicator that the Earth is moving and it's not stationary.
No, I don't think I need two Earths. I think I just need the modus tollens, which is that if the Earth is stationary, it will not diverge, and it does diverge. Therefore, it can't be stationary.
How do you know it doesn't diverge on a stationary Earth? What if there is some magnetic phenomena that we are not aware of, or we don't know? I mean, literally ask the illiterate people, because the literate people, they do know. What if there is some magnetic phenomena which actually makes that pendulum deflect? I think you mean deflection, not divergence.
Divergent
They are
deflect.
driven by motors and magnets.
Diverge and deflect are the same thing. They're synonyms. And plus, the pendulum isn't made out of a magnetic material.
Yeah, it is. Read the
No, it
manual.
isn't.
Diverge.
Are we talking about the Foucault
Diverge
pendulum?
means to spread.
Are we talking about the Foucault
Synonym with
pendulum?
spreading.
Yeah.
But deflection means to change direction.
Yeah.
It's not a synonym.
As I am using them, they're the same.
Well, as you are using, but
yeah,
you're using it wrong. Anyway.
No, I'm not.
You guys are desperate for a glober.
Yeah.
Right.
So
it diverges or deflects from a straight line.
So is there anything else that the Earth rotates under, or just this one pendulum that's driven by magnets?
The pendulum isn't driven by magnets.
Yeah, it is.
You don't know it very well.
Some are. Some
You
might
don't know
be.
your globe proofsy very well, do you?
Guys,
The
hold on.
Foucault pendulum
Brenda,
has
would
a
you please
specific
look
magnetic
into the
kick
live
that you
stream
can
voice
tune it
text
to.
if you're
I
able?
see it. I
just posted a link from the Smithsonian Institution about the Foucault pendulum they have there.
And only one company owns them.
They
Only one.
say there's an electronic device, an electromagnet in it, and you're saying there's not. So who's wrong?
I'm not talking about that one.
Which one are you talking about?
Yeah, can you tell me the name of the pendulum you're talking about?
Any pendulum.
Where is it? Okay, well, I tried to make a pendulum, and what happened was it ended up diverging in different directions when I.
Therefore, the Earth isn't spinning. Then,
But
the
he's
Earth
changing
is
the
stationary. If it diverged, then it's.
You know, the Earth has a electromagnetic field that could also be the reason why a pendulum.
Well, not if the pendulum is non-magnetic. It can't be.
Well, that's the thing. The
So
pendulum
do
is
these
magnetic.
pendulums
It gives
start
that sway.
themselves, or
It's
do they
not
have to
a
be
idle
started,
thing.
Brenda?
They eventually just come to rest, right?
If they don't have.
That's not an answer to the question.
That is an answer. He said.
No,
he
he asked
they do.
to start them, and you said, well, they eventually come to rest.
No, he asked if they
start
stop. No, he asked if they stop.
No, you might have misheard the Scottish accent.
Yeah, I did misunderstand him.
Okay, so how do these start? Do they start themselves?
No, you have to start them.
Right. So, and then if you look at what's been posted, you'll see magnets and more energy is needed to continue them on their swing.
I'm talking about
come to stop.
I'm talking about pendulums that don't have magnets.
No,
Okay,
you're
so
talking about
saying-
Foucault's
hold on,
pendulum.
hold on.
That's what you said
Can I
to
ask him
start with.
Can I genuinely ask him something, please? You're saying that whether it's the
Well, he's
rotation,
lying.
what are you saying is happening, causing the pendulum to swing back and forth?
Well, there is a Coriolis force applied to the pendulum, which causes it to diverge from a straight line.
Coriolis is a force. When did it become a force?
Coriolis is a force, right?
It's an apparent deflection.
Yeah, it's a pseudo force. Yes, you're right, but it's still a force. It's a pseudo force, but it still counts as a force.
Pseudo force is. How can you say?
So wait, is Coriolis
a pseudo force as a force?
gravity? Is Coriolis density, gravity, magnetization?
No.
What is it?
Coriolis is conservation of momentum.
But so then you have to initiate the movement for it to keep going. You're talking about perpetual motion.
I'm not talking about perpetual motion. I'm talking about the motion of the bob on the pendulum, right?
It should be. Yeah. Surely, if it's affected by the Earth, then surely it should be perpetual. We should be able to harness this
Why would it be
energy.
perpetual?
Because the Earth's constantly moving. In your model.
Welcome to Global Earth.
You cut out there, sorry.
According to the Coriolis force, wow. Okay, I just don't believe that at all, honestly.
Coriolis is Coriolis. It's a pseudo force.
Brenda.
Well,
rotation, orbit around.
You're roboting. You're roboting.
Yeah, you're roboting hard, Sasha.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Yeah.
As always, as soon as you ask, "Can you hear me now?" people stop roboting. That happens every single time.
Listen to this. This is what Google says. If you don't like Google, I'm sorry, but it says in physics, the Coriolis force is an inertial or fictitious force that acts on objects in motion.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
So that means this is a theory, right? Because this is literally using the word fictitious.
Yeah. Yes, it's a pseudo force or a fictitious force. Yeah. That doesn't mean it isn't real.
But is this? Are you subscribing to this? Are you willing to look beyond this?
No, they say I will raise my hand. I will raise my hand. My hand is upraised. I don't have a Bible with me. I will swear
that was
an accurate the Google definition that the guy just read is an accurate.
You can swear on the globe.
Definition of a Coriolis force that I subscribe
Okay,
to.
can I tell you something, man?
You can
You don't
swear
have to swear on
Karl
anything.
Marx
This is just like we're just exploring stuff. Like
I'm just
I have
being
a
a
quick
little.
question for the audience.
When you hear it,
Dude,
because
I'm just
Google
being.
says it.
I'm just being a little lighthearted to sort of cut the tension. That's all.
That's great, and that's fine, and that's fun.
I like
just
you,
have
bro,
a quick
but I wanna
question. I'll go
say-
away. Listen, I'll have a quick question and I'll go away. Brenda, what's the opposite of fact?
A fiction.
Thank you.
Boom.
Right.
As you were.
I don't
Yes.
even like using Google, but you know, the fact that they put the word
Brenda.
fictitious in the definition of it is crazy to me.
It started out here that your proof was Foucault's pendulum. You found out that they're driven by magnets, and then you shifted the goalposts to, I'm not talking about that pendulum. So which pendulum are you talking about?
I'm talking about all of the pendulums that don't have a magnetic device
So
attached
not
to them.
Foucault's pendulum. What you started with.
Like
So not that.
Those are
like
Foucault pendulums. They're just ones with.
Okay.
Okay.
One moment.
So-
One moment, please. Brenda, you said you're talking about all the pendulums which do not have a magnetic device attached to them. Now, I personally debunked the Foucault's pendulum, and I can teach you how to do it
When are
very
you?
easily.
Sure.
You make a pendulum, and
When are you picking up your
instead.
Nobel Prize? When are you picking up your Nobel Prize in physics?
No, I'm not interested in
Well,
Nobel
you'll
Prize.
do that if somebody can prove.
Well, because you refuted Foucault.
What?
And
Where are
you-
you going to get yours?
If you want to get one, you do so. You try to
You
do so.
refuted a major conservation
I'm
law
not going.
in physics.
Look. Listen.
Why don't you measure
I
some
tell
Earth
you what
curvature
to
and go
do.
get your Nobel Prize?
Can I finish at least?
Sorry.
Yeah, I've got a question after you. Go for it, bro. Go for it.
Now, when you change the pendulum's weight, yeah, if you use like iron balls, lead balls, yeah, you will observe that pendulum deflection. But
Pendulum,
if
what?
you put,
I didn't hear you. I didn't hear you. Could you repeat that?
when you use a pendulum which has a iron weight or lead weight metal, yeah, which you are swinging, you will observe that deflection. And the funny thing is, iron, gold, and lead, they don't deflect at the same rate. They show different deflection ratios. Now, the thing is, when you change the weight with two opposing magnets, yeah, you glue together two opposing magnets and you use those as the pendulum weight, you will see that you swing them from left to right and they will swing in that way and they will not deflect. How do you explain that?
Yeah,
How do you explain this?
Yeah, I would not use magnets because they could be affected by any magnets or metal that's around it. And I wouldn't
You would not use the proof
No,
that
you are not
cited, which is
around
Foucault's pendulum.
metals.
Well, suppose I don't know that. I could be.
Magnets can be affected if you have some metals close enough to them.
Or they could be
or
affected
strong magnets close enough. But if they are not close enough, yeah, they are just magnets.
Could they be affected by the Earth's magnetic field?
Aren't
Wouldn't they?
Aren't
they be?
all magnets in the world in direct?
So I wouldn't use magnets because they would be affected by the Earth's magnetic field.
Listen.
So then you wouldn't use
when
Foucault's
you hold the
pendulum, which is the
magnet
thing
in
that you
your
cited.
hand, when you hold the magnet in your hand, that magnet is being present in the world's gigantic magnetic field. So it's already present in the magnetic field.
Right. So I want to eliminate that variable, so I wouldn't use magnets.
You don't have a place. There is no such place in the world where you do not have
I would just use like
the world's magnetic field.
I would just use a material that isn't affected by magnetism, like say concrete.
Yeah, but then you wouldn't use Foucault's
in
pendulum.
a concrete chamber, a room, a concrete room.
Concrete plumb, the concrete, the ball at the end.
And you make this pendulum. You make this pendulum with you glue together two magnets, and you hang them on that wire, and you swing them, and you will see that they are not deflecting.
I would not use magnets because they would be affected by the Earth's magnetic field.
Why the magnets do not deflect?
Probably because they're affected by the Earth's magnetic field.
Well, I'm not asking about probably.
You did.
I'm not asking about. No, I ask you if you know.
I would say that's
how do you explain if you know?
I'm saying that's most likely the explanation.
Well, obviously you are not an expert in Foucault's pendulum to know that it's actually a scam. Yeah.
How is it a scam?
Yeah. Official scientists, they explain how Foucault's pendulum is a scam.
Who?
The scientists.
Which scientists?
Quantum physicists.
No, they
You
don't.
just agreed that it's not proof
they do.
anyway.
No, they
He just
don't.
agreed that it's not proof anyway, though, because he says that he wouldn't use a magnetic pendulum, which is what Foucault's pendulum is. So next.
Foucault's pendulum is not magnetic.
It is, buddy. Read the manual and
isn't.
check the live stream voice text.
No,
it is
it
driven
isn't.
by magnets. Yes, it is. You're just wrong. You don't understand your own proof.
And
Brenda,
Read the manual for it.
That's just for their pendulum. That's not for
that's for Foucault's pendulum. That's how that works. That was your proof.
That's not how
you didn't
things
know
work.
it was magnetic. You've now admitted that you wouldn't use a magnetic pendulum, which is what your proof is. So you got to move on now.
Proof isn't
Brenda,
pendulum.
Brenda,
Yeah, it is driven by magnets. Check the live stream voice.
And more.
Brenda, you said in the beginning that you're not talking about the Smithsonian pendulum, and then you said you are talking about all other pendulums except that one.
Right.
The Smithsonian. And now, when I presented you, when I presented you a pendulum, which does not use magnetic devices, it uses two simple magnets. That's all it uses.
I would not use that one because in science.
Well, you will not, but you have to explain what's happening.
Because
why? And listen, when you put two magnets, listen, Brenda, when you put two magnets which attract each other, and you swing them, those magnets will deflect like any other metals, like all other pendulums. But only when you put them the way they repel each other, that's when you do not observe that deflection anymore.
I would not use magnets, period, because
you will not use magnets.
Okay.
Yeah, because it debunks
because I want to do a proper scientific experiment where I eliminate all possible confounding variables.
Okay, Brenda,
you haven't eliminated the magnetic field and the electric field, The ground is negative.
Things that are affected.
Listen, we live between two Gaussian planes, The ground negative and the sky positive.
You haven't got, that's not what I'm testing for.
I paused it real quick. Check the live stream voice text I posted from the Smithsonian Institute, a direct quote from their website, describing what happens with the electronic device and a magnet inside of the Foucault pendulum. Thank you very much.
And we don't live between two planes.
Listen, you exist inside a magnetic and electric field.
That's your claim.
No, it's not my claim.
That's
This is
measurable.
scientifically explained.
That's why I wouldn't use magnets.
Fact.
That's why I wouldn't use
fact, Brenda. No, thunder
so
strikes from the
That's
cloud.
why I
the
wouldn't
ground.
use magnets.
Brenda, basically you're saying that if you don't use magnets, then you're not using Foucault's pendulum as one of your proofs. You're using what, John Smith's pendulum, or
that's not what I'm
Steve Wright,
saying.
or like who?
That's not
Well,
what I'm saying.
You're saying, well, the basically the information for the Foucault's pendulum is in the live stream voice text. You could take a look at it and see that magnets and motors are used, and it has to be
That's just the
started yourself.
Smithsonian. That's just the
Then-
Smithsonian one.
Then
No, I just posted
then you've
another one. Hold on. I just posted
then-
something. The original
then what about
Foucault pendulum was a lead bulb with brass. And then I posted a link from an educational site saying lead can be affected by magnetic field. So the
Brenda,
original,
what
hold on,
about-
the original Foucault pendulum used a material susceptible to being influenced by magnetic fields. The end.
So did he have
but all those metals, all those metals, lead and brass, they are both very good electroconductors.
Yeah, but they are not affected by magnetism.
Electricity. Well, they are affected by electricity, by the electric
affected
field
by
that they are
magnetism?
present in.
Okay, let's move forward.
Magnetism.
Let's move forward, because now we
Agreed.
realize that one device can how to say, we can with focus pendulum we can realize that it's earth rotating. Let's go out and find out, is that true?
Well, Brenda,
I'd like to point out a logical fallacy.
How do you explain? Sorry.
Brenda
reduced his own argument to a lie.
She tried to use the modus tollens, as in, she actually used an inverse fallacy. If not P, then
That's
not
not
Q.
a. It's not the. I didn't make a fallacious argument.
Yes, because you did so.
I said if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. That's
Yeah,
what
you
Stalin
did that.
Hold
You did
on,
that.
hold on, time out.
You inversed
Time out.
it.
Just
No, but just let me finish for a moment, please. She inversed it because she was trying to
Modus
escape
tollens.
the assuming the consequent fallacy.
Modus tollens is not fallacious.
You inversed it. It's an inverse
If
fallacy.
P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. That's modus tollens. That's the argument I presented.
You are saying it as in, if not P, then not
That's not what I
Q.
said.
Great.
I said,
Yes, it
if
is.
P then
Brenda,
Q, not
So,
Q,
Brenda,
therefore
Thank you,
not P.
thank you, Brenda.
Yeah,
Because of this, that is wrong.
electric. Okay, he told you. Maybe he misspoke. Yeah. So
What'd
it's
I
been
say?
clarified. Get over it.
Brenda, hold it. But
What
can
did I
you
say?
explain, Brenda? Can you explain the Elias effect with these pendulums during
I
eclipses?
don't know what that is. I don't know what that is.
That's where during eclipses, supposedly these pendulums alter their swing and possibly
Has anybody been able to reproduce that?
Well, I mean, Google's
No, have they? Nobody's been able.
Sure.
Nobody
I'm sure if
has
you
been able
Google
to
it,
reproduce. I understand.
There's
I'm
not a whole
familiar.
people that have-
I'm
I thought you never
familiar.
knew about it. I thought you never knew anything about it.
Nobody has been able to reproduce it, have they?
Apart from who?
Elias.
So just one person.
Right.
And
So it
you
hasn't
know
been.
you know every person in the world has done this.
It's been tried. Nobody's been able to reproduce it.
But so why is it even a thing? Why is there people arguing it?
Well, people aren't. Not real physicists aren't. Nobody's arguing it.
What's a real physicist?
Yeah, nobody's arguing that.
No, but what's a real physicist? Like, as long as they believe in gravity that can be proven experimentally,
Right.
That these pendulums swing by themselves, and like all these things that you have to have faith in.
So the definition of science is repeatable, right?
That's a method.
Repeatable.
It's a
No, the
method.
scientific. Yes, that's
it's
right. Repeatable,
establishing
falsifiable,
cause-and-effect
verifiable. That's what science is. Repeatable, falsifiable, verifiable.
Brenda, if that's the case, then where's the experiment for?
If
Gravity.
What? Oh, people do that every day at Cavendish.
That's not an experiment.
Yeah,
Doesn't
it is.
follow the scientific
Brenda.
method.
Yes, it does.
What's the independent variable for Cavendish?
The distance.
The distance.
Yeah, the distance
so
between.
your distance is your cause. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, you vary the distance,
your
and
cause
you
was gravity. You may be proving gravity, no distance.
Gravity varies with distance between the centers of the two masses. So you vary the distance, and you vary the strength of gravity.
Oh, did you prove
Can you
gravity
show me
before
a
you claimed it?
Cavendish?
See, before you actually do claim gravity does things, you can't just say, "Well, gravity does this, so I'll do this experiment because gravity does this." You can't just claim.
It's a formally valid experiment, right?
Okay, how did you isolate gravity
you're
from the electromagnetic
independent
forces?
Yeah, the independent variable is the cause. If you're proving gravity, then that's your cause, obviously. No, your distance.
Well, the IV doesn't have to be the direct cause. It could be an indirect cause. So indirectly, by varying the distance between the two masses, you'll vary the effect of gravity.
But you never proved gravity in the first place. You can't
Because
claim
gravity is defined as proportional to the distance between the centers of the two masses.
And was it defined?
You're defining the thing you're trying to
saying that it
prove.
was defined before it was even backed up by experiment.
Right, because Newton was a genius, so he came up with Newton.
Fuck Newton. It might
Don't
not
care.
have even fucking existed.
So we let geniuses.
Newton defined gravity as a force that varies with inverse proportion to the distance between the two masses.
But it's not a force. It's not a force. According to Einstein, you've not got a force anymore. It was supplanted by Einstein, over a century ago, man.
It's a inertial force. Yes, you're correct.
So it's not a force, but it's a force.
It's a pseudo force. Gravity is a pseudo force.
Again,
so Brenda, what's the difference between a force and a pseudo force then? I mean, this language is very confusing and very hard to follow. What's the difference?
I can explain it to you. It means that it's not fun. This means that it's not fundamental, that it is caused by other underlying physical properties going on.
Okay, so what's the underlying thing for gravity? What's the real force underneath the pseudo force of gravity, or whatever you're
the bending of space-time.
Whoa. Concept. You're giving concept.
For me, it sounds like there's a ton of questions, and for every question, you have another explanation, and that needs an explanation, and that needs an explanation. It's like it's just never ending with the fucking.
That's true. Well, it does end. It does end at a certain. There is an ending.
Brenda, where did space and time do concepts? Where did they get physical properties and be able to stretch a conceptual medium?
Space-time is not a concept.
Space is a concept. Time is a concept.
Yeah, but
the two
space-time
of them together. Who proved this?
Space-time is different from space and from time.
Who proved it with experiment? Following the scientific method. Tell me.
Eddington.
By
observing the bending of a distant star past the sun at the prescribed amount.
Does that include the photographic slides from the second telescope where it didn't bend around the sun?
No.
So right. So
there were two telescopes,
he showed
right?
it doesn't matter, right? So they showed.
Yeah, it does matter because they had a bunch of photographic slides, and they selected the ones where the light was bending according to their theory, and they threw out the ones that didn't match. That's called cherry picking. It's bullshit.
No, that they were thrown out for other reasons because they were just not good. They were just not good slides.
Come on,
space-time is real.
Google. How about that?
I mean, like,
I do not have Windows open,
dude. Like,
so we have space-time being a real
information.
I can't hear when everybody talks at once. I can't hear.
I'm just trying to say one thing. You're being presented a ton of information that doesn't align with like the basic model of the globe Earth. Like, you have to try to look past this shit for a second, bro.
Gravity doesn't have anything to do with the globe Earth or the geometric shape of the Earth.
Reasons, by the way.
Of course
What reasons did they have for throwing away the slides? You said they had reasons. Can you specify?
No, I can't.
So why did you say they have reasons?
Because I just assumed that they did.
All right, fair enough.
And because they did subsequent
Brenda.
observations afterwards. There have been other observations.
But can you remember when I asked you for experimental evidence for space-time bending and you gave me an observation? That would just be an observation. It's not an experiment. You cannot manipulate what's up in the sky, trillions of light years or whatever away. An observation's not an experiment, Brenda. Come on.
Sure,
it's part of the process, but you can't just say, oh, I saw something and I assume this and it backs up what I already believe, so fuck it.
Well, there have been plenty of other observations, and observations are used.
Bro, so sorry, Brenda, I'm asking you specifically for an experiment following the scientific method that proves the existence of this space-time.
Right. So observations are perfectly good for
You're still not
giving
giving me
contradictory.
Can you give me an experiment rather than waffling
I don't.
about
Observations are perfectly acceptable for giving confirmation evidence, confirmatory or disconfirmatory evidence to support or otherwise refute or disconfirm a theory.
Brenda, come on now. I asked you for an experiment.
I don't have to give you an experiment. I can give you observation.
You don't have one at all for either gravity. You literally have nothing apart from
That's not true. No, that's not true.
Dependent, independent variable and a viable hypothesis. No,
I already gave it to you.
Distance is the independent variable. Come on.
I already gave it to you. It's the Cavendish.
The IV is the cause.
Yes.
When the distance is not the cause, you're trying to prove gravity, not distance.
If the force varies with in inverse proportion to the distance, then varying the distance would be varying the cause.
What force?
The force of gravity. It's a pseudo. It's a pseudo force. It's a pseudo force.
Exactly. So
I'm a pseudo doctor, Brenda.
It's a different sense of the word.
Right, but what the problem is, what he's basically doing is saying there are invisible pixies pulling things down. If there are, then my lighter's gonna drop. Here, look, it dropped. So there must be pixies. This is literally the argument he's making.
That would be affirming the consequent, which I've not done.
Which is what you're doing.
I used modus tollens. I used modus tollens, not affirming the consequent.
You're affirming the consequent if you're saying that the
no, I'm not.
If you're saying the distance is the IV, and you're claiming that distance,
not affirming the consequent. That's the IV.
Your IV is your cause. You're trying to prove gravity, not distance. I never asked you for an experiment to prove distance, did I?
Well, we know that the distance.
You don't know. You've not proven anything. You can't claim shit before you've proved it.
That's the hypothesis. The hypothesis is that the strength of the force varies in inverse proportion to the distance between the masses.
And the hypothesis has not been proven until the experiment is finished.
So then, if you vary the distance between the objects, you are varying the IV.
Wait, hold on. That's not true. Isn't it? I thought it had to do with like wind and air pressure. That's what the amount of density in the object doesn't change how fast it's going to fall to the earth. It's supposed to be like the amount of wind or something. Am I incorrect?
I'm not talking about things falling. I'm talking about gravity.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Why do gravity
is the property that makes things fall?
Gravity is the property of two objects having mass being.
Gravity is a theory, by the way.
Just,
so
please, it's a scientific theory. It's a scientific theory. It's not just something.
No, it's not. It's not scientific whatsoever. There's no scientific experiment. You've not got science in either gravity. Neither of them are a theory.
I told you.
Just real fast. hold on, Brenda, just real fast. I want to put something in there. So, flat earthers are the ones that claim that things fall down, right? What the globe earthers are claiming is that balls circle each other in the sky like a perpetual motion machine without ever like falling away from each other.
No, that's not
And they fall
perpetual.
like, oh, really? When's it going to end?
Eventually,
Millions of years. Is it like 5 million years or some shit like
yeah,
that?
some shit like that. Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
I'll put that on my calendar, man, just to make sure.
Yeah, it takes a very long time, but eventually orbits decay, right? And the object will fall to the heavier object.
When did anyone ever prove anything of the sort when you're talking on time
With the
scales?
Cavendish experiment. With the Cavendish.
Okay, how does Cavendish isolate gravity?
Doesn't
How does Cavendish isolate gravity from electrostatic forces?
Nah, he thinks
by using non-magnetic materials. That's how.
You know the laws of natural
was
density
the
explains
observed natural
everything.
phenomena?
Like you don't need all this like explanations of gravitational pull and buoyancy. Like you don't need all that to explain it when you have natural density.
And
Density is not a
electromagnetic
force.
forces are present in all intermolecular interactions.
Yeah, but no, that doesn't matter.
What did you do to isolate? Yeah, what did you do to isolate your Cavendish from that?
From matter?
Buoyancy is a force.
Buoyancy literally contains gravity in one of the terms of the formula.
Yeah, even though you've not proved gravity.
Prove it.
It's literally in the formula. Another word for buoyancy is another word for
made up formulas.
It's not made up. It's based on observations and experiments.
Observations.
Who made the formula?
You've not got
I
experiments.
don't know who came up with the formula for buoyancy.
Man wrote it. Isn't that the same reason why you don't believe in historical books, right? Like the Bible.
Well, humans do science. That's what humans do. Yeah.
Globers don't seem to want to do any science.
So
we do.
What
are you
gravity?
talking about,
Brenda?
Yeah, well,
can we
gravity?
You try to say Cavendish is
if
scientific.
I could not be interrupted for once, gravity
I'm not
is an apparent. Gravity is an apparent force of attraction between objects having mass.
Would that be Newton's version of gravity?
Yeah.
So what about Einstein? He supplanted Newton.
It's more or less the same thing, except
more
that
or less.
We got 3 space and then 4 space. Is Newton got a 4 space continuum space time? You said it's the same thing, right?
I said it was.
Has Newton got 4 space? So
no.
Here's the deal.
So you ask me questions and then you keep talking. Could you let me answer
Make
you?
him answer that. What? Make him answer
Go
that.
ahead.
Right.
Go ahead.
So I don't think Newton had the idea that space and time were separate. Einstein unified them into a new thing that's separate from both, called space-time. It's neither space nor time. It's neither space nor time.
Okay, so it's a fabric, right?
Like a super concept.
It's a fabric. What is this fabric made out of? The space-time continuum.
Well, there are people that think that space-time itself could be the result of underlying physics properties going on, but that hasn't been confirmed yet. There are people working on theories that would explain space-time as an emergent property.
You're willing to accept all these changes to these scientific theories?
Yes, because that's how science advances.
So what exactly? What your like stream of information? Who do you trust? Like you're just trusting whoever is just giving you heliocentrism?
I will trust official sources, and I will trust physics books and
sources.
Okay.
Yes.
So appeals to authority.
So what about
No.
reality?
Nothing empirical.
Brenda,
I appeal to
reality. Do you trust the fact that you experience a flat stationary Earth, that you've never seen any curve and no one experienced motion? Do you not trust your senses?
I don't experience a flat stationary Earth.
Well, you do. You've never seen curve.
No.
Apart from on
Yes,
TV
I have.
and on
Yes,
images.
I have.
Okay.
Where? When?
You've seen
At what
curves.
height?
Yeah, let's get those measurements.
Boats go over the horizon. Boats go over the horizon. That's curve.
the
Well,
apparent optical
Brenda,
horizon that is not geometric, that we can zoom the boat back in after it goes over
You
by
can
increasing
never,
the resolution power of the observer?
you can
Okay,
never zoom the boat
somebody,
back in.
yeah, you
Brenda,
can. Check
seriously,
the live stream voice
Brenda,
text right now.
see if a boat disappears at 3 miles, how small do you seriously think the Earth must be for it to go over the horizon? That is insane.
I mean, that's
You're
All you have is incredulity.
going to get
more
your new rope.
substantial.
He just said that. He just said that you
Radio
can never.
frequencies, they shoot beams perfectly straight and
He said
level.
that you can
When they're
never zoom a boat
communicating
back
with
in.
other boats, whether they're 50 miles out, 100 miles out, these radio signals do not try to follow any curvature of the planet. So, like,
Actually, they will bounce. They will bounce back and forth between the ionosphere and the surface of the Earth.
that would have to happen on a flat plane for a radio signal to hit an object and actually come back. It would have to be on a flat plane.
That's not
Okay,
true.
but now he's.
Yes, it is.
Biosphere
You can look up the
zone.
science of radio signals and all that. It'll tell you that. It's fine.
They bounce. Radio signals will bounce from the ionosphere to the land and back.
Atmosphere. I'm talking about objects.
Show us your dome. Show us your dome, Brenda. What dome? You call it the ionosphere? What's it made out of?
Electric, can I ask a question?
No.
I want to know what
I
the
don't know.
ionosphere is made out of.
I don't know what's going. I don't know what's going
Some
on.
sort of dome. Brenda's invoking some sort of barrier that these radio waves are bouncing off of. What
Yeah,
is
the
it?
ionosphere. The ionosphere.
Is that like a dome?
It's no, it's not a dome.
But the radio waves bounce off of it.
It's a layer in the
What
atmosphere.
shape is it?
It's a layer in the.
Sphere, huh?
It's a
Sphere?
Do I get to answer your question? Do I get to answer your question? Or are
Yes,
you
you
are you
can. I
done
just
yet?
wanna
Just
know.
let me know. Let me know when I can talk.
Folks,
Just
come
let me
on.
know.
Folks,
If the
try
atmosphere
and not
is
speak over
circular,
each other, man.
spherical. Sorry, I apologize. If the atmosphere is circular, wouldn't that be like a dome?
No, it would be like a shell.
It'd be like a sphere, but wherever you're looking up,
Yeah, it would be like a sphere.
Semi-spherical dome.
Brenda,
yeah, over your head.
It would
just
be
moving
a
on.
shell. So when do I get to answer his question? Can I answer his question?
You just said
The
a
ionosphere.
sentence. I'm sure you could
But he
have
asked
said
me.
the question.
He asked me a question.
Well,
So-
answer it instead of asking if you can.
Well, if you could be quiet, please.
What do you mean? I just piped in because you're like whining that you're not getting to speak while speaking. But the point you made about boats going over the curve of the Earth, multiple images, zooms have been put into the live stream for you to take a look at if you want to go back to that, where these boats are brought right back into view again, and there's no obstruction whatsoever.
I'd like to answer the other guy's question first,
Oh,
please.
I know you'd love to just avoid the boats and images.
No, I'd just like to answer it first.
Go for it, man.
Man, maybe I'll run into you again.
So can I do that? Can I do that
Stop
now?
talking about
Have a
it.
go
Just
on,
do it.
Well, just let me know when I can talk.
You
Right?
just could have said it there just now, but you're still whining. Why not just ask or answer whatever you want, mate?
Okay, so the ionosphere is a layer of charged atmosphere.
Particles.
It has a charge, right, in the atmosphere, and it reflects radio waves.
And it's a positive charge, yeah? Is that right?
Ions are positive.
And then down on ground, the ground's the earth, like the ground part of the
Negative.
circuit.
Thanks for proving the dome, Brenda.
That's not a dome. A layer of charged particles isn't a dome.
Have you been up there?
You can fly a plane through it.
What is the speed of ionosphere?
I don't know. What the fuck do I know about it?
Well, it's keeping up with the Earth, so it must.
Is it ionosphere something around the Earth?
I guess so. Yeah. I don't know if it goes all the way around the Earth, but I guess so.
Okay, great. Because it's ionosphere. That means it's spherical. That ionosphere.
Yeah, just like the Earth.
Okay. What is the speed of ionosphere?
I don't know.
How do
the radius?
For all I know, maybe it doesn't move at all. The air in it probably moves.
But it's got to be keeping up with the spin of the Earth, surely. And if the higher it goes, it must be spinning. It must be going even faster the higher up there you go.
Can I try again? If ionosphere doesn't move, that means that air will go out from ionosphere.
Why?
Because there is something else, or everything is ionosphere after atmosphere.
I don't know what you're talking about, but the air.
Let's go back. Is it ionosphere something around Earth's sphere?
It's a layer in the Earth's atmosphere. The Earth's atmosphere is held to the Earth by the force of gravity.
That's not a force.
It's a pseudo force. Yes.
That's not a force. A pseudo force.
Yeah, but it's still a pseudo force.
So it's not a force.
Pseudo
Doesn't mean it. It doesn't mean it.
It's a pseudo.
It's not. It's a different sense.
That doesn't mean that
it means that it's. It means that it's not foundational.
So it's not a force.
Yeah, it means that I'm really not a doctor.
No, it means that it's not. It means that it's not a fundamental force.
It means that it's not a force.
No, it's still a force. It's a force. It's just not a fundamental force.
It's a cool story. That's why you weren't able to demonstrate it.
No, it is demonstrated with the Cavendish.
No, it's not. You didn't isolate from confounding variables.
I did. We did. That's why the balls.
Brenda,
Okay.
you do it blatant, but you can rewind it on the live stream. You said your IV was the fucking distance.
Yes,
Well,
you vary the distance. You vary the distance between the two weights.
Well, that's
What's
not
the
the
natural
cause, is it?
phenomenon?
The cause is the distance.
The force is inversely proportional to the distance. So yes, you're varying the force.
No, you're not varying gravity from
phenomenon?
exponentially stronger forces.
If the strength of the force depends on the distance and you vary the distance, you've varied the strength of the force.
But it's not a force.
It can't be anything else.
Cause is an angle.
Where's the hidden camera? Is this a hidden camera show, Brenda? Because what you're saying is like absolutely outrageous. I don't know how you can think.
Well, it's just your incredulity. That's just incredulity.
Mine. You're telling me your IV in a scientific experiment is the fucking distance. So you're not proving gravity. All you're doing is proving distance. You're claiming distance is related to gravity that you've not even fucking proved in the first place. You can't claim something does something till it's been proven, surely.
The force varies with inverse proportion to the distance. Therefore, if you vary the distance, you're varying the force.
And how did you
What's
prove
the observed natural phenomenon?
What is the unit?
That's the hypothesis. That's part of the hypothesis.
What's the observed natural phenomenon? What's the observed natural phenomenon?
The observed natural phenomenon is an apparent attraction between objects having mass.
Where do you...
I didn't understand that.
So you're assuming that that's what you're observing.
No, gravity is an observed phenomenon.
Can I ask a question? Can you give me an example of an observation where two things are pulling each other?
Well, what we observe
in nature.
Right.
Well, this is what you said. You said the apparent attraction of two things. Where's that?
Yes. So Galileo conducted experiments with rolling objects down an inclined plane, and he discovered that objects fall down the inclined plane at the same speed regardless of their composition. Therefore, he hypothesized, or at least Newton did, that there is a force or an apparent force of attraction that attracts all objects with mass equally.
Oh my God.
So,
because that's what the gravity is. All objects, you can have a basketball and a cannonball. If you have a basketball and a cannonball, they will fall. They will fall at the same speed. A basketball and a cannonball will fall at the same speed.
The same. Why do things fall at different rates at all?
They don't fall at different rates. They all fall at the same rate. That's not true.
I can give you an example right now.
No, you can't.
Yeah, I can. I can drop a feather and a bowling ball. They're not going to fall at the same
You have
rate.
to eliminate confounding variables. So you eliminate.
hold on.
Yes, you have to eliminate air
doesn't.
resistance. You have to
Also,
eliminate.
you have to pretend that the air doesn't exist.
That's just doing a proper experiment. You eliminate confounding variables.
Wait a minute. Now Brenda understands. Hold on. Let me point something out. Everybody be quiet. Everybody be quiet just for a second. Just for a second. Just for a second.
All right,
Yeah.
that's the end of that, Holmes.
Just wanted to say that now Brenda demonstrates that Brenda completely understands how the variables work in a scientific method.
But won't use them in our explanation.
I just want to know how you're eliminating the air. If the air can affect how things fall, then how would you ever demonstrate that things fall at the same rate?
Well, you would eliminate the air by putting the objects in a vacuum chamber.
That's not eliminating the air. That's minimizing the air.
Yeah.
Right.
Below the
Right.
tolerances of the instruments that you're using, that's good enough.
Oh, it's good enough.
That's good enough.
Yeah, it's good enough.
Just roll with it anyway. Fuck it.
Yeah, if you
Well,
can't measure, the difference, then you've effectively eliminated it because, right? You can never eliminate anything absolutely.
So where is the observation that you've got for Cavendish? The apparatus was built on a naturally observed phenomena, and you've not got one.
So the observed phenomenon is Galileo's experiments on an inclined plane that showed that objects of different compositions fall at the same speed. Therefore, the hypothesis is that there is a force or apparent force of attraction between all objects having mass, and they fall at inverse proportion to the distance between the objects.
But you never proved this in the first place. You can't.
That's the hypothesis. That's the hypothesis.
But that's not been proven. You've never actually given us anything that proves.
The Cavendish confirms the hypothesis. It measures.
You claim Cavendish proves this.
Well, it doesn't prove. Science doesn't prove things. Science doesn't prove
you
things.
Just use the word prove, so I just
there's a colloquial. There's a colloquial definition and there's a proper scientific definition.
I'm allowed to use that word if you just used it, and I replied specifically.
No, I can understand by context. So yeah, I can understand. I can understand what people mean, but sometimes people think. Sometimes people think that pedantry is. Sometimes people think that pedantry is what intelligent people sound like, but that's not true.
So. Again, where's the natural phenomena? You're claiming who's Galileo?
Galileo's experiments. Galileo's experiments of dropping balls down of different composition down an inclined plane.
How is that a natural phenomenon?
And what was his independent variable in this non-natural?
Those were observations of the phenomenon.
So just observations, so no experiment.
Yes.
So you've not got an experiment.
But it's also an experiment because he dropped multiple objects down multiple inclined planes and timed using a water clock how long it took them to fall. He used 7 foot long inclined planes, and he rolled objects down it of different composition, and he timed how long it took. And objects of different composition took the same time to roll down the inclined plane.
And how can that possibly be a scientific experiment following the scientific method? It's an observation.
Yes, it's an observation of a natural phenomenon. It suggests that there exists a force or apparent force of a mutual attraction between objects with mass that is independent of what they're made out of. And inversely proportional to the distance.
Are you saying that two objects with the same weight will fall on the same rate? Are you saying that?
Yes, a steel ball and a feather will drop at the same speed if you eliminate air resistance.
So, how come if mass attracts mass and there's more mass in the lead ball, why would it not fall quicker?
Are you saying that Galileo dropped the things in vacuum?
No, he didn't.
Oh, really? Now I'm asking you: does two objects with the same weight will fall down on the same rate?
all objects, regardless of weight, drop at the same speed.
Okay, listen this now. I have a sheet of paper, and then I have 2 sheets of paper. They have the same weight. One sheet of paper, I will, how to say, put, how you say when you push,
Oh, you have to eliminate air resistance. You know that, so don't even start that down there. You have to eliminate air resistance.
Galileo did that. Did Galileo did that?
He never eliminated it. You just admitted that he never did this.
Is
So
eliminating air resistance a natural phenomenon?
Does Galileo, eliminate resistance of the air?
Yeah, you eliminate air resistance by dropping the objects.
Does Galileo did that?
Yeah, he didn't. He didn't.
He never had a vacuum chamber.
Why?
But he used because he used objects that were affected the same by the air resistance, right? He used balls. He used small objects that would roll down. He didn't use a feather because a feather would not roll down the inclined plane.
Listen this, I will take the 2 sheets of paper and I will stay in my room without wind, without anything. This is only
air resistance will still cause them to.
Great.
Finish, Brenda.
Great, but the sheets of paper has the same weight. Now one paper I will push in my hand and I will make garbage, and I will drop it. That thing has the same weight like a sheet of paper, but we fall down before that sheet of paper. Do you know that?
Because of air resistance. I've told you this already. Stop wasting my time. Stop wasting my time. I've already told you that it's air resistance. Don't waste my time with this.
The shape of the
Don't waste my time with this. You have to eliminate air resistance.
Okay, does Galileo did that?
Who cares?
I already said no. He used.
Why are you walking?
I already told you. I already said this. Stop wasting my time.
Why are you
wait, Brenda. We're having a discussion. Just chill.
But I already told. I'm tired of getting answered. I'm tired of getting dogpiled. Stop dogpiling.
Can I do 101 with Brenda just for a few seconds, please, guys, if you don't mind? So I've been pretty quiet so far. Brenda, thank you. I just posted something, right? This is from the drop tower. So this was done in a vacuum. And what you're going to see is they got different elements. They all weigh the same. And even though they weigh the same, they're falling at different speeds in this drop tower in Germany. Now, if you want to, I could find the original source, but for now, you're just going to take my word because I'm driving, that this is done in a vacuum, and they don't actually fall at the same speed.
Oh, okay. What's their explanation for that?
I don't think it needs an explanation. It's just a fact.
Yeah, I think it does need an explanation. Obviously, they were the people experimenting. They must have seen that as an anomaly and tried to figure out why that happened. What did they say happened?
Does it actually need an explanation?
You don't know. You just saw a video on YouTube. What can you show me a scientific paper?
A paper.
Okay, so does it need a paper?
Yes, I don't take videos on YouTube as being authoritative science.
But papers are not science.
Yes, it is.
Academia.
That's what science is these days.
Science is a method to establish cause and effect relationships, and you need to follow it, or you're doing pseudoscience.
Published scientific papers are not pseudoscience. YouTube is not science.
So where do you get your observation of the...
Of what? You cut out. He said something and I didn't catch the end of it.
I'm saying, where do you get the observation that the Earth is this?
You cut out again. I don't know what's going on. You're maybe lifting up on your push to talk? Where do I get the observation that the Earth is a globe? From pictures in space, from the ISS, right? From the Gemini, from Apollo, from satellites, right? We get pictures from space.
The ISS. What does the ISS show?
The Earth.
If you seriously
Does
think
the ISS
NASA
show the
are
whole
credible?
Earth?
The ISS orbits the Earth every, what is it, 94 minutes or something?
Cares? You said pictures. I was just asking you.
Yeah, live video and photographs
Of what?
from space
Of what?
of the
Of
Earth.
what, though?
Of
The
the
whole
Earth.
Earth or a portion of the Earth?
Some of them are the whole
Wait a
Earth,
minute,
some
you
are a
just said
portion.
you don't accept. You
What?
just said you don't accept videos.
Exactly.
How can we verify it's live?
Don't accept YouTube.
How
Holy
can we
crap.
verify it's live?
NASA's on YouTube. NASA's got a YouTube channel, and it's on a. It's not even live. It's on a loop.
Guys, 1 second. Let AI come through because we can barely hear him. So let him please come through. Thank you.
I mean, it sounded like we just heard you say that the ISS takes pictures of portion of the Earth and the whole Earth. That's incoherent.
It orbits the Earth every, what is it, something like 94 minutes, and there's a live video feed of the ISS orbiting the entire Earth.
I can give you
Right, so
video.
you take that as a picture of the whole Earth?
Yeah.
No, that's not how that works.
Why not?
Oh my God, dude.
Well,
Because
why not?
pictures are an instance, not a video. You can't confirm.
Video is not an
they're
instance.
taking.
Video isn't an instance.
You never see the whole Earth in full frame, correct or incorrect?
You can with some of the photos.
Some of the photos from the ISS, you can see the entire Earth.
Not from the ISS, but some photos
Okay.
from space.
Yes, try clearing that up.
From the ISS, there is live video of the ISS orbiting the Earth, making a full revolution.
No, there's video of
Yes,
the
there is.
ISS traveling above the Earth. There's no evidence that that video means it's orbiting.
It's orbiting. Yes, it is. It completes a full
Keep saying
revolution.
it.
Yeah, it completes a full revolution.
Yeah,
around the Earth. There you go.
Yes,
Not
yes, there you
orbiting
go.
the Earth.
Thank you.
Those are
Thank
two
you.
different things.
Brenda.
Bro, you got to reconnect or something.
Yeah, if he's saying something and I can't hear anything. Yeah, he's having problems.
Quite a bad signal, folks.
We didn't catch any of that.
No, I was just saying, you said that you didn't accept TV, media, shit like that. That's all you've got to prove that these people are in this tin can.
No, that's not all I've got to prove.
So what else have you got?
As far as the ISS? The ISS, there's all kinds of records. There's all kinds of records, right? There's the building. There's the plans for building it, the actual building of it, the launching of it, the launching of.
I'm asking you, how do you verify that what we see on TV, because you don't accept TV, we see these people, where is the proof? Plans, no diagrams, no evidence that they had
All
a
of
plan
that-
to waste millions.
All of that is evidence, right, that there is in fact a satellite in low Earth orbit, right? All of the evidence, the plans, the building of it, the multiple launches of material up there. It's assembly
You mean
in
the
low Earth
construction
orbit.
the construction that was going on at 17,000 miles per hour?
Yeah,
That still doesn't prove.
That's
say
all evidence. It's evidence that lends support to my belief that it's true. Yes.
But you've still, the only thing you do have is the TV, though, to confirm it.
Hey, thank you for being honest, by the way.
there's
Thank you for being
yes.
honest. Hold on. Let's just take credit.
I'm happy to be honest. I'm happy to be honest. I will admit a good deal more than you probably think I will.
Yeah, fair. So your next moral aptitude test is to not interrupt people. So anyway, thank you for being honest that you do indeed just have a belief that you believe is informed and that it's
Yes.
not knowledge. Thank you.
That's what knowledge is. Knowledge is an informed belief.
No,
that's what
it's a
knowledge is.
justified belief.
Yeah, that's what I used your word. I could have said justified. I have a knowledge of epistemology. So yes, knowledge is a justified true belief,
There you
or
go.
if you want to say informed.
At least you're admitting that it's a belief.
Yeah, all knowledge is a belief.
No, it's not
Yes.
belief. I don't believe that I'm not moving right now in 4 vectors at millions of miles per
Yes,
hour.
you do. Yes, you do. Of course you.
No, I
do you,
don't. That's self-evident.
Do you think it's true? Do you think it's true that you're not moving?
Can you look up the definition of belief?
Is it true? Is it true that you are not moving?
Well, my vestibular system in my ear, for starters.
Is it
my
true?
Inner ear, well, I accept it. So it's
Yeah, you accept it as true. That is what a belief is. A belief, a belief is a sentence or a proposition that you accept as true.
No.
I got a definition. My definition's kind of funny, right? Because I just made it up. But I think it's a good definition. So you have
Mine
first-hand
is not
knowledge.
made up. This is the standard epistemological
hold on.
definition of beliefs.
Cool. Can I speak? So basically what I'm trying to say is everything that you experience, you have first-hand knowledge. Everything else that doesn't exist within your primary memory and first-hand present experience is belief. Thanks.
No, experiences are not knowledge. Knowledge is constructed from experiences.
So when I got punched in the face when I was walking home from swimming in the pool by a guy that I didn't see coming, do you think I believed he punched me in the face, or do I know he punched me in the face?
You use the evidence of his fist hitting your head as confirming your belief that you had just gotten hit in the head.
That's not a belief.
Yeah, that's a belief. You believe it's true that he hit you in the head.
Brenda, take a look in the live stream voice text at the definition for belief, for God's sake.
I'm using the definition used in epistemology. In epistemology, a belief is a mental content that you accept to be true.
Brenda, does water believe? Does water has beliefs?
I didn't understand. Water has beliefs? Okay. Water doesn't have beliefs.
Great. Does you have beliefs about water?
Yes, I have beliefs about water.
Do you think that water curving?
Water conforms to the surface of the earth. It is level.
Perfect.
That's contradictory.
No, that's what level means. Level means conforming to the curvature of the earth.
No.
Cool. Show me a definition older than 10 years old that says that.
Oh. Yeah, it's on McToon's. It's on McToon's. Yes, it's on McToon's.
Is it older than 10 years old, or did Globe?
Yeah, it's from the 19th century. It's from the 19th century surveying manual.
Why does it conflict with the definition of horizontal?
Because people are allowed to use words in different ways if they want to.
Oh, just like you done there just now with.
Yes, you just have to be consistent. You can use words in different ways if you want.
Brenda, you move the
I am consistent.
Constantly. You constantly change what you've said. You change your position. You add shit on. You assume stuff. You claim people from fucking centuries ago did shit.
Thank you, Brenda, for double speaking. Thank you,
Brenda.
Brenda,
Listen, Sasha, you're on to it, okay?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that people from centuries ago did shit. Yes.
No,
I have no problem with
that's
that.
great. Let's talk about current technology. All right, Sasha, you said the same thing 4 times in a row. Now, Sasha's onto it, and Brenda admitted that according to the Globe claim, that the level water is conforming to the surface of the ball, allegedly. So, if that's true, all that needs to be done to falsify this proposition is to measure some water and prove it's not curving, and the proposition fails.
Sure.
Now, that setup, whether true or not, would you agree that that would be correct?
Sure. Do you have a measurement of how flat the Earth is? You got any measurements?
How come you change the proposition?
Yeah, I have, Brenda.
Do you have a measurement of the Earth being flat?
Brenda's asking me, Sasha.
Okay, sorry, I have it.
Doesn't matter.
Okay, no, I just want you to just say that if the claim that you said is true.
All that matters when it comes down to it, that's all that really matters.
So I will readily admit that level means conforming to the surface of the Earth, of the
Holy
curvature of
crap!
the Earth.
Shut it.
Yeah.
Him interrupting me wasn't your cue to overtalk.
You weren't talking.
Yeah, I was. He interrupted me, and then you went.
Oh, I didn't hear him.
Oh,
Okay,
if I
legit.
interrupted, I didn't mean it. Sorry.
Yeah, that's fair. Your connection's horrible. That's why at the moment.
Sorry, folks.
You're coming in, then you're not coming in, so it's kind of hit or miss. But whatever, it's fine.
Cool, bro.
That's what we got to deal with in this, 21st century of satellites and internet everywhere, right? But anyway, I just want this proposition to be accepted or unaccepted. It could be a yes or no.
I thought I already said yes. Yes. Level means conforming to the curvature of the Earth.
Okay, that's not the question.
I thought it was.
The question is, if that's true, then that means that water must be conforming in that manner. So if you can measure water not to be conforming in that manner, then that disproves the proposition.
No, that would be affirming the consequent. So
no,
you would need to do a modus tollens.
Holy crap, dude. Are you serious right now?
So do you have a measurement? Do you have a measurement of how flat the Earth is?
We're not even going to talk about that until you concede the proposition one way or the other. Okay, so check it out. I'll rephrase it a little bit. If it's not curving in that manner, the water, then that means the Earth can't be a globe. Correct or incorrect?
I think that's affirming the consequence, so I'm not sure that would be true.
It's not affirming the consequent. If something's not curving anywhere, what is it? Now, this doesn't mean it is or isn't. It's just propositional logic. If something isn't curving anywhere, what is it?
Well, I'm thinking that you want to show me, for instance, water in a glass, in a drinking glass, and say that that's flat, and therefore all water is flat.
Stop thinking ahead. The proposition stands or falls on its own merits. If something isn't curving anywhere, what is it?
It would be flat and even, yeah.
There you go. Perfect. So if you measure water, and now obviously we need a sufficient sample size, not just water in a glass, as you accurately stated. Right? But remember, we set the baseline that in the globe model, water must be curving around the ball. So if we disprove that curve exists and it's not curving, then that means all the water's not curving. And that means that it's not curving anywhere, which means you've already conceded that it's flat and even. So all we need is a sufficient measurement. Hold on. If we had a sufficient measurement, right, would that prove or disprove the proposition? I'm not saying it exists at this point. I'm just saying if.
We'd need to see that, yeah.
Okay, perfect. Perfect. So you take a laser over a 25-mile body of water, you set it up 6 feet on one side, you set up a storyboard 6 feet on the other side, you hit the target, and you disprove the curve of the Earth.
Yeah, but they didn't do that, did they?
Yes, they did.
It broke. The collimator broke.
Collimator's irrelevant. The collimator's irrelevant.
It's pretty important, isn't it?
No,
Isn't
it
it?
isn't.
I think it's pretty important.
No, if the Earth curves in the manner you say.
They weren't able to do it over the curvature of the Earth, and there's no controls over that. They just pointed it at the target. How do I know it was level? That is not. That is relevant.
Hold on. Okay. We're not going to be sidelined. We're not going to be gish galloped. We're not going to be over talking each other. We're not going to be losing points. Okay. If anybody knows anything about gunnery, if you hit the target, you've hit the target. It's irrelevant whether you have a certain shot group or not. If the target is hit, the target is hit. It's that simple. Now,
yeah, but that doesn't show that the bullet. That doesn't show the bullet traveled in a straight line.
Well, if the Earth
that's correct with a ballistic object. You are correct that's correct with a ballistic object. Are you claiming that a laser is a ballistic object?
Lasers are subject to refraction, aren't they?
I'm so glad you said that. I'm so glad. So, the common excuse to get away from the fact that they hit the camera and scanned the image on the camera with the Gaussian profile of the beam centroid of the original laser, proving that the original laser beam hit the camera. The camera was only about 6 feet off the ground. Okay, so the variance still stands. Now, this differential in this test is 2 orders of magnitude off the globe prediction. And you are correct, to be fair to you, that refraction is the standard answer given to explain this away. Here's the problem. The United States military contracted a university, along with Boeing, to conduct a test of lasers for accuracy, for systematic use in military applications. They conducted the test and then they analyzed the results. Here's the thing. They used 3 different color lasers. When they went back and checked the results, they found that all 3 lasers hit the target. 120 kilometers was this test, commissioned by the military, done by a university in cooperation with Boeing. Now, what I just said should be sending shivers through anyone's spine who knows anything about this stuff. Because here's the problem. 3 different colored lasers would refract at different rates because refraction is wavelength dependent, which means they would arrive at the target at different locations. They didn't make this prediction. This was post of the evidence where they analyzed it. They found that the globe model was defeated based on this reasoning. All the lasers hit the target and they should have been separated by 20 feet, and they weren't. This proves categorically that the idea of atmospheric refraction defeating these long distance observations or laser tests is false by experimentation, direct observation and measurement, proving that this type of refraction that you need to save you from this observation or the laser test doesn't exist. So I rest my case. I'm done here for tonight. You guys enjoy dealing with this defeated glober all you want.
Can you send me the study?
Absolutely.
Great.
Yeah, while you're
It may not
looking
be
over it, I
rather
want to
quick,
say something.
but before you go
done,
on,
AI.
so we have it posted a bunch of times in here. I'm going to try to remember the title, and then I'll be able to search it. 1 second.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to point out one thing. So when they so-called they said that they proved Einstein correct, and that they could see the, telescope that was pointed at the mirror that was pointed at the sun. They could see the stars that were allegedly behind the sun. So if you do believe this kind of refraction is possible, then do you not believe in the heliosphere? Not to take that off the topic of what just, was said, right? I think it's really important what AI just said, because either you believe in the refraction theory, right? Which, if that's true, the heliosphere could cause the light to bend around the refracted, I can't say atmosphere of the sun, but that's what it is basically, right? In layman's terms, the heliosphere is the atmosphere of the sun, right? And the different layers of density will cause it to refract. If you believe that, then there goes your space-time. Bye-bye gravity. If you don't believe that, and you believe the turbulence, right, then you believe in the flat Earth. So either way, it's double whammy.
Yeah, I don't think the amount that was predicted by Einstein is the amount that was observed in the Eddington experiment. It was not due to refraction. It was greater than the amount predicted by refraction.
And how did you remove the heliosphere variable out of that to prove that that's true? Or did you
the amount predicted because we know the refractive index, right? So the amount predicted by refraction is different than what was observed. Yes, you can figure these things out because you know what gases are made out of. You know the refractive index of gases. The sun is the ball. The sun is a ball of gas, a plasma, right?
Vacuum.
And gases have a refractive index.
Can you have gas pressure in a vacuum without separation?
Of course, it's gravity. It's the gravity.
Yeah,
You never
we've been
demonstrated
through
it.
that. We've been
No,
through
you
that.
didn't. You didn't
Yes,
isolate your pseudo force from
we
the
did.
exponentially stronger forces of electromagnetism and
We
electrostatics that are
did.
present in all intermolecular
By
interactions.
using materials that are not affected by magnetism.
That's not what your wooden rods and balls do. There's still electrostatics and electromagnetism present, and you admit yourself that the direct variable that you're manipulating isn't even gravity, and still there's this exponentially stronger force.
There's no
still present.
static charge. There's no static charge.
It's present in
on
everything.
the weights. So then it's a wash, then, isn't it? If it's
Yeah.
present everywhere, then it's the same everywhere. Then
Can
it
I-
doesn't affect anything.
Can I ask a quick question?
Go for it, bro.
Does a gas produce a gravitational field?
Yeah, because it's matter. It has weight.
Where can this be demonstrated?
Gases have weight.
Where can it be demonstrated that gas produces a gravitational field?
Well, that they are affected by gravity?
No, I asked you whether gases produce gravitational fields because you said a ball of gas is existing in a vacuum because of gravity. So I asked you if gravitational force can be generated by gas itself without solid matter.
Yes.
Is there an example of that?
Gas is matter. It has weight.
But it's not
it has
solid
mass.
matter, right?
It doesn't matter. It just has to have mass.
Does a particle have mass?
Yes.
Okay, then why don't particles generate gravitational force?
They do.
That's not what the standard model of particle physics says.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
No, I can post it right now if you want.
The standard model of quantum mechanics, right, doesn't include gravity.
Particle physics is the theory describing.
Yes, it doesn't include gravity because because general relativity and quantum mechanics.
That's why they exclude it from particles.
No, that's not why they exclude it.
Affect particles.
That's not why they exclude it.
Why
they
do
exclude
it then?
Because there's no unified field theory.
Well, that doesn't really help your relativity then, does it? Mm-hmm. Or your gravity?
Gravity, all objects with mass, including particles, including atoms, are affected by the gravitational force, right? And so there are stellar nurseries out in space. They're clouds of gas and dust from which stars are born. It's observed. You can see it.
You can see what?
You can see the stars born in these clouds of gas and dust.
No, you can see these light above you, whatever they are, and you believe the story you've been told, Brenda.
That's what the pillars of creation are. It's a very famous photograph. No, you can see it. It's dust. It's dust and gas. You can see it. And in that dust and gas are stars being born. There are stars being born in the pillars of creation photograph.
Brenda, that's not a photograph. They are not photographs. Those images, they're taking multiple different wavelengths of light, and it's all put together by probably supercomputers, I would imagine.
Right, so what?
Claimed it was a photograph. They're artistic renditions of the data.
No, they're not artistic. They're technological.
They are. They're done by data visualizers. I think Mr. Blue Marble, Mr. Simmons.
Are they different? Are they different from the insides of your camera? Your camera takes photos in red, blue, and green and combines them with the computer that's embedded in the camera. Are you saying that your camera's photograph? That's not different. It's the same. It's not different. It's the same.
Cameras. Oh, what about cameras that are not digital?
What?
What about cameras that are not digital and that don't
what cameras?
Do
what the cameras in your
like the earliest cameras?
What are you talking about? Cameras today are digital.
Today, not all of them.
My child has a Polaroid camera.
The point.
My child has one.
It's ancient technology.
The point
I
is,
bought it brand new for a
Hubble
birthday.
does not take photographs.
So cameras work by exposure, right? And they have you can use different filters and photograph in the red, blue, and green, and then combine it to produce a final photograph. You can do that.
But what you see in these Hubble images is not what the data shows.
It's literally based on the data. It's literally based on the data. You're right. You're right that it's all data. It's data coming from an instrument. No, it's not artistic. It's data from an instrument.
What kind of instrument? What kind of instrument is making pictures? What out of data?
It has a sensor.
Okay, so there's clouds in outer space now?
Yes.
So explain that one to me, please. I'd love to hear.
There are clouds. It's called the Pillars of Creation. It's a famous image.
What are they made of? What are they made of? What are the gases
Dust,
made of?
dust and gases.
Dust and gas. Gas exists in a vacuum.
Yes.
Can you demonstrate that on Earth?
I can show you the image of the clouds of creation.
Can you demonstrate gas in a vacuum on Earth? Can you do that?
It would expand to fill the vacuum chamber. It definitely would.
How? If in order to create a vacuum, what has to happen?
It's very, very big. The pillars of creation are light years across.
We're talking about from our observations here on Earth. When you create a vacuum in a chamber on Earth, what happens to what's inside?
If it's a block of wood, nothing happens to it. But if it's gas, it'll expand.
Where's it going to go? Is it going to stay in the vacuum or is it going to go somewhere else?
It will stay in the vacuum.
Hey, Brenda.
I'm listening.
What happens to the gas in the chamber? Hold on.
I told him. Did you? Didn't you hear my answer? I thought maybe you didn't.
It's wrong. It's wrong. First off.
What do you mean it's wrong?
Do you know what the NIF is? You know what the NIF is?
Well, do you think that gas doesn't fill the vacuum chamber?
I'm asking you a question.
Kind of what you think.
No, I don't.
NIF. Yeah. Okay, the NIF.
I don't know what NIF is. I don't know what that is.
It's the National Ignition Facility that's in California. Now, what they do here is they conduct high-powered laser experiments in a vacuum. So, in order for the experiment to not be contaminated, they have to remove everything out of the vacuum, right? All that's gases. There's no gases in there in a vacuum.
That's what a vacuum is.
All right. So, how are clouds existing in a vacuum, dude?
Because its space is really, really big.
Come on.
Those
can I just quickly
Get posted an image of the pillars of creation. Those pillars are light years across.
Can I just created by visual artists.
It's an image.
Listen. I'm on space.com right now, and one of the visual artists says some of the most striking views in astronomy have come from the Hubble Space Telescope, but the data collected by the spacecraft comes in the form of spectrums of light, and they create them. It says it's a fantastic telescope, but it can't observe everything. Visual artist Louis Calder said that he's a graphic designer for ESA, and he works making artistic renditions from Hubble data.
Yeah, that's fine.
You just fucking said
that's a funny way of saying cartoons.
He isn't inventing. He isn't inventing data. He isn't inventing data. He's adjusting levels in Photoshop.
No, they literally claim on space.com that they're creating animations.
Yes, of course they do. So does NASA.
Yeah, we know that, bro.
So what's wrong with that? What's wrong with that?
What's wrong with
that? Creating cartoons and passing them off as reality? That's what you're asking?
They label them as an animation.
Yeah, I'm gonna
they label them.
That doesn't
Brenda, man, honest to God, like
it goes
it's
over
like
the door,
outrageous
to the
the
electrical.
things that you say and you accept.
Go ahead and grab the door.
Yes, all I do is give you high school level science. That's all I do.
Yeah, high school level. You said it yourself.
Brenda, can I ask you a question real quick about what you were saying about a vacuum? Did I hear you say that a vacuum is somewhere where there's no gas?
No, he's saying
that
that gas
correct?
can exist in a vacuum. That's what he's saying.
In the vacuum of space, there are regions where there are clouds of dust and gas. Yes.
Wait, so, but what is a vacuum? Can you define that really
There's
quick?
regions in space where
No, I'm
there
not talking
is
about space. What is the definition of a vacuum?
low pressure.
Low pressure. All right, let's go.
Right. So it's an area of low pressure. There are areas of low pressure, and there are other areas where there are clouds of gas and dust in a low pressure environment. And they gradually coalesce.
Where have you seen this? Where have you seen this?
The pillars of creation. The pillars of creation.
That doesn't count, dude.
Yes, it does.
Brenda,
it does count.
You keep saying this over and over. How would you verify
Because you keep
that,
asking me the same questions over and over.
No, it's not the answer. How would you verify that?
How would I verify what?
The dust of clouds in a vacuum.
The image provided by NASA is verification.
That's enough for you. That's enough for you.
Yes, yes.
Cartoons are verification. Wrong.
It's not a cartoon. It's not a cartoon.
It is a cartoon.
No,
yes,
it's not.
It's
an animation.
No, it isn't.
You agreed it was
it's
animation.
It's a compilation.
The Pillars of Creation is not an animation.
It's made by artists.
No, it's based on raw data.
No, it isn't. You wouldn't know raw data if it jumped on your face and spun around and whistled Dixie.
It's manipulated.
Even if you saw it, you wouldn't know what data was. Please.
So crazy, bro. That you guys, do you understand how asinine this whole subject sounds? The how you guys just hand wave it. They say it so it's true. That's all you do. They say it so it's true.
And at the crux of it all, at the crux of it all, you got no globe for any of this. That's kind of the basis of your whole paradigm. You're going to need the globe.
We've known the Earth is a globe for 2,600 years.
You don't know that because we falsified that.
It's a religion. You have to accept it, blindly accept it. Listen to their book.
Don't blindly accept
what they say. Yes, that's what astronomy is.
No, that's not what astronomy is.
You don't. Your physical body.
That's not how science works. That's not how science works.
Numbers are using to measure outer space. Okay, so you don't have the actual ability to experiment within astrophysics with your own mind.
Of course you can.
Okay? So when they tell you something like the size of this shit, bro, you're just believing them blindly. It's a fact.
And
I'm not believing them blindly. I accept them as the relevant paradigm on. I accept them as relevant field experts.
Okay, well, let's see the surface measurements of curvature you've still never provided then. Because that would be the basis of everything you're talking about.
Ships go over the horizon.
Okay, we already dealt with that. Did you look at the live stream voice text when they showed you ships going over the horizon and then getting zoomed back in? Something you said never happens. Did you look at that?
Those were ships that hadn't gone over the horizon.
So they disappeared. They went over the optical horizon, which is all the horizon is.
That's
then we zoomed them back in.
That's not the optical
and we saw
horizon.
them again. This is exactly what you said can never happen.
Just
it
because
did happen, and now you're adjusting your claim. So you're just a liar.
Just because you can't see a boat doesn't mean it's gone over the horizon.
Okay, but that's what the horizon is.
No, that's not what the horizon is. The horizon is a geometric limit that obstructs your view.
So what is it?
Okay. So it's at 1.2 miles at a 1 foot height. Then is that where it is? That's where it would have to be if your radius is true.
Yeah, that is about 1.2. Yes, that would be about right.
I'm a person who's seen the black swan before, so again, I think it is lying.
No, I understand the the black swan. It's a fallacious argument.
Black swan shows that your horizon is not geometric, that it is apparent.
The proper way to put it is to say that the apparent horizon would be no less than 1.2 miles, not no more than.
Okay, so it's not geometric.
No less than.
The horizon does not obey the constraints.
No
the horizon does not obey the geometric constraints of the globe that you just claimed that it did. So it is just an apparent phenomenon.
It follows the model of the Earth, including which includes
black swan if it did that.
Which it includes reaction. It includes refraction. It includes refraction.
No,
where's your refraction model?
This guy's crazy.
Where's the refraction model? Show us the model.
Refraction? Refraction? That's Snell's law. That's just basic.
That's based on some media.
You're done with, media. Bro. You're totally done with now because you're reflecting. Snell's has to be hitting reflective surface angled away from you at almost 70 feet below your line of sight. Overdone. Match game set is over.
That's not what Snell's law says.
Is air two different?
Yeah, it would make your image going up above your head.
No, it does. That's not what it says.
You don't have a plane of incidence. What is a plane of incidence?
The angle of incidence, you mean? Not plane.
No, it's called a plane.
No, it's called the angle of incidence.
No, it isn't. No,
yes, it is.
The angle is what the light does after it
sine of theta
the surface. You don't know anything about it.
Snell's law is sine of theta 1 over sine of theta 2.
Plane of incidence.
Sine of theta 1.
Okay.
That's an angle. Theta is used in trigonometry. Theta is an angle.
It's there in the live stream. Plane of incidence.
Religious chanting.
Just saying.
Well, yeah, what does that surface look like that it's bouncing off of? Is that a curve?
That's plane of incidence. That's not Snell's law.
Oh, you got the screws?
That's not Snell's law. That's law of reflection.
Yeah, Snell's law requires two different isotropic media, doesn't it?
Yes, like hot air and cold air.
How is that isotropic?
Because they have different density.
What does isotropic mean?
It means that they're different.
I thought ISO was same and NISO was different, but we don't need to.
ISO's the same.
Over the semantics. As far as I remember, ISO is same and NISO, or with an "and" in front of it, are different. But I'll have to double check that. Anyway, as far as we can tell,
all right.
Deals with going from medium to medium. As long as we consider air one isotropic, same continuous medium, it doesn't go from like water to air.
You don't get.
So there's a bit of a problem there.
You're correct. You're correct. I was wrong. Isotropic means the same, right? So you won't get refraction in an isotropic medium.
And that's why we're a little confused, because air is looked at as one medium. Usually, if you're dealing with Snell's law, it would be like from air to water or something like that.
No, if the air has different density, like it's cold or it's hot, then it will have different density. It will refract.
And as far as I can tell, with the way that they put refraction over a ball, they just basically go with at least terrestrial refraction by acting as if it's a bigger ball to flatten it out. Which for the
terrestrial refraction is just refraction. There's nothing special about the refraction of objects on the Earth.
Because that's assuming what was first be proved. If you're working or baking into your model refraction, that already assumes a ball or a bigger
refraction.
ball.
Refraction is just refraction. That's all it is. It's just refraction.
How do you interpret refraction? Are you going to interpret it toward a ball or towards something flat, like, a flat surface? What are you going to do?
I don't know what you mean by how you interpret refraction. Refraction is just refraction.
Well, we can reapply refraction. I mean, over a flat Earth, eventually the sky and the ground would meet because of compressed viewing angle. And refraction could be reinterpreted as making things balloon or pop out of this diffraction limited zone, or, compress into this zone sooner or later. So
I don't think you know what diffraction limit means.
I think I know enough to challenge the theory. You're a smart person. You're a smart woman. We're smart people. We can figure this stuff out without the experts, with or without them. And so we need to see how we're applying refraction and whether or not it's, consistent with evidence, facts, real life, other theories or not.
Right. So the black
If I can just
swan
quickly
image.
interject.
Are
Do
you
you
right
remember
there?
AI talking to you about the laser test that the Air Force and Boeing did? I think he just posted it in the live stream. You said you wanted the
I
data.
don't see it.
It's right there. He just
Brenda,
posted it
can I
like a
just
minute ago.
ask?
I see
Brenda,
it.
you know how you claim that boats go over the horizon? Do you mean optically, just with your eyes, or do you mean they go over the horizon when they get to the limit of the instrument you're using?
I mean that they are physically obstructed by the curvature of the Earth.
No, they're not, because we can zoom them back in after they go over the horizon just by
If you can
increasing the
zoom it
resolution
back
power of the
in,
observer.
if you can zoom it back in, it hasn't been physically obstructed.
There is no physical obstruction. That's the entire point.
That phenomenon of obstruction is observed.
No, it's not, because it would be at
Yeah, it is.
1.2 miles times square root of observer height in feet every single time if it were being observed, but it's not, even by your own admission, and you use an ad hoc excuse for why that is. So you
I
don't have a
didn't use
geometric
ad hoc.
physical horizon
I
that
said
obstructs anything.
the black swan strawmans. The black swan strawmans the models that we're using.
It
No, it
strawmans it.
strawmans it
It
because
strawmans
the
it.
proper way to formulate it is no less than, not no more
So
than.
what's happening? What's happening in the Black Swan video then? So what's happening? Tell us, please.
Make sure you pay attention to the
There is high degrees of refraction that is lifting up parts of the.
Okay, how did you know that? And can you quantify it? How much exactly? How much? Put it into numbers for us.
We don't have the
just however much you need to make that work.
We
on your
don't
globe,
have
well, forget it
measurements.
then. It's just an ad hoc cop out, like I said it was, because you just by your own admission right now you don't have the
Maybe a
measurements. You don't even know how much is going on. It's just however much you need to make that work on your globe fantasy. Well, you need to inflate your radius by 2 orders of magnitude to make that happen, and your standard refraction model doesn't even come close to claiming that's even possible. So no.
You people are the only people on Earth that are saying these things you're saying. It is so retarded. It's beyond belief.
I'm not the only person on Earth. This is majority. You're a tiny group of people, maybe a few hundred people.
Oh, he's not going to say that you're saying.
Wishful thinking.
Yeah, that your anti-flat earthers are the smallest percentage of anybody on the internet. You're the only one saying this stuff.
No, I just meant not the internet, but globally, all around the world.
Right. I mean, you're exactly right. I mean, there are lots of people who just look at the screen and believe what they see on the screen and don't really question it, and that's fine. We have a perfect right, right?
There are. I'm going to agree with him, so you should let me talk. I'm going to agree with him. I'm going to say that yes, a lot of people just blindly accept what they're taught in schools. You're correct.
Yourself.
Yeah,
like
but
yourself.
No.
The difference between us.
You're Exhibit A, Brenda.
The difference
you
between
believe in
us
Galileo done
Brenda.
experiments. You believe the shit you see in the sky are clouds. You believe literally that. See, for to be a globe Earth believer, you've got to accept a hell of a lot of contradictory shit.
And the difference between you and us is if we're proven wrong, we will happily go back to believing what you guys believe. You shut us up, we will shut the fuck up. We wouldn't care. We'd love to go back to believing in Star Trek and shit like that. We'd love it.
I don't believe in Star Trek. I don't believe in Star Trek. It's a TV. That's fiction.
I'm just saying. Listen, I'm just
you know
saying,
what he meant, for fuck's sake.
We would happily go back to that. You guys can't even say that. You guys
what
can't
can't
even
we say?
You can't even say, well, if we're wrong, I'll happily believe what you guys believe. But you won't even do that because you guys just hand wave everything and say we're wrong without even giving the opportunity to believe it.
If you could show me evidence. Do you have measurements? Do you have measurements of the flat Earth?
You do. You hand wave them and you ad hoc. Yeah, that's what you do. You make ad hoc excuses from. We just talked about one. The black swan measures the horizon to be
it doesn't.
2 orders of magnitude beyond what your Earth radius allows, and you just ad hoc hand wave it away.
I told you it's a fallacious argument.
I don't care what you told me. I explained why your argument is wrong. You would need 2 orders of magnitude. Yeah, you're off by 2 orders of magnitude for your Earth radius in that one observation alone. You don't even have a refraction model that could account for that. You have nothing but ad hoc excuses.
You don't
That's all you do when we show you measurements that are not possible on your globe.
You don't
So
get
why
to
are you
tell
asking?
me. You don't get to tell me what my model is. According to my model, you are straw manning. You are straw manning the globe model.
No,
you don't have the model. You don't even know what the model is.
The first premise of the Black Swan straw mans the globe model.
You don't even know what that means. You're just saying that mindlessly. You don't even know what you're saying.
I've taken university level logic and philosophy in critical thinking logic.
You don't do any of those things. You've made your claim unfalsifiable by using this ad hoc cop-out of refraction. Now you can move the goalposts all over the place to wherever you need to without even having to do any measurements or even quantify how much refraction is even going on. It's just, how much ever there is. So you've made your claim unfalsifiable, and then you talk about logic proving your globe.
In order to know how...
we steel-manned it. The radius is 3959. It's a completely geometric situation where that horizon has to occur at that geometric distance.
Horizon is
time,
apparent, not geometric.
Excuses. Yeah, you said it yourself.
The horizon is apparent, not geometric. Therefore,
good night, ladies and gentlemen. There's no geometric horizon on Earth.
No, there is a geometric horizon, but the horizon that you see is apparent, not geometric.
Okay, so we never see your fairy tale unicorn geometric horizon that you said boats go over, but actually they don't. And
how did you know?
And you're going to tell us about logic, right?
How did you know there was a geometric horizon if you can't see it?
Because it must be there according to math.
Except it's not. It's been geometrically falsified, and math isn't reality. So
wow, this is amazing. This is a good day. I'm glad I came in.
It's been geometrically falsified, and do you know that math is not reality? Maybe actually, Superman can fly because math.
Math describes the world we live in.
Except what your globe math describes is not where we live, as evidenced by the Black Swan and many others, which you refuse to accept.
I refuse to accept it because it's a fallacious argument that commits a fallacy.
Explain why.
I have several times. I have.
In and of itself because it's unfalsifiable. This is what you do every single time we falsify it. Is you just move the goalposts around so as to render it unfalsifiable, and you can't even quantify your cop-outs for us. You can't even tell us how much refraction, how you get the geometric horizon to appear where it is in that picture. You just tell us, because.
Well, we don't know how much refraction is going on in that picture because
you don't have to claim
just a minute. Because we don't have the information from the photographer of what the lapse rate was at that time. We don't know the lapse rate.
Your model doesn't even account for the possibility that you can inflate your radius or your apparent radius by 2 orders of magnitude. Standard refraction doesn't even get you close to that.
So
because you're implying it wrong. The proper way to put the first premise of the Black Swan is to say that the apparent horizon can be no less than 1.2 miles from the observer.
Explain it how. Explain that how, Brenda. Explain that exactly how.
How? So are we actually looking at a physical object or an apparition? Is it just
he made a claim. He said that it should be smaller than 1.22. So tell us exactly why.
I said the first premise is incorrect because it says that the apparent horizon can be no more than 1.2. That's wrong. It's no less than 1.2.
What can possibly make your geometric horizon appear 2 orders of magnitude beyond what your Earth radius allows?
Refraction can. Refraction can.
How much?
Refraction can make the apparent horizon seem further than the geometric horizon.
Quantify how much refraction do you need? What's the formula, and what are the measurements you based it on?
Depends on the lapse. It depends on the lapse rate.
Do you have measurements from reality here that can determine exactly how much refraction is being applied in that image?
We don't have data from the original poster.
Do you even have
we would need data from the original poster.
Now stop it.
Now, let me ask a question here.
So you don't have data. You're making a claim with absolutely no basis then, according to you.
Try to the Vancouver typos. Brenda, Narnia.
All right, here's a quick question, Brandon.
What? I'm kind of getting inundated by people requesting me to respond.
Well, you don't even have a model that would inflate your apparent radius by that much.
I just told
so
you,
don't have a claim.
refraction. I just told you refraction can.
No, you just keep squawking that word over and over again, but it's not actually an argument because there's no substance to it.
Yes, there is.
No, there isn't.
You're saying, Brenda,
go to the Green Flashes website. He has the formulas there.
Oh, someone else will get it for you. Okay.
But he's a relevant expert in the field, even according to Quantum Eraser.
I care what your potential are. I know
what
it's from what physical data. I just want to know what physical data you based your refraction calculations on to determine whether they're valid, and then I want to know what those calculations are exactly. You can't provide those things to us. You just keep appealing to someone else's credentials. He's a relevant expert.
That's how science works. Because that's how science works.
To credentials is not how the scientific method works. That's not what the scientific method says to do. Just invoke some expert in a field.
You go, man. You tell it like it is.
Here's a quick question: Is in the Black
invoke
Swan,
some priest? Sorry, Frog. Go ahead.
In the Black Swan video picture, whatever you want to call it, is the object there or not? Are you looking at an object or are you looking at something else?
What object?
The oil rig. Is it actually there, or is that just you're seeing
you're seeing highly refracted oil rigs, and you can see the cranes are twisted and turned by refraction.
Are they there? Though?
They do exist out there. Yes.
But is that what you're looking at? That actual object?
Yeah, I think you are.
Okay, so if I threw a rock at it, if I could throw a rock that far, would I actually hit the object at that distance that I'm seeing?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Yeah.
So
maybe they are displaced up or down or something. I don't know.
Yeah, you don't have anything that says that it's doing that. But listen, you're saying that it's doing something specific, Brenda. So specifically, I want to know exactly what. See, otherwise you can't just keep saying this thing refraction.
Why not?
Exactly. Because listen, the Black Swan, we have known distances, so you need to tell us specifically at those known distances how your refraction is working exactly like